지난번에 MSI 때 저희가 EDG한테 패배했었는데
한번 르블랑을 풀어주고 오로라를 써보자 해서
그래도 르블랑으로 먹자. 제가 르블랑 할게.
오케이, 미 뭐로 가나.
제일 자신 있는 걸로 가자. 르블랑 뽑아.
하고 싶은 거.
그렇게 해서 이겼는데
FLICKR has never lost with LeBlanc.
EDG take down FLICKR.
A Korean team has fallen in a best of 5.
이번에 그 MSI에 서력을 할 수 있다는 부분에 가장 기대를 많이 하고 있습니다.
SKT 就经过 MSI 后变强了很多嘛，当然我们 EDG 也变强了很多。
일단 저는 EDG랑 가장 만나고 싶었었기 때문에 이번에 조 편성이 굉장히 잘 됐다고 생각하고
어느 팀이 더 잘할지도 겨뤄보고 싶고
박살을 내면 좋을 것 같긴 한데 그래도 이제 예선이기 때문에 어차피 같이 올라갈 거라고 생각하고요.
也许打完小组赛，就是我们就会知道大概是个什么情况。但我觉得最后还是我们会胜利。
First blood, 1v1. Olaf versus Aurelia. Go Tigers, too far behind, can't do anything. What is up with the upsets?
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2015 League of Legends World Championship, beaming out around the world from Paris, France. You're getting a look outside, or inside, rather, the arena as of now with the fans hyping up, and outside earlier today as they streamed in, and of course, we're gearing up to support their favorite teams, getting in that team spirit. Our partners from Korea's OGN, of course, setting up, getting ready to tell the story as they will. And the big story today is EDG gearing up for the game against SK Telecom on stage not too long ago. And here's SK on the other side of things, prepping as well. Big game for them. H2K is going to follow that up with their game against the Bangkok Titans, still looking for their first win. Hello, everyone. I'm James Das Patterson, and lending their expertise to weigh in on today's action is Jake Spawn Tiberi, Christopher Monte Cristo Michaels, and of course, Aiden Zyrene Moon. Gentlemen, this is a game full of this is a day full of games. I'm all over the place because I'm excited, but this is a day full of games that matter very much when it comes to group stage standings and who's going to move on to the bracket stages.
I mean, it's immensely important, and we have to start by talking about this first game, EDG versus SK Telecom. This is my finals for this tournament. These are the two teams, because of the way the brackets are going to shake out, I think are most likely to make it to fight for the Summoners Cup, and I am so excited to see this one.
Yeah, I certainly think Game 1 definitely has a lot of onus on it, but you also have to look towards Game 3, LGD versus KT. That is also going to be a very explosive game, just because of how LGD came out of the blocks and looked absolutely horrible.
Yeah, and conversely, KT played a very measured, very controlled style, and were pretty easily able to dispatch TSM.
Yeah, and you got to look at later on in the day as well, look at the game of Fnatic versus AHQ, rematch of MSI, and that could be for the 2-3 spot, could be for one of the top 2 spots inside of that group.
Well, yesterday, leading in today, brought some interesting developments about as we saw a few big upsets starting in Group D as Europe's 3rd seed Origin took down the LPL's number 1 seeded LGD. Now, we thought Expeke was in for a tough game, but he came through in the clutch, turning the game with a massive Orianna ult.
And this play was out of control. As you can see it on the screen there. One thing I do want to point out is that Imp is standing on top of his Braum, which is where you never want to be as an AD carry, but Origin play this beautifully. So the key thing to look for is exactly where the Orianna ball is continually placed in this fight. It's always in a threatening zone, and then the damage explodes, as you can see it on the bottom of your screen. As soon as the Hemoplague Shockwave right there comes out, it's just going to completely destroy the entirety of the LGD lineup. And you'll see Imp's damage before that. He was double the damage of the Kalista, but Orianna just completely took over that fight.
Yeah, I feel like the TP trying to flank when you have a Kog'Maw is not the best idea in the world. And ulting with Vi onto the Kalista support, you should be going straight for the Kalista in that situation. I feel like there was definitely a lot of misplays there, but I do think that Xpeke's Orianna came up huge off of just the Wombo combo.
And just taking a look at historically these two solo laners, Soaz and Xpeke, they know how to use double TP, right? We can go back years on this one, all the way back to season 3, and say this is a team that knows how to use these summoner spells to set up split pushes, to really actively engage pressure on the map. And I'm really happy that we're seeing it again.
And one thing I do want to point out is how smart it was of Origin to pick this big team fighting comp, because as soon as they let the Lulu through, they knew that LGD wanted to group. So pick things like the Orianna, like the Vladimir, get a lot of wombo combo going, because they will eventually come at you as 5 people.
Now, important to note that play like that averaged Xpeke 783 damage per minute there as a mid laner, which is an exceptional stat in this tournament alone, as well as for Orianna as a champion. Then, of course, in Group A, the LMS's Flash Wolves took down Korea's second-seeded KOO Tigers.
Yeah, and this is what I really wanted to see out of the Flash Wolves, because they're a team of 3 great players, in my opinion, in their jungler, mid laner, and support. And then they kind of have 2 players that are very hit or miss. So I expected them, if they were able to get it going with either NL or their top laner Stake, then they would have a strong showing at this Worlds.
Yeah, and they brought in NL for this set. And Stake actually did an interview afterwards where he was saying he became more consistent in scrims, and he just said, I'll stop feeding, and the 3 people will carry me on the team. But they brought NL in for communication because Kramer just doesn't speak the same language, and he's always a little bit out of position and a little bit late to get to places. So it ended up working out for them. Also, on the inverse side, KOO, they've been saying, hasn't been doing as well in scrims lately. 5-16 might have thrown them for a loop.
Well, we'll see how it goes. I think they looked quite good in their first game, but then again, it was not the strongest opponent. But Flash Wolves impressed me. Stake really, I thought, was going to be a weak point, but he's been solid so far in this tournament. Now, my concern about the Flash Wolves is, sure, they played this great poke composition. What happens if they don't have Varus and Nidalee and Gangplank? That's what I want to see more of that and see how deep their champion pools go and their team compositions go before I'm really sold on this team.
Absolutely. A couple good upsets, though, yesterday. Now, before we get into today's matchups, a quick look at how the teams are arranged in the standings. North America's CLG are in first place in Group A. The Flash Wolves and KOO Tigers are locked up in second, while Pain Gaming is still looking for their first win. Now, in Group B, Fnatic and Cloud9 are up 1 win apiece over Invictus Gaming and AHQ. In Group C, SKT and EDG are on top with 2 wins over H2K and international wildcard Bangkok Titans. And in Group D, Korea's KT Rolster and the EU LCS's Origin are each 1-0 over LGD and TSM. That could all change today, where we got a full day of games starting in Group C with a powerhouse matchup between China's Edward Gaming versus SK Telecom. Then H2K will go up against the Bangkok Titans, and after that, we'll switch over to Group D for the #1 seed LGD versus KT Rolster. So again, returning to these games today, gentlemen, looking ahead real quick, key matchups for you and how you see them playing out, or what you think might play into them the most.
I think the key matchup here is watching SKT try and shut down the Clear Love Mako jungle synergy, because they did it so well against KT, which is a team that plays similar to EDG in that regard. And I want to see if they can replicate it again against a team that I think plays it the best in the world.
Yeah, I think they are very similar in that way, but I agree. I mean, Clear Love, definitely a better jungler than Score, so that is going to be one of the key facets of the game. I'm just curious where the mind games go in Champ Select. We saw that video to start it off, how EDG baited out the LeBlanc pick. How much do these teams want to show? I think they both really want to get out in first place in this group. That's my... Knowing SK Telecom, they never really stop trying.
I completely agree. EDG is a very proud team as well, and you saw Clear Love on your screen. He is one of the most proud League of Legends players ever. They will not hold anything back this game. This is the revenge match.
Yeah.
Now, Zyrene, this is the second time we're going to see Group B. They had a day off, and considering the results of day one with C9 coming up over AHQ and Fnatic beating IG as handily as they did, what are you looking for out of these teams with that extra day of preparation to come into here for their second round of matches?
Yeah, that day off doesn't do a whole lot for you. You're watching some games. The meta really is still up in the air, and people are still learning 5.18, and we've seen some teams have that rocky road. The one I'm definitely looking at is IG, because they had the worst performance, I think, out of any team that was expected to have a good performance here. They dropped the ball heavily in Champion Select, and then just their play around the map. They showed those huge inconsistencies from before, but it was just another level up.
Yeah, and one thing I do want to point out is exactly what you said. This is an existing issue with IG. Kakao is feast or famine. He either stays in the jungle, some say he's still farming in that game right now, or he comes out and ganks every lane and just snowballs the map. So I want to see what Kakao shows up.
All right, well, there you have it. We've seen each team play at least once, and we've already had our fair share of upsets. So the question for today is, who is your group stage dark horse and why? Starting with you, gentlemen.
I'm on the IG bandwagon still. I think a lot of people jumped off. It's now very spacious. I have a lot of my own stuff in there. But I think that Invictus Gaming, a lot of people will look at that and say that they just played it that badly that they won't make it out. They are a great team. And if that's not good enough for you, I think Flash Wolves are a really good team as well.
Yeah, I definitely echo the Flash Wolves there, but then I'll say C9. This is a team that I know that's absolutely insane, but considering that pool that they're in right now, it isn't looking as strong with IG showing some inconsistencies. It's only one game, though, and it's so hard to draw conclusions, and we're asking this question fairly early on in the tournament, but C9 is definitely the team for me if they pull out a win today against IG.
I had actually had some faith in Origin coming in, so it's going to be Origin for me. I think they really stepped up. They have veteran players that have been on this stage before. Niels looks unfazed as a rookie, so there could be some more upset potential there, and especially because, as we talked about yesterday, KT is a team that can drop a game against teams that are, I would say, worse than them. That is definitely a possibility. So in a best-of-1 scenario, I can see Origin making it out of that group.
All right, well, as always, you at home can tweet your answers to @LolEsports with the hashtag Worlds so we can talk them over later today. And before we send it to the casters for Game 1, I want to get your predictions, gentlemen. Who's going to win the rematch of the 2015 MSI Finals, EDG versus SKT? Spawn?
I think that EDG right now are just playing phenomenally, and I think that the amazing J swap-up would have actually thrown SKT through a little bit of a loop. They've seen him play once, but they haven't seen that much of him, and I'm very excited to see if he gets something like an Olaf.
I think it's going to be SK Telecom. They're going to win here. They're going to win in the finals.
There you have it.
I think it's going to be EDG. I think Mako is just a big step up over Wolf. Even though Wolf did step up his season in the later half, I think that Mako and Clearlove just had that synergy down pat that they're going to be able to take over the game.
Well, Zyrene with the tiebreaker there, EDG on the desk. Now, as we step into the venue, we'll hear how FLICKR is one of the few players at Worlds that was eager to meet Edward Gaming in the group stage.
일단 저는 EDG랑 가장 만나고 싶었기 때문에 이번에 조 편성이 굉장히 잘 됐다고 생각하고 또한 나머지 두 팀이 상대적으로 다른 팀들에 비해서 약하다고 평가되기 때문에 좀 더 8강에 진출할 수 있는 확률이 좀 더 높아서 조 편성은 잘 된 것 같고.
Hey everyone, I'm David Freak Turley, and along with my co-caster, the International Men of Mystery, Sam, Kobe, Hart, and Kensler.
Fancy.
You're very fancy. You got that horse on your sweater, and of course,
Fits
Martin,
with the rest.
Deficio, Lunga, some wonderful.
Guy playing polo.
It's still a horse. I'm not wrong about this one. Guys, we're heading into our first match, and it's going to be an amazing one. It's China's Edward Gaming versus South Korea's SK Telecom T1, and this is a battle for control of first place in Group C, rather. I guess it still kind of fits here, but it's going to be an absolutely close one. As the analyst just mentioned a little bit ago, this is the rematch of the mid-season invitational finals. It went to all 5 games, but Edward Gaming did pull it out, which means historically, I guess they're the favorites here. Of course, they're very strong teams, and SKT is definitely looking for payback.
Yeah, and I have to say, you're correct there, Freak, and it's not only just the players that are looking for a little bit of revenge here, but also the coaches. Koma has said many times in these interviews how he was a bit embarrassed about the MSI defeat, so you know that he wants to redeem himself as well. I'm very excited to see what he's prepared today. Of course, there is always that question of how much these coaches want to remain reticent in the group stages and don't want to give away too much.
Yeah, but now we have seen some other strong teams in the other groups. Getting that #1 seed is, of course, very important for these teams here. But if you look back at MSI with EDG versus SKT, one thing that really stood out to me was just Clearlove and Mako, the jungle support synergy against Bengi and Wolf. That was a big difference for me. I think it's going to be such a key thing today as well.
Yeah, I definitely agree. That was a big part of their victory over H2K.
And of course, there's other players that are really important to me as well. You guys talk about some of the matchups. I'm interested about the top lane, actually. Even though you've got Pawn versus Fake here in the mid, the top lane is really interesting because the new champion pool now at the World Championship here, most specifically, Marin had a big Fiora hard carry game up against H2K. They were losing until he got a triple kill in a team fight and took the game over, so he's a big guy for me.
Yeah, and on the other side, Amazing Jay. I mean, both of these guys have had really good statistics here in the first couple of games, obviously,
easy games,
because of the opponents that they're start playing. But there is a little bit of question here for Amazing J because Odoamne, even though Amazing J came out of it with good statistics, Odoamne actually had a lot of pressure in that lane.
Yeah, that really is the big question because normally EDG is able to match SKT in every single lane. Even in the mid lane, they've been doing well. And then they have the better jungle support synergy that kind of gives them a small edge, at least if we look back at the last time they faced each other. But it requires Amazing J to perform at his highest level if he's going to match Marin.
That being said, there is a reason that he was subbed in here. He was one of the early adopters for all of these new top lane champions.
So it's going to be a fun one as we get ourselves ready for the beginning of day 3 here. Again, control of Group C. We'll see how that's going to happen. And keep in mind, of course, there's so much more on the line here. I kind of like talking about the sort of regional strength here at the World Championship, where we're seeing Europe and America do pretty well, but the Chinese teams are actually only 2-2. I think after they got all these Korean players at the beginning of the year, people thought LPL was maybe the strongest region coming into the World Championship, but 2-2 record's not even that good.
I have to say, EDG definitely have been looking really strong, and even LGD, maybe people already knew the one weakness or the big weakness for that team was TBQ, so even that game was not quite as ridiculous
and still,
of a
again,
surprise.
it's one game, right? One game from IG where they got destroyed.
Yeah.
LGD was a close game for a while, and then we saw the Wombo combo coming in, and Origin took the win. So it's still very early to call out here. EDG definitely, though, showing up as a team that is playing at the maximum.
Yeah.
Clear love, especially in the jungle. I keep mentioning, I think he's the best jungler we have here, and if he keeps showing up, he can win the game.
I mean, honestly, this year, actually, the jungle pool, I was a little bit disappointed.
You could probably have played here, Kobe.
Whoa!
Hey, you like to play Vi?
I appreciate the praise, but that you're reaching way too far. But I have to say, you know, Dandy's gone to the top lane. Spirit's not here. There's all, you know, okay. We'll get into the lineups here because
exactly. Either way, guys, let's actually talk about those starting lineups here. And on the blue side from the Chinese LPL, it is Edward Gaming, a big powerhouse here. Amazing J up in the top lane, the new guy to the team. Clear Love, maybe the best jungler in the world. Pawn, returning world champion here. Def there, formerly of Samsung Blue, great AD carry as well, and Mako on support, absolutely one of the world's best.
And on the red side, it's going to be SK Telecom. Up in the top lane there, Captain Marin. He's been a beast so far. Bengi, as you said, also strong jungler. Faker in the mid lane, AD carry Bang, and supporting him will be Wolf.
And now coming into this pick and ban phase here, SKT is on the purple side, so we have first pick for EDG. I wonder how much focus we're going to see on these jungle picks, because if Clearlove can get an Elise and maybe get a small advantage up there, it could be very big for EDG. SKT, in the last few games, have been target banning quite a lot, and then of course been banning Mordekaiser as expected. Should be the same. Gangplank as well, you do not want to give that to EDG.
Yeah, the thing to watch is Mordekaiser bans on the red side, because some of the teams actually, KT and SKT included, have banned him even on the blue side.
That's going to be interesting to see if they actually care that much about this champion and maybe even can't play it themselves. They're not willing to first pick it. Maybe they think something else is a bit higher here. There are 5 champions that are still 100% pick banned so far. And only Gangplank is the one you mentioned not letting it go through, is the only undefeated one here of those 5 champions. So that's one that I have my eye on very, very closely as well.
He should be banned away. We really saw the power yesterday when Flash Wolves beat Ku Tigers Mabel in the late game on that Gangplank. Completely just took over the fights.
Yeah, and some interesting background on Gangplank. In that game, Maple actually did 40% of his damage as magic damage. So that's coming from the ultimate use. And actually, overall, the average across the world of Gangplanks, the champion just in general normalizes at around 25% magic damage. So it's a lot more magic damage than you would expect.
Also helps when you missed all your barrels. So
I mean, that's why it was 40% compared to the average of 25.
So let's see here. Gangplank is already being banned away. Lulu as well. We would expect Mordekaiser being the last one for SKT. That would be an Elise first pick for EDG, unless they wanted Darius up in the top lane. That could be the trade-off SKT is looking for, because Amazing J already played it twice and has been looking pretty solid overall on it.
Yeah, the top lane is so interesting to me. I'm always trying to keep up with the counter picks in that lane because it's so snowbally. But generally, yes, Gnar is really safe into a lot of the new power picks like Darius and Fiora. However, Gnar gets countered by Yasuo. So it's this kind of circle where you can't pick Gnar early and you have to wait to see and hope for that counter pick in the top lane.
So, in case they do take a Kalista here, I just want to talk a little bit about why she's a pick that still a lot of teams consider one of the absolute strongest AD carries. And I think in a matchup where it's so much about jungle support synergy, having a strong dual lane is super, super important, because if you win that lane, it opens up for your support to start roaming. And at the same time, if you manage to shut down the enemy spot, he's forced to sit there with his AD carry. He cannot leave the lane, so Kalista suddenly has a lot of value as that lane bully. You can even go Kalista Thresh now if they want, or an Annie pick for Mako.
Meanwhile, SKT not giving away anything with their first 2 picks here. They want to save counter picks for solo lanes as far down in the draft as they possibly can. Rek'Sai, all around great champion, works into any sort of composition that they could possibly run. That does leave the Elise you mentioned for Clear Love.
Well,
never mind, it was banned.
That was banned. So it's good to take Rek'Sai. Again, it would have been the choice for Clear Love. This one here would then kind of change the way EDG maybe were looking to play the early game at first, where they could look to really skirmish early on with the top laner, with your jungler. Skarner, to me, is a good duelist, like one-on-one. If he fights on a Spire there, I think he's very good. But his ganks pre-level 6 are very lackluster.
They definitely are, and even more so after the balance changes to him.
I really like this lane, though. I think he's still one of the strongest 2v2 lanes, and he works as well, and also offers that hard engage we know from Mako. He's on point. So already EDG are setting up for, as we talked about just before, strong 2v2 lane that can open up for your support then to start roaming while the other support is stuck on the tower, and you get that map advantage.
Plus, having the engage like the Kalista Annie combo does so much for Darius. The one problem for Darius, you know, he's not a tank, he's not an initiator from the top lane.
He needs CC, yeah.
Exactly.
Well, we'll see what these guys can pick to fill in the rest of this role. Then SK Telecom T1 just have tanks so far. If Marin wanted to play a carry, he could do it with his lineup so far.
I really want to see them just pick a safe blind mid laner for FLICKR in the mid lane and get that last pick for Wolf. Never mind, that Darius is open. I'm
well,
way out.
You talk about safe lanes there. Renekton still extremely strong in the top lane, and Marin definitely no stranger to the champion. Has plenty of history with it.
So I got my wish that we're going to get the counter pick in the top lane for Marin. He could pick whatever he wanted. Just didn't have to wait because, of course, EDG had already shown theirs. We're not expecting Darius to go into the mid lane.
Well, Olaf made his appearance there, so.
Yeah. Wide champion pools here. So interestingly, SKT have been able to counterpick on every single one of the main carry roles here. Sivir after seeing the entire bot lane matchup, Renekton after seeing Darius, and they've saved FLICKR's champion for last year. So you'd expect that SKT would like all of their lane matches. None of them should be too hard of counters.
2 armor buff. And now,
don't forget 5 AD on Warrior.
Yeah, see, you're so quick to dismiss Darius mid. Could swap the Echo if you really wanted to.
I think Echo is a really, really safe mid lane pick. You can farm against basically everything. So I heavily expect this to go into the mid lane, and it's again, FLICKR, you don't really have a specific counter pick into it. It should be at least an even matchup at best.
Yeah, by the way, for people who haven't been keeping up with the patch changes, the reason we're assuming that Echo is going to be solo lane full AP is because of those recent changes. A big nerf to the tank Echo jungle build. So we're assuming that will be a solo lane.
Though one of the picks I do like into Echo is a Rise. Because I think what's very, very good is you can so easily keep him in check. You get a free lane as well for yourself where you kind of just trade farm. And the scaling of a Rise is just so insane still. It's a lot slower than it used to be. But once you hit those late game points, he's still a monster.
I say, though, you never really get a free lane against a jungle Jarvan. It's been a while since we've seen Jarvan in the jungle. He's one of those champions that can go for the high impact level 2 gank. All he needs is one camp to unlock the combo. And he can go try and burn something from Rise.
And again, that's the whole story. What can the 2 junglers do against each other? We know Bengi, he likes to be on the top side of the map. He wants to snowball both FLICKR and Marin up there. At the same time, we expect Mako to have a big impact joining in with Clear Love, and we have to see if Wolf here can follow, because that 2v2 can really shut down both the mid laners, and of course a top lane matchup as well that can heavily tip in favor of each side. Whoever gets that early great start.
And that's the funny thing, is the one lane we're really not expecting to see a lot of kills in is that bottom lane. Even though Kalista's a great laner, these supports are more about roaming out and make other things happen. They tend to be a little bit safer in the 2-on-2 match, just play style wise. So seeing again how they affect the rest of that map is going to be really interesting.
And I really do like EDG going back to the Jarvan for China here, because with the Cataclysm, it's one of the tools that you can use effectively against Sivir as a jungler. She's one of the most frustrating AD carries usually to play against as a jungler, yet you can keep her there.
Or you can run around fast in the circle.
You can run around circles all you want, but it makes it a pretty easy target there for Defta and Mako.
Well, we'll see how good these targets are going to be because we're getting ourselves into the game here. The first one of day 3, and you guys at home are always involved with this one. Stay connected with us over on Twitter and share your game predictions for this first match. Use hashtag EDGWin or hashtag SKTWin for the team you think is going to come out on top. The mid-season invitational champions from China, Edward Gaming, or the #1 team and former world champions SK Telecom T1 over from Korea as we get ourselves into the game. Here we go.
And it really seemed like SK Telecom, they were ready for the Darius pick. Even when they saw the Echo, they were very quick to lock in Rise last, again saving that pick for FLICKR because Darius had a high priority for EDG, so they wanted to pick it early and blind. So SKT, in their mind, have some good setups, and we just have to see what Banky now can do on this Rex side.
Yeah, the red side counter picks definitely been rising in importance here. That being said, even if you are ready for the Darius top lane, Darius plus Jarvan, very scary early game combo as well.
And I think one of the great things about Darius and why teams like him so much is even if he doesn't have the greatest matchup in the world, he can still farm pretty well, he can still be a threat, and he always has that risk in team fights where he gets that first reset and just kind of keeps going from there.
Right. The one thing he does lack, though, an escape. If he's targeted early, you can snowball against Darius just as well as you can snowball with Darius because he does not have the extra mobility. Renekton will be able to move around that lane even if they blow his flash.
Oh, it's so easy for Renekton to set up the stun, double dash, stun him down. But it's going to be a lane swap in the start. Both teams, well, one team, SKT, starting in their own jungle, and we see the invade now for EDG just to make sure we divide the map properly and nobody's stealing away an early Grumble blue buff.
Yeah, they're trying to catch a greedy start here, but instead it's just going to be Edward Gaming spotted by a late defensive trinket ward by SKT, which gives a lot of vision advantage to that Korean team.
SKT actually with the safest possible start, starting on their own red side jungle on the strong side of the map. And they're rewarded for it with that defensive ward. They did see the sort of late invade there from EDG, so they'll be slightly ahead, half a camp.
And we're going to have 2 lanes pushing in towards the tower with the AD carries. And early
Speaking of pushing.
It's already being shoved up FLICKR. He needs level 2 for that Rune Prism.
But here comes everybody. Pawn's by himself, jumps forward, tries to get out of range, and FLICKR's not too. Didn't have Rune Prison, couldn't lock him down.
Yep, great use of the minion wave there, Pawn. Even though shoving up exposes you, early on, the damage coming from the ranged minions especially is tremendous, and FLICKR could not continue the chase there, even with the rest of his team coming out of the river.
It's always so key, though, which side you're standing at in this mid lane when we have these early lane swaps, 4 members showing on top side. Well, of course, you're just going to bounce down towards the bottom, and they're never going to chase you and like blindly face check into someone.
This is something that Pawn does so well for his team. I mean, even we just talked about his team was a little bit behind because of sort of late invade. By drawing the rest of SKT out of the jungle to try and gank mid, he bought them a bit of time to catch up here, and SKT have been double jungling, and they've cleared out almost everything.
But this is very much the standard Western lane swap in so many ways. The only change we normally see is the top laner coming and taking down tower. SKT is doing it, EDG is not. They continue to double jungle, so they're they're slightly behind in tower damage. But this is an adaptation from the Asian teams. It's no longer that freeze with your top laner and play a very slow lane swap. It's fast-paced. You want to get down that early tower and then swap the lanes around.
And bottom lane right now, though, even though it hasn't gotten any help at all, is down to 626 health, so not much worse off.
Yeah. Mako making good use of the Spell Thieves early buy there. Let's see if they transition into the Dragon. They've started it already.
Pawn burns his first teleport, getting a second Doran's Ring, so he's going to be using that to help keep this lane afloat. Top lane turret's already gone. SKT have built the freeze, but a Dragon will come through for Edward Gaming.
So I'm normally never a fan of taking a Dragon this early in a lane swap because I think the tempo of which you can now swap back really gets slowed down so much. Your tower is not dead yet, so by the time Amazing J catches a lane, it's either going to be slow pushing towards SKT on the top side where Marin is sitting, or he's going to have to walk down bot lane where he's going to be met by 2 guys, Bang and Wolf, instantly, and he won't be able to pick up any farm, so he sacrificed experience on getting an early Dragon for the team.
Yeah, that's a good point. Most definitely Marin has got the push going towards him right now, so he's going to leave it right there. Should move up close to the turret, and he'll get back in time.
And he knows because he saw how late Kalista was sitting in the bottom lane, and because the tower didn't even go down from EDG in this lane swap, with them taking the Dragon, that of course Darius is going to return to the top side. So he went for an early recall, got a second Dorans and boots, and of course that green ward that can be important when it comes to this early aggression.
That being said, you can see EDG is thinking behind taking the early Dragon. This composition that they're running does rely on drawing SKT out. They don't have a lot of siege potential, so the early dragon stacking is one of the key points they wanted to hit early.
I do want to bring up one point about this 2-on-2 matchup down here, though. Even though Bang did get some turret gold, the average blade is in here. Deft has 6 extra attack damage from the dragon itself, so he's actually got much better actual just damage output in an eventual trade in this fight.
And also, he's a Blade of the Ruined King AD carry. So for him, having 800 gold is perfectly fine. You just get some lifesteal. For a BF Sword AD carry, on the other hand, it is really, really annoying. You cannot get a pickaxe. You have to go for average blade. So Bang is really weak at this point, and it's one of the reasons teams prefer Kalista above these Infinity Edge AD carries, because earlier you can be more proactive. You can force place a little bit more with these early items where you don't need the 1550 gold before you go back.
Because SKT or EDG actually didn't take that turret in the bottom side though, there is the turret there for SKT to rely on, and Bang and Wolf have been controlling this wave, keeping Deft and Mako under the turret for a decently long time, and they've got a lot of wards in the red side jungle of EDG.
We need to see Bengi though pay a visit to this top lane. Darius, he has his flash ready, but at least blow that one, because the lane is such a tricky spot for him. If you notice up here, there's no tower behind him. There's no real way of escaping a double dash stun from Marin. It's a very easy gank, and you just, of course, gotta look for that counter gank from the Jarvan.
Yeah, and you just have to be very tricky with your gank path as Rek'Sai. Rek'Sai is so flexible. She can tunnel over the back of the Baron Pit, try and walk around the Scuttle Crab, sneak on through it, and squeeze through there to work your way around the wards. Bengi here is going to go straight through the jungle.
The pink.
Oh, barely.
Very important though, you can see how EDG has been focusing vision on the top side. Rift Scuttler, a pink ward in the river to try and protect Amazing J. It's an easy target. It's very obvious for them what's going to happen. So 3 ways of basically spotting Bengi. Works out for them for now. And yeah, Bengi has to go back into his jungle.
All right, he got 1 deep ward though. He'll track when Pond goes for his own blue buff about a minute and a half from now. Meanwhile, though, it didn't, I believe, track clearly. Was already down to the bot side. Wolf gonna face check and be okay with this one. Looks like no turret dive will happen. This turret was already very low. Bang was already gone. Eventually, the turret is picked up, and Edward Gaming, in the grand scheme of things, equalizes turrets and still has first dragon.
It is so key for them that this 2v2 lane can do well. The item advantage they're going to get with the early backs from the AD carries, they get down the tower. Fight in mid lane, Bengi coming in.
Not going to be a hit on Pond, though. Already burned his flash to get away. His teleport's right about back up, so he's going to be okay. But I want to point out the fact that SK Telecom are up 900 gold already because his top lane matchup, this Marin Renekton counterpick into Darius, is making Amazing J's life miserable.
It will get a little bit better because there's a cannon minion double wave right there, but you're right, it's still going to be a significant advantage.
And this is what we talked about with taking this early dragon. Instead, you could have Amazing J sitting in the bottom lane when the tower goes down, so he gets the gold for it, and the wave bouncing back comes to him, so he picks up experience. But no, they move him in towards the dragon, takes and then force himself to go top lane in a wave pushing away from him.
It all depends on how much you're willing to pay for the early dragon stacking, though, because it is
a lot for now.
Yeah, it is important to them.
Well, that's what they've paid so far. They've paid about 1,000 gold for that dragon. Even in the old days, that wouldn't even be an equal trade of gold anymore. We're, of course, past the gold value dragons anyway. But Bengi on towards the blue buff himself. FLICKR, by the way, has already won his mid lane. He's up 12 CS and is about to be gunning into blue buff as Bengi takes a bit more damage than he'd like, but do the best he can. FLICKR, he gets some more CF where he even walks over. I mean, really greedy.
Mid laners, yeah, you can wait at the blue buff. I don't care. You can take a bit of damage.
That's definitely triggered me right now. Like,
are you tilted, Kobe?
If the mid laner doesn't come over by the time you get the blue buff down, then it's fair game to take it.
You just always start the buff right when I recall. That's how you make sure you get your own blue buffs. Just try to make awkward timing.
Yeah, I would never, ever take a blue buff from FLICKR. I would die at the blue buff before I took it from FLICKR.
What if he was playing Yasuo?
Because FLICKR is the late game carry for this team. He's had such a good start on Rise. He's already got both the components for the stacking mana items on Rise, and he's controlling his lane. There's just so much power in the mid lane here for SKT, and they've also been able to ward up around the mid lane for him.
Yeah, Echo got locked in blind. I was like, hey, you know, so many good matchups, can farm against it. There's a few bad ones, and FLICKR is instantly ready with one of them. He's saying himself he can play all the champions in the game. He knows almost every single matchup, and once again, he's showing that he has a massive champion pool.
Whoop! Oh, I just missed the Q, though. FLICKR missed a skill shot on a minion.
Well, ignore everything I just said.
Yeah. FLICKR confirmed to be human at least, or the robot's been calibrated badly. We're seeing clearly looking for a play here. Mako also hiding behind the fog of war. They're looking to make a play. There's no turret down there, and Rek'Sai just used ulti, so Bengi can't join in if something goes awry.
Both top laners are full health with teleports as well. You can already see Pawn going to farm Race, so I don't think they're actually going to try and press this.
Ooh, spotted on a ward now. EDG instead are going to make the play for Dragon. That was the, looks like the ultimate goal, but they're facing so many wards. SK Telecom just put those down. That was Bengi, who just got a ton of wards over this Dragon area.
And this is the main problem with giving up too much gold for the early Dragon. It becomes really hard, even though you have the first one and you want to start stacking them, you can get up to 5 quicker. You don't have the gold to fight the consecutive Dragon fights.
Exactly. The thing about Dragon is it looks great to get 1, you get 2, you get 3. You're like, hey, we're all happy we got some buffs, but they're not worth that much compared to getting a tower, extra farm, experience on maybe your top laner. So it becomes so much more difficult for you to get those 5 Dragons.
FLICKR.
Well, shield comes up for Pawn. They're going to go for the play. There's the jump in, and oh, man! It took him 11 minutes, but Edward Gaming first blood's FLICKR.
That will make taking the second Dragon a bit easier.
It helps. Yeah. A lot of wards though from SKT towards this bottom side. They have pinks in the river. They had one on the other side, and yet FLICKR in the end gets caught out because the roam coming up from Mako, joining with ClearLove. These two guys together, they're going to shut down SKT, or at least going to try.
Marin's heading down, and FLICKR has teleport when he revives in 5 seconds. There's wards right on EDG. They're not going to give this one up. Amazing Jay's going to have to join the team, I think. There's the ulti in for Wolf. TP in, but down goes the support. Edward Gaming 2-0 to start, but now ClearLove gets attacked. That's a trade kill back in Pawn. Now stuck on top of the Dragon. FLICKR gets his first kill of the game, and then still trades back and forth, but EDG are routed. 3 dead so far. The dunk, it's going to make Bang bleeds to death. He's not going to survive it, but SKT gets more kills and they get the Dragon.
Woo, they're able to stop the stacking. What a call there from SKT. Able to clean it up and pressure down bottom as well. Dragon achieved plus bottom lane turret pressure. Oh, they might even get deft here. FLICKR's going to cut him off.
He wants some farm.
All right, the 2 solo laners. Here comes the teleport from Amazing Jay. No, it's going to be Pawn, but Def's already dead. Marin has Aga, but he's not taking any damage. Pawn tries to set up the stun. He will not catch FLICKR thanks to the flash. A bit of damage on a Marin, but can he really do much more than this one? Down to 400, but out they go. SKT 5-4. It's a delayed ace.
And another great thing here with FLICKR's Rise pick is against the Kalista who wants to jump around and kite you. You snare her instantly, you chain the CC with the rest of your team. But that Dragon fight, that was one big Renekton who joined in all of a sudden.
All right, so let's take a look at the prep for this. FLICKR just comes alive. He comes off of the death timer, starts channeling the teleport, and SKT will have all 5 members here. Look at Marin straight to the back line. They take down ClearLove first.
This front line here for SKT is going to be so massive in this game. Bengi does go down in the end, but he's already done his job. And of course, a full HP FLICKR ready to clean up and bang with the potion. And sadly, the Doran's Blade lifesteal is not enough.
The mid lane teleport, so underestimated. You have to not only worry about the side lane early ganks of it, but also the respawn timer for FLICKR. Perfect timing there, able to come right into the middle of the Dragon fight. And SKT swing right back into this one.
If it looked bad for Amazing Jay before, after being sacrificed by his own team's greed for that first Dragon, Marin just picked up some kills as well. He has a Tiamat completed. He can continue to just instant shove the wave, and then he can now start roaming from his top side in towards the mid lane, around the blue buff of EDG, and suddenly that jungle no longer belongs to EDG. It's all going to be SKT's, and that means this mid tower is suddenly very open, or you just dive whoever's sitting there defending.
Yeah, it's looking good for SKT. Unfortunately for Amazing Jay, it was his fault. He teleported so late into the Dragon. I don't know if they didn't have wards, but he joined in after SKT had already started that fight. He's going to have to reap what he's sown now. Blue buff steal for FLICKR. He's feeling good about this one, but it will be a trade. Edward Gaming will get one for Pawn.
Let's see what kind of deep wards they can get down to. EDG, they do have them inside the blue buff, but SKT pressing mid right now. 4 members on this turret might even be enough to get it. It looks like Mako and ClearLove not going to arrive in time.
EDG respecting the fact that also a Renekton can just come in from the side and don't want to risk anything. No TP for Amazing Jay. He's kind of stuck there with this wave, and slowly when you're always forced to just catch the big waves coming down to you, you're never going to be proactive because you're always waiting for this wave to hit around your tower, and then you farm it and they can see you sitting there. They know you're going to be there to pick up the farm, and SKT can then always make the first move, or at least just pressure EDG so much they have to back away from objectives and give them up for free.
Ooh, I actually like this here. Marin looks like he may be going for Spirit Visions for a second item. Because for EDG side, they've got the tank Jarvan, reducing a lot of the attack damage threat that they're going to have. And if Marin does get magic resist, then he'll be able to keep Pawn off of FLICKR, and that's really the only threat to SKT, taking down SKT's carries for the late game.
Yeah, plenty of healing on the kid as well. Mechanically, it's going to be essentially the same as bonus health. And here we go, looking for the attempt on FLICKR, but Marin not going to find much. Bounces off a minion, and FLICKR's fine, just pressing R for the move speed.
Yeah, Mako, you don't want to hit the minions here, so you get shot back to your auto attack range after the Fate's call, in case you wanted to get in range at least for Tibbers, but with FLICKR running back, I think it was safer just to say, you know what, let's not blow an ulti, and just back away. They didn't know where the rest of SKT were in the map, other than just Marin sitting up in that top lane.
Well, 2 minutes to go until Dragon respawns. Marin will easily have his teleport. FLICKR is going to have his too. Double teleport, of course, for both these teams right now. It's been SK Telecom done a better job of using them.
And for EDG right now, they really want to use this Echo here to try and move him to one of the side lanes, let him become a bit of a split pushing threat if he can, maybe find Bang and jump onto him. The problem is he's also the main wave clear for this lineup, so if he leaves the mid lane, it's so easy for FLICKR just to push it down instantly. It's easy for Marin to push down the top lane, and again, the top side of the map just belongs to SK Telecom.
Uh-oh. So much damage. Yeah, Marin trying to chunk him down. He's got a lot of damage this one. A couple more spells will do it. There's the hit, and wow, the solo kill. Marin chasing down Amazing J in the top lane.
And Amazing J was the question mark for us. You know, the team didn't do him any favors with that early start you kept mentioning, Deficio, with the lane swap, but getting caught out there, overextending versus Marin, and Marin's just going to take him down easily.
Getting turret pressure now as well. Of course, Tiamat Double Doors Blade is not exactly a low amount of attack damage, so 172 on him, knocking this down quickly.
Yeah, we mentioned so many times, these teams that do not take the wave clear have to be a lot more careful with getting behind in the early game, because if you are behind, then you give up a lot of the tower gold very quickly.
Now tower gold's basically 3-1 here. SK Telecom have already knocked down all of the outers. Dragons up in 30 seconds, and SKT are not far away from getting number 2.
And right now, Marin is sitting on 1,500 gold. He should be able to go back, spend it before the Dragon fight. He's massive already. This Darius suddenly is just more or less going to be assisting his team by pulling in someone, try and line it up for Echo and for Kalista to take them down. But that damage against the front line of a very fed Marin, and then also Bengu with the Cinderhulk, that can stay alive for a while. Add in a Braum, by the way, against the Kalista to block so much of her damage.
Yeah, EDG are very worried at this point. They wanted this comp to get ahead, to keep the Dragon stacking, to keep the neutral zone control. Because they do have problems when you get to the scaling here. The Rise and the crit-based AD carry versus the squad that EDG have, you have to be a little bit worried.
EDG wanted too much. They wanted the Dragon stacks, they wanted the early game, and that's not going to happen.
And Bang was even allowed to play greedy. He bought Avarice Blade first item, has been stacking it still throughout the entire game. It's given him 550 gold so far in that one, so just a lot being stacked up here. FLICKR, both mana items are basically done here. Tier's got to be close to fully stacked. Seraph's Embrace likely to be the next combine there from that needlessly large rod, and with Dragon up, SKT already leading by almost 5,000 gold, and Edward Gaming going to try to defend, but that seems unlikely.
Yeah, you can even wait for Marin just to poke Amazing J a bit more. We see it, he constantly goes in, he can just sustain back with his Hydra, and suddenly now, if a fight breaks out, it's a 50% HP Amazing J coming in with just a Black Cleaver. That's 1 or 2 hits and he's down.
Yep, Marin with his original top lane bully, Renekton, bringing back the old flavor.
We wondered if the teams were going to show anything. SKT on the red side here really showed some very, very smart picks, and maybe EDG getting punished for showing Darius so early in the draft, really putting a lot of priority for Amazing J on it. He's played it every single game here at Worlds, but it allowed SKT to suddenly not have to blind pick a safe mid laner, but get a counter pick for FLICKR and a counter pick for Marin.
It all worked well. Every single person been able to do just fine from SK Telecom T1.
Whoa. This is actually a risky invade here because Bengi doesn't quite have FLICKR close enough. Yeah. It was just looking to bluff him off of that red buff.
Yeah. All is well, all is well. Def gets the red buff himself. He's got Blade of the Ruin King done already. Level 11, but no Hurricane in, so that second item really quite important for Kalista in the real team fights here. SKT, of course, they already got the Dragon pretty easily, so it's back to doing whatever they want.
Yeah, I am going to keep my eye on EDG's use of True Sight, though, because they have been one of the best teams as far as pink ward droppage and upgrading their sweepers fairly early. They really do need to start clearing out some of these SKT wards that have crept into their jungle. They've got defensive wards up, but the True Sight is going to be key if they want to try and make a comeback.
Yeah, Simply just been pushed so far back on the map. Ever since the early game where Marin got that big lead. They got a kill on FLICKR in the middle, and that's been about it when it comes to the aggressive plays from EDG, because there's not been any openings, and they constantly have to worry about Marin, and he's not getting to the point where he's going to get outscaled or anything. I mean, Renekton's late game is not the greatest, but he just becomes a massive tank then.
Yeah, it's interesting, though. He went for such an aggressive build. He was building to continue the split push power, right? Go in and finish the Ravenous Hydra instead of going back for an armor item or getting some more durability. He's trying to push Amazing J out of the lane. Now he builds a Giant's Belt, but really trying to knock that side of the map down.
Speaking of FLICKR on this rise, who had such a good early start, besides that one death, he is almost done stacking his tier. Only 100 mana left on that, and only 2 stacks left on the Rod of Ages. So his damage is through the roof. In the next 2 minutes, it's going to be there.
And I like this move here from SK Telecom. Take your split, push it down to
there it is!
Flash on depth with the Rune Prison.
Oh, the Q lands, and that's going to be the kill. Ult not needed. FLICKR picks up the 7th kill of the game for SK Telecom T1, and just like that, they run towards Baron.
And Wolf going to make it count there. If it wasn't for Braum jumping in and landing that Winter's Bite, they wouldn't have been able to finish it.
Baiting it.
Baron bait.
Hiding around the corner. Look how he's throwing spells in there, so they think he's doing it.
Well, also he's trying to charge up
the passive.
It both works. We like it. We take it.
No ulti, does have flash, wasn't able to use it to stop anyone out there. Unfortunately, burned the cooldown during the kill onto Deft, and SK Telecom T1, by going for the bait, get nothing off of that kill. He's going to respawn and all will be well.
A small raptor right there.
Okay, that's valuable in some kind.
But what is EDG going to do, really? Because once they send down someone to stop Marin on the bottom side, he's just going to go straight into your face and poke you down to 50% again. And then SKT can even start baiting around Baron, and then have the advantage of a stronger top laner coming in.
That's why we keep highlighting how snowbally these 4 teleport games are, because the team that gets the advantage is the one who can utilize that cross-map play. The team that's behind, even if you answer it, you're outmanned and you're outgunned because there's too much gold on SKT's side.
Well, everyone except for the top lane is at least keeping close in farm, but the problem is SK Telecom up 2 turrets, up the Dragon, and up about 83 CS, and the Marin versus Amazing J matchup are getting farther and farther and farther ahead. Han has yet to find any meaningful stunts with the W, but here comes the teleport flank coming in. It's going to be a home guard of Renekton.
They cancel the call. FLICKR didn't want to use his teleport as well, apparently. So they are going to let them retreat to the turret.
So that does buy a little bit of time now for EDG, because it is Marin that is so insanely strong. He's the guy you want to have on the bottom side of the map split pushing, where even if he does get ganked by 2 or 3 guys, he can often escape with double dash, and you can then go for Baron. But EDG still needs to understand that this can happen, but they're so far back on the map. So, you know what, EDG, they said to themselves, guys, we get a small break here, teleport is down, and SKT's like, well, no, we're just going to take Baron.
Marin is running interference here, keeping everybody from even getting close to the Baron, and SKT easily going to burn that down.
Perfectly done. They kept vision control for the last minute and a half straight after that previous bait. They let no wards go back in. They stayed on that side of the map, and they knew it was blacked out. Ever Gaming too good to face check, give it away.
And everything we see right here is simply just something that started at like minute 5. Of this game, with the decisions that were made early on in the lane swap from EDG. Also again, with the pick and ban phase where they showed that Darius early, Ryze suddenly became such a fantastic pick. 1 against Echo, 2 against the Kalista as well. And FLICKR have managed to just do his job. It's been more about, of course, what the Renekton can do, but he was also in that massive advantage.
Yeah, Marin's got to be the MVP for this game. He was set up for success by SKT, but man, the captain of the team, he's on Renekton right now with the huge peak in power. Adding the Sterix plus the regen from the Hydra here, he's going to be... It poses such a difficult question for the enemy team. If you try and take him down and pour damage into him, he only deals more to you, plus he's going to be life-stealing for a tremendous amount. And if you ignore him, he's so fed right now that he's going to rip you apart either way. So, yeah. Catch 22 there, very difficult to deal with.
Going to be nearly impossible to deal with Marin here. Going to see if they can find a fight without him. His teleport is still down, and Clearlove trading balls with Bengi, close to equal on both sides. Cinderhulk for both these junglers, despite the warrior buffs in the recent patches. Seems like being a full tank is what they want. Bang pop the ulti to look for death, but Nice, easy hop over the wall, and nothing picked up there except the Wolfcam.
By the way, notice that he did go for the Ravenous Hydra rather than a Titanic, even though he's Renekton, who gets extra health, and he's built extra health items on top of that, really valuing the lifesteal to stay in the fight.
What's the specific mechanic on the item? Ravenous Hydra is actually an activatable spell, whereas Titanic is an on-next hit, so it doesn't break the W animation, which is so common for high-level Renekton players there. You pop it after the W. Of course, uncontestable, SKT just completely owns the map. Edward Gaming have shut down. They have no way to get back in the map and stop what SKT is doing.
Slow and steady for SKT right here. It's been the same when they faced H2K. They never really went over-aggressive. When they had the lead, they knew how to play it out, and there's just so little room for EDG to make any kinds of comebacks.
Yep, Bang here with a couple of Baroned up minions going to take it down. I have to say, though, Freak, it does go both ways, since the Titanic has on hit, and W counts as multiple hits.
Yeah.
You get multiple actives there, so I really do think the difference is in the lifesteal factor.
All right, well, either way, he's gone for that lifesteal factor, and he's still doing quite well for himself. 3-0-3. The only Death member on his team, in fact. Marin sees that his top lane turret went down. He's angry and kills the minions for it, but still. It's Ever Gaming at best getting trades, but still losing and losing and losing in Dragons.
Exactly, so for SKT, no rush yet. Not at all, really, with the Rise. Coming in for the late game, already fully stacked on tier, Rod of Ages. It is heaven right now for SK Telecom. There's only one outer turret left in the mid lane. And only really the Echo as the wave play on the side of EDG. You can go for a dive if you want. On SK Telecom side, it's not really much of a threat to.
Yeah, I mean, well-prepared game by SKT, but really well executed as well. I mean, we always mention shot calling and briefly sort of gloss over it. It looks like Bengi here kind of work on some true sight, and FLICKR goes in.
Finds Clearlove and a ton of damage right away. They try to burst him back out, but FLICKR's totally safe. Clearlove running away as fast as he can, but it's not good for Pond in the mid lane. He's getting a lot of damage on him. A knockup comes back through thanks to Maker, but look how little damage Marin is taking. The Echo finally falls. It's a 1-0. SKT had to work for it. No, 2, as Clearlove followed well.
Still win the fight, though. That was the engage from EDG. They can do with the Annie, with the Kalista, but they just have no damage at this point. SK Telecom pushing it out 2 lanes. FLICKR decided to say, you want to jump me? I'm just going to go down to the bottom lane and start farming.
Yeah, I was going to, start filling there with some explanations behind shot calling and try to elaborate, but SKT keep up the pressure here. They don't let you breathe for a second. There was an outer turret left staying that they wanted to claim first.
So it's interesting how defensive SKT are playing this game, but first, let's take a look at that fight.
Well, we get the hard engage. It's what EDG basically have to do. They think they can catch out FLICKR, but he has the shield. He can flash out from this one, and then the movement speed to just run away, and the rest of SKT's come in. Marin is still such a monster in the backline.
Yeah.
And there's no damage to take him down.
Exactly. That's the full tank Jarvan that we mentioned earlier. Even though they're able to get the combo of Annie and him, locking up FLICKR, they stunned him, chained it into the knockup. There's just no damage to follow it up.
So I wanted to bring up something really briefly around the defensive play of SKT, right? They're taking a long time to kill the turrets. They're not really diving anything too crazily. Bang not only went 3rd item Quicksilver Sash, but he's actually maxing Spell Shield 2nd. He's already got 5 points on that on the Sivir, leaving Ricochet alone. That's actually very uncommon as far as Sivir builds go, but it basically guarantees he's not going to get caught out by the Darius. He can Spell Shield a lot of his spells and not get killed in the back line.
You're in a situation where being more defensive in terms of your items and in terms of your skills is even better, because again, there's just no way for EDG then to kill you, even if you do play a little bit over-aggressive. And it's just so good for SK Telecom in this situation. They can already now basically start looking at what went so well in this game, because they're obviously going to face EDG one more time in this group, and they want to make sure they can 2-0 them now so they get that #1 seed. Because this performance here, it was a very, very smart pick and ban phase. And I think EDG made some clear mistakes. We've highlighted them a few times. We're showing picks early, and then this early dragon is just the wrong call. You can never do it.
Yeah, it's that dragon call that we just have to keep revisiting, because that was the breaking point there. They were a little lackadaisical getting down to the dragon after killing FLICKR and opening up the option there to keep the chain going. But that's, again, why we praise the good shot calling so often. It's because it's the ability to quickly assess the game state and make a choice based on the probability of success of the play, weighted by the net gain that you'll get from that play.
At Season 4 Worlds, Samson White came in as a team. They had, you know, so many different things they put in. They tried to change the meta. It was for the better. They had so many smart calls. One of the things they did so well was value experience over buffs or gold or whatever in lane swaps in the early game. So by taking early Dragon, it might look fancy on paper. Hey, we got some more AD, some AP coming in. But when you're falling behind in experience, it just starts a small effect where suddenly you fall further and further behind. It becomes harder and harder for you to do anything. SK Telecom, of course, knowing that, just executed really, really well, and then use this Renekton to just constantly go aggressive.
Yeah, you always have to keep that opportunity cost in mind. That's why a lot of North American teams as well have been deprioritizing rushing for the early Dragons.
Oh, close one there. Amazing J nearly pulls in Bengi. He didn't have a lot of support near him. It would have been a bit of an effort, but here comes the push back in. Mako in the front lines will get pulled back, but now Pawn is alone in front of the enemy team. He's going to ult to run away. Marin still tanking up in the front line. Amazing J now the sole tank in this one, and it's a little bit of knockouts coming through. FLICKR now getting attacked. Big shields, but he's going to go down. Deft is still alive in the background, and Bengi's going to be next, but there's still damage coming through from Marin. Pawn will drop down, and it's a 2-for-1. The chase can continue. Marin's not far. He smells blood.
Yeah, he's got no flash, though, and chasing a Kalista, very frustrating.
There's
Doesn't
a
want
minion
to
wave
get
coming. EE into Q. Summoner he'll use for the movement speed. Def will get away, but it's a 3-1 fight again for SKT.
That looked so good in the start for EDG, almost looked like the perfect fight to get back. We saw a massive Echo ulti into the back line, into an Hourglass, a lot of damage coming down, and yet they simply cannot take down the remaining members. So 3 guys on it now. FLICKR has TP in 3 seconds. Bengi has his ulti as well.
Yeah, good call to just grab the vision from the Scuttle Crab there first, not take the risk. SKT are in the position where they continue stacking dragons. This will be number 4, and it should be a fairly trivial task for them to complete it. No vision.
No recall for you, Dev.
EDG should not go face check it.
I'm just going to clear the waves. Bengi feels safe while tunneling around the map. No one's touching his Rek'Sai, certainly, and all's going to be well as SK Telecom T1 makes their way down to the bottom side of the river, and there's a dragon waiting.
Oh. Number 4. SK Telecom, no threat and no real way for EDG to like rush a Baron and maybe try and trade it. There's already wards on that side, and for them to move that far out is so risky. Let's see the fight again, though. So they're checking in because they want to see if Baron has been taken, and this fighting in a choke point at first. Look at the Echo going in as a stun first. I thought it was the ulti, but he actually jumps out with that. But he goes in with the stun and buys time for at least Def to deal some damage.
Yeah, but because Pawn didn't get any damage off with his ultimate, that's a huge chunk that they're missing here. Deft was able to kite very effectively during that and get off a lot himself, but we're back into the action.
And it's already a knockup coming through. Wolf now retreating to keep himself alive, and a big knockup from Bengi means more is going to happen there. Marin absorbing in the front line. Mako's going to be the target there, quickly picked up. The dunk doesn't mean much here, and there we go. Amazing J just can't get enough damage. FLICKR survives. Pawn gets a single kill, but it's a 2-for-1 yet again. Pawn on the run, getting away from Bengi.
Even though Deft and Pawn survived, both of them extremely low, and they just have to go back.
Well, Pawn will get himself a shield. That'll block some more damage, but Baron Nashor has gone down. No smite needed. SKT with more global objectives, and vroom! Here comes Bengi.
That's your water ski noise?
He's still running.
Summoner TP will be enough. They won't see him in time. The Q doesn't root. Pawn's okay.
Yeah, his Q was going to hit, though.
It was.
2 points for accuracy.
It did miss. Does that really count as accuracy? Is it a dodge? Or I guess it's a dodge more than a miss.
Fair enough. I yield, Freak. I have to say, though, this game has not been about FLICKR.
No. Nope. This entire, I mean, aside from the game against Bangkok Titans, which is a fun one, none of these games have been about FLICKR. They've been about Marin almost exclusively here. Game 1 is Fiora. Won them the game against H2K. Game 3 now is Renekton is honestly winning the game against Edward Gaming.
And team play, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's well executed lane swap from SK Telecom, and then the fact we are in a meta where top lane can get out of control so easily. Just a small advantage is enough to get him rolling. And when he has this pick with the Renekton who can always jump on a low mobility Darius, it's so easy for him to just push the advantage over and over. And Sivir buffing them up, they're going in.
And there they go. Dev's going to get cleansed, but it's not going to be nearly enough. FLICKR picks up the kill. Mako's next easily, and there's really not much that Amazing J's going to do on this one. Pond Pop's yielding for a bit of damage. Zonya's to buy some time, but who even cares anymore? SK Telecom T1 barely take any damage as they ace Edward Gaming. It's just a formality now for the Nexus. That's going to do it. 3-0 start to the World Championship. SKT undaunted take down Edward Gaming.
We had one big team fight where it looked like EDG maybe could come back. I even thought the Echo got into the backline with his ulti, but it was just him stunning him, so there was no damage, and that was really the story here for EDG. Once they fell behind, they never even had enough damage to kill the front line of SK Telecom, and it bought so much time for FLICKR and Bang to just safely sit there, and even Marin, of course, with this Renekton being a monster and just taking out 2 or 3 guys every time.
EDG very clearly focusing heavily on the Dragon. As you mentioned, giving up a lot for it in the lane swap, and then after the kill on FLICKR, rushing over to it even though FLICKR had his teleport up and the death timer so short in that period of the game.
Yeah.
SKT were able to swing it back in that moment.
It was basically 2 Dragon calls, level 1 or level 2 in the lane swap, and then the one you mentioned, but we saw both teams go for the western lane swap in the start with fast pushing the lanes, you know, divide the map, double jungle, then start fast pushing. But EDG just didn't send in the top laner to the lane, so they sacrificed their own top laner. SKT did not. They gave him everything. He got gold from the tower. He got the wave when he was sitting there getting experience advantage.
Helps to be the captain?
It helps being the captain, I guess. But that really is just a big difference in how such a massive advantage gets created, and then just slowly but surely just grows and grows and grows.
And a lot of credit, of course, to Marin for being able to, you know, open that wound a bit more and kind of dig in there and start ripping out some organs like he's a Mortal Kombat character or something. Just got the lead and ripped the game apart. I mean, this is Renekton. Like, he's one of the most graphic champions of the game in the first place. But, I mean, really just impressive stuff. Built very offensively, which is not greedy, certainly, because it worked out, but a little bit risky. You're one of the pure tanks in your team, building offensive items, a 3,300 gold offensive item.
That's
true.
Rek'Sai and Braum as well.
You're right.
That's a scary
He gets to be
champion.
more of an in-and-out fighter. Yeah, Renekton is interesting, but certainly, yeah.
Pick and ban-wise, I think we could see what EDG were trying to do. Again, a very strong 2v2 lane, see if they can keep Bang and Wolf together and maybe even have some kill pressure onto them. Allow Mako to start roaming with that guaranteed gank from the Jarvan. You talked about level 2 and just all through the early game. Klilov and, of course, Mako could set up plays. But again, once you start falling behind, they're just locked into defensive positions and then suddenly the value just drops down completely. Like a Jarvan who's behind is about as useful as you in the jungle, Kobe.
Fair enough.
I mean,
I'll give it to you because you gave me such high praise at
so
the
now
beginning.
we've gone up, we've gone down.
You just build me up only to break me down.
We even it out.
That's how you gotta, I mean, the bigger they are, the farther they fall. Just grow your ego so we can smush it down a little bit.
But really, that one catastrophic mistake against SKT, you can't make that. And they showed SKT very good execution after they were able to gain control of the game in that Dragon fight.
And what's funny too is Edward Gaming are not a team, obviously it's a very small sample size, but up until now, at no point had they ever been behind in gold at the World Championship. Okay, H2K and BKT, not the strongest opponents, but even like SKT had fallen behind H2K and come back in. And much like this game, Edward Gaming had gotten ahead, and then SKT came right back in. They've done an amazing job of pulling their way back into this one.
Yeah.
You can see, based on the name of the jersey, FLICKR will be joining us for an interview in a little bit with Shox. That'll be great. But yeah, I mean, it's actually now 2 games, like the only games that they've been tested. H2K was close for the first 15 to 20, and Edward Gaming was fairly close for the beginning as well. SKT have come back into it, and then once they got a lead at 20 minutes, they never, ever looked back.
Think Amazing J might be questioning his Darius from now on?
Especially early picking it, like he did.
Yeah, definitely got countered. So props to SKT for this one, but it's enough from us. But you've heard, you're now going to hear, what Shox and FLICKR are going to say about that match. Let's take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. Joined by FLICKR, who is smiling ear to ear. I even get a little nervous always conducting these specific interviews. First up, congratulations for that humongous win versus EDG. I don't want to remind you of it too much, but of course we remember that historic final where you got counter-picked by EDG at MSI. How did that influence the preparation for this game, and especially the picks and bans?
FLICKR 선수 우선 이런 대승리 거두신 것을 축하드립니다. 지난 이런 일 다시 꺼내서 죄송하지만 사실 SKT1 팀은 지난 MSI 때 EDG 팀의 카운터픽 전략으로 좀 패배를 당했었는데 그 패배 이후로 좀 이제 그걸 배움의 기회로 삼아서 혹시 이번 경기를 준비하셨는지 말씀 부탁드립니다.
지난번에 5경기를 할 때 제가 르블랑을 픽한 다음에 모르가나한테 카운터를 당했거든요. 그런데 이번에는 좀 메타도 많이 바뀌고 또 사용할 수 있는 미드 챔피언이 많다 보니까 저도 많이 미드 챔피언을 연구하면서 카운터픽을 좀 찾은 것 같아요. 그래서 나중에는 쓸 수 있을 기회가 있을 것 같다고 생각해요.
So at MSI, it's true that Pawn countered my LeBlanc pick with Morgana. So after our loss, I prepared a lot of mid champions. I practiced a lot, and I think I was able to find a lot of good counter pick champions for this tournament. And I plan to show more wide variety of champions in the future.
Well, we have seen the Olaf as well. To step away from this game, or actually more specifically to the outcome of it, you've talked a lot about revenge, about redemption versus EDG. But is this one group stage win satisfying enough for you in that regard?
그 이번 롤드컵 이전에 인터뷰에서 EDG 팀한테 복수하고 싶고 다시 한번 증명의 기회를 삼고 싶다고 얘기했었는데 이번 조별 예선 1승으로 만족하시나요?
우선 EDG에게 이긴다는 것은 당연히 기쁘지만 근데 한 경기만으로 만족하기에는 이르고 또 한 경기만으로 선수들이나 팀을 평가하는 거는 좀 바보 같다는 생각을 하거든요. 그래서 이걸로는 만족하지 않고 그리고 게다가 조별 예선이었기 때문에 지난번에도 저희가 조별 예선은 이겼거든요. 그렇기 때문에 다음에 나중에 높은 곳에서 만나면 그때를 더 중요하게 생각해야겠죠.
Of course, we're glad that we beat EDG. They're a very strong team, but I don't want to get too excited. We beat them during group stage at MSI as well, but we lost in the finals, as you know. So, if we get a chance to play against again in a much higher group stage, like finals, wherever they are, I want to win again at that point.
I hear you mentioning the finals. Do you think that EDG SKT has a high chance of being in the finals, or do you see another team being in there against you guys?
페이커 선수가 이제 더 높은 곳에서 EDG와 다시 한번 붙고 싶다고 말씀하셨는데 그럼 페이커 선수 생각하기에 EDG와 SKT가 다시 한번 결승전에서 붙을 수 있다 생각하시나요? 아니면 다른 팀이 SKT1 팀과 붙을 거라고 생각하십니까?
우선 앞일은 모르는 거기 때문에 감히 예상할 수 없을 것 같은데 그런데 지금은 좀 제가 이전에는 중국 팀들을 많이 고평가하고 그리고 EDG도 고평가했었는데 지금 여기서는 유럽 팀들도 쟁쟁하고 북미도 쟁쟁하고 다른 팀들도 다 좀 잘하기 때문에 결승전에서 EDG랑 만날 확률은 낮다고 생각합니다.
Before we came here, I really thought that the Chinese teams would be very strong, but looking at the past performance for the past few days, I think that European teams and other region teams are very strong as well. So I actually think that the chance to meet EDG at finals isn't that high.
Well, that praise for the European teams makes me smile, of course. Finally, as you say, this is only the group stage. The finals are a long way away. And Zion Spartan from CLG yesterday said this is totally different because there is no Samsung White this year. And you guys as SKT are also not seen as the absolute favorites over everyone else. How does that influence your mindset? Because that's a different thing for you guys this time around.
어제 인터뷰에서 CLG의 자이언 스파튼 선수가 이번 대회 때는 작년에 삼성 화이트처럼 절대 무적의 팀이 없다고 이제 언급을 했습니다. 그리고 실제로 SKT1 팀도 이제 2013년대 우승할 때처럼 그런 포스를 지금 풍기고 있지는 않은데요. 그러한 것에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시나요?
우선 자이온 스파르탄 선수의 말씀대로 지금 중국뿐만 아니라 다른 팀들이 모두 다 잘하기 때문에 작년 롤드컵처럼 일방적인 경기는 안 나올 것 같고 그렇기 때문에 더 재미있을 것 같고요. 그리고 네, 그럴 것 같아요.
Actually, as Zion Spartan mentioned during his interview yesterday, I don't think there's like the one strongest team in this World Championship. So it'll be much more interesting to watch, and there'll be a lot more fun games to come.
Oh, we've seen a lot of fun games already. Kansamida, thank you so much for the interview. And now back over to our guys to break this win of SKT over EDG down more.
Thank you, Shaks. Definitely a game that SKT will be happy with taking the win for. Probably not fully satisfied until they take the finals, though, I have to bet. I want to talk about, though, what both of these teams were willing to show this game, starting with the champions that they brought out. We saw the Jarvan on one side, as well as the Renekton and the Ryze. and a Braum that Wolf hasn't had so much success on in the past.
No, he hasn't. He's actually 0-4 prior to this game. It's a champion that we really haven't seen Wolf play very much in the past, and he certainly hasn't had any success on it. I have been looking at solo queue for Marin for a long time. It's no secret. He's been spamming a lot of Renekton. It's his most played champion of all time, and I'm just happy. He's always been a great Renekton player. I love seeing him rock out with his croc out.
That top lane matchup was just so one-sided. And, you know, the thing about these Juggernauts is that they're all melee, so things like Renekton that are normally kiteable against all this range is just going to see so much more prevalence, and that's why I really like the Ryze pickup. His Rune Prism is 600 range, outranges everything on the map this game. There's no Jinx, there's no Caitlyn to be able to chunk him out before he even gets into the fight. He's just able to wander up to people, CC them, and then put out so much damage.
Yeah, and the point-and-click Rune Prison is especially effective against Kalista and Echo, so we saw a lot of counterpicking here from SKT. They got to counterpick AD carry and lane if they wanted to. They didn't actually go for that, though, Sivir into Kalista, but they picked Ryze to deal with Kalista, and then they picked Renekton to deal with the top lane Darius. So they showed two things here that I thought was actually a little bit of a bait there from EDG, because they picked the Darius early, and they could have hid either their top or their mid lane, and they chose not to.
Yeah, is that bravado by them to have picked both their solo lanes?
I can't be in their head. It could be bravado. It could be them being like, this is a group stage match. We're probably going to 4-2 this group, maybe go 5-1 and then have a tiebreaker. But they might just be getting information out of SKT.
And I kind of agree with Zyrene here, because if we look at their bans in particular, Alistar, okay, we know Wolf plays that all the time. The Elise has been a heavy priority for SK Telecom. And the Azir, curiously, SKT not really likely to pick that Azir on red side, since they're going to be looking for a mid counter pick for FLICKR. So they really are just trying to test the water here against SKT. And if we look at MSI, they lost the group stage game very convincingly versus SKT. But when it came to that best of 5, EDG looked a little bit more adaptable, like they slowly got the information they needed out, and then they were able to open up this LeBlanc trap, right? So maybe they're doing the same thing again.
And that's the best thing about this matchup. It's as much about what's happening behind the scene with Aaron and Coma as it is on Summoner's Rift. It's getting really exciting right now, because we have this rivalry of probably the two best coaches from different regions coming head-to-head and setting their teams up for what they see as success.
Now, I want to jump into the game with these given picks. We saw the lane swap initiated by SKT, and as a result, Amazing J on the other side of the map fell disastrously far behind against Marin.
Yeah, Marin got the turret experience, they got the wave appropriately, and then Amazing J was starved a bit, and then they put him in the long lane with no turret, no safety, so he had to go up against this Renekton, slight counterpick there, and had to be in a lane that he's always threatened by Bengi, so he got kind of shafted there.
Well, a quick way to lose against SKT is to allow them to counterpick both solo lanes. I don't think we're going to see that so much in the draft in the future from EDG or from other teams. But if you look at what EDG was trying to do, it did make sense, right? So they were going for the quick dragon. Okay, it sets Darius behind a little bit, but we're looking at champions such as Sivir, who started with that Avarice Blade, the Ryze, which needs a lot of time to scale. So the problem was when they ganked the mid lane and killed FLICKR, they blew 2 ults, Annie ult, Jarvan ult, to get him. And then when the ensuing team fight came, even though they needed scaling, they didn't have the cooldowns to do it. Now, I would have actually rather have seen EDG not try to kill Ryze right there, just go for the dragon, save those ultimates. I think they win that fight.
Well, so the dragon fight comes through, immediately following this. This was kind of that moment where the huge gold swing came through. As a result, gave SKT the advantages further throughout the game.
Yeah, and like Monty was saying, no Cataclysm, no Tibbers. Tibbers is actually still up during this fight, but of course no stun initially. Wolf does have a really good ultimate here, but they weren't respecting their lack of cooldowns on EDG's side, and they weren't also respecting the teleport. It is so early in the game that FLICKR just comes back to this fight, no problem. So it was a big oversight there by EDG, and both these teams, I understand the idea. They're not built for sieging, they're built for team fighting, they're built for going for objectives, but it just wasn't the right time relative to their cooldowns to actually go for it.
Yeah, that's why I say don't gank FLICKR with all those ultimates. Either try to get some damage on him, force him to recall. Don't commit like that. Save the ults for the dragon, because that's EDG's big hope. They already committed to this idea. They committed to losing the top lane in order to get 5 dragon stacks.
Final thoughts?
And beyond that, just target prioritization. That team fight was so different between the two teams. One team beautifully executed from SKT. EDG were just smacking a Braum for way too long.
It was so close of a fight, too. If they had those ultimates, could have been very different.
All right, well, some stuff has been shown, but I'm sure they still have a lot left in the tank between these two teams. Our coverage continues in just a few minutes with Europe's own H2K facing off against the Bangkok Titans. We'll be right back, so don't touch that browser.
It's going to be an amazing one. It's China's Edward Gaming versus South Korea's SK Telecom T1.
That's a trade kill back in Pond. Now stuck on top of the Dragon. FLICKR gets his first kill of the game and then still trades back and forth, but EDG are routed.
Finds Clearlove a ton of damage right away. They try to burst him back out, but FLICKR's totally safe. Clearlove running away as fast as he can.
FLICKR not getting attacked. Big shields, but he's going to go down. Deft is still alive in the background, and Bangy's going to be next. FLICKR picks up the kill. Mako's next easily, and there's really not much that Amazing Jay's going to do on this one. Pond pops Yuldi for a bit of damage. Zone needs to buy some time. SKT, undaunted, take down Edward Gaming.
Welcome back, everyone. European squad H2K and the Bangkok Titans are setting up on stage for our second match of the day. Now, in yesterday's game versus SK Telecom, G4 blind picked Aurelia mid into FLICKR. At the very least, that takes some guts. Bold.
Good sense of humor, too. I think that was actually quite funny that he did that, just to be like, show me what you got, FLICKR. I'm going to play your champion. I think he knows those matchups.
Very much so.
But he is actually, he is an Aurelia mid player, so that is something you will say. And their top laner, Warlock, has also been performing quite well. You know, this was a weak link in their team, especially through the IWC tournaments, and he's come in and been able to keep up in CS. He's their captain, he's their shot caller, and he's performed admirably.
Yeah, I have to agree, except for that one kind of failed Maokai W, but other than that, he's been the only guy on his team that's really been holding up at this tournament.
But did the creep die, Monty? That's all I want to know.
It took a lot longer than you
Eventually it died, yes.
No, I don't know how many people actually use target champion only button.
All right, moving over to H2K, though. Taking a look at their top laner, Odoamne, played Fiora yesterday.
Yeah, he played Fiora in a rather good matchup for him against Amazing Jay's Darius, but he performed very well. He was taking a lot of pressure. 3 people would come up to him, and he would just put them on a merry chase and buy a lot of time. So Odoamne, as the shot caller for H2K, has been doing a lot of good things for this team. See if he can just up that and get his team on the same page for this match.
Yeah, and one thing I want to shout out to H2K about is that their early game for a team that hasn't got a fantastic jungler is actually looking very, very solid. So across the board, their first 10 minutes of the game actually looks like they're on the same page and very together.
Well, and speaking of junglers, they're not going to be up against much of a challenge here because 007X for the Bangkok Titans, he's not much of a secret agent. He constantly face checks things alone and dies. So I'm putting this guy on burn notice right now. He's got to improve if they even want to have a chance against H2K. But at least for Lulex, it's not that challenging of a matchup.
All right, well, both of these teams are still looking for their first win today, so we'll see if they can get it now. As we send it over to our casters, Kasing explains H2K aren't going to get caught overlooking the Bangkok Titans.
Well, to be honest, I'm not expecting Bangkok Titans to be like SKT or EDG level, like we've seen how they play already. And I don't think they're like super bad because they got to worlds for a reason. But I just don't think they're going to be that strong, like compared to the likes of the other teams in current, like our group as well, especially. So I feel like they're not going to be as hard as we would think they would be. But of course, we're not going to just like laze around and not do anything. We're still going to play to our best.
Well, we'll see how much that holds true.
BKT not confirmed SKT or EDG?
I mean, the letter is really close. You just change B to S, and you're the exact same team. So,
yeah.
You know, if we get a typo in there, suddenly game's on. Either way, guys, let's get ourselves right into the starting lineups here. On the blue side for this match is going to be H2K with Odoamne up in the top lane. Big player there. Lulex in the jungle. Monty said he'd be having a better time this one. Ryu up in the mid lane. Hjarnan on AD carry, one of the strongest parts of this squad, and Kasing on support. You just heard from him saying they will try to play their best to make sure they win this one.
Yeah, on the red side, a team looking to upset H2K, pick up a win for themselves, the Bangkok Titans. We have, of course, Warlock in the top lane with his Maokai, 007X in the jungle. We have G4 in the mid lane, still the star player on the team. Lloyd is the AD carry, and of course his support is Moss down in the bottom lane. A team, though, it's been very difficult for them to do anything, but same for H2K in this group against SKT, against EDG. We were not expecting a whole lot, and now really this is the test, I guess, for H2K, for both teams. Like, this is your chance to pick up a win.
Yeah, and the thing is, I do think these teams were tested before, and Bangkok Titans clearly looked outmatched when they faced against two of the tournament favorites over against Edward Gaming and SK Telecom T1. H2K had shown glimmers of hope more in their SKT game than their EDG one. They had pulled a gold lead back, they had lane swapped better, and then one bad fight really showed that H2K were able to crumble. So, okay, this time, try to drop the mistakes out, try to close out right.
Yeah, I think that obviously Bangkok Titans are the underdogs in this matchup, but when I've been looking for their games, I've been looking for these oddball picks that they have, not only in the mid lane with the Aurelia, which he traditionally used as a counter pick rather than first picking it, but also in the jungle and the top lane. They've used a lot of champions that people, when the meta has settled, have not valued as highly. Things like Sejuani, even after she has been long gone from all of the regions.
In the top lane as well, one of the only guys playing it.
Mundo even in the international wildcard, so.
Well, it's like they have a style they stick to, right? Like, 007X is going to be on a tank. He's going to be as beefy as possible, and the exact same thing here for Warlock. And they're built around this. Even Moss is actually 2 Braum games here himself, so that they have like a very specific team comp style, an assassin mid laner, a carry, a damage-focused ADC more than utility, and 3 tanks in front of it. And over and over and over, that's how they play these games.
Yeah, I was talking to some of the Southeast Asia analysts, and they said, yeah, G4 can play other styles. They just haven't had success with those, right? He can play the Lulus and the Orianas, and you did see at the International Wildcard when they tried to play Poke. Maybe the rest of the team can't quite play around it as well.
No, but he's the main carry, so do not put him on like a Lulu or anything, like, because he's the guy you trust to do well. The problem for him, again, is mid lane is super stacked at this World Championship here. Ryu in this group, obviously, we would call the weaker of the mid laners outside of G4, and yet he's a fantastic, strong player. So there's no easy matchup for G4, no easy game where Bangkok Titans can say, let's just try and camp that mid lane. It should work for us. It's too predictable for these teams here who has multiple play styles, who have all the up-to-date picks as well, and that's why it becomes so difficult. And we often see these early games where it's all or nothing. Like level 1, we saw G4 try and trade with FLICKR on an Olaf and just go all in, basically.
Just a really bad fight.
Very bad decision, but it's the mentality, it's the style they have. They're basically just saying, if we do not get rolling in the first 5-6 minutes with some early kills, we can't really outplay the team macro-wise.
And that's kind of true. I mean, this is what happens when you come in from one of the weaker regions, honestly. There's not a lot of competition for BKT to be up against.
But a fairly new region in some ways.
Yeah,
they were
some of the
half,
servers
right?
are very new. Well, yeah, I mean, like a lot of it's almost like the LCK is now, right? Like a lot of their top players left, and now the LCK is the other good Korean players. All the Taiwanese teams left and joined the LMS, and now obviously it means that suddenly these guys are on the top echelon, but it still means that their good practice partners are now all gone because the LMS teams are all playing LMS teams because the competition's better, and
it takes time to rebuild.
Growth, taking time to rebuild is pretty hard. I mean, growth is going to be hard, and honestly, you can see just by contrasting the games, like these guys are dominant in their region, and yet how far away they are from the likes of SKT.
Well, that's also a very high one you're comparing to.
Sure. Well, but I mean that's what I'm talking about, right? It's just there's such a disparity here.
Right. Yeah. I definitely can see what you mean with it. I mean, GPL is just so tricky for them with now kind of rebuilding your own region in some way, even though you've been there for such a long time. Obviously, we go years back with GPL. They did still manage to win the wildcard tournament, which was a big win for them. After a fairly shaky start to the tournament, they came back in the final and looked very, very good. And that's why they're here. That's why, again, they deserve to be here at Worlds as one of these wildcard teams.
Yeah, remember they overtook Dark Passage, who was favored to beat them, and also the OPL Chiefs. So they were able to overcome some odds just to make it here.
And, persevering in a bracket format's good, but here, unfortunately, they've only got 6 games to play for the Bangkok Titans. They've lost the first 2. H2K is the first one that I think they can have a realistic chance of success. Still an uphill battle, but honestly, like this World Championship has been the World Championship of upsets. how bad Cloud9 looked.
Hey,
for
last
the
year was
entire
pretty
split.
good for upsets in the group stages as well.
That's
but
true.
you're definitely right.
No, you're right. You're right. Actually, we've had one wild card team win per year for the last 2 years running. Maybe this is one of them for this one. Maybe it's paying over in Group A.
Hey, it is the team you have to beat, right? In this group, it is a H2K you have to take down. Still, H2K as a team, when we have watched them now in these two games against SKT and EDG, they obviously knew coming into this tournament how hard it would be to win. But we have still seen a team. Spawn just said on the analyst desk, in the early game, they've been looking good. The lane's always been on point. They make some good moves strategically, something we know they can do well back in Europe as well. But then when it comes to matching, I feel often individually, like with your decision-making, they overextend, they go a little bit greedy, they waste the flash where they're already going down, and like all these small mistakes just kind of pile up, and you get punished by the world-class teams when you make those mistakes.
That's the interesting, I don't mean to cut you off, but that's the interesting thing about mistakes here is mistakes only feel like mistakes when they get punished, right? When the GPL is a weaker region and the junglers aren't as good and the mid laners aren't as good, you can go for fights that work because you're just better than your opponent. When you go for a level 1 all-in against FLICKR, big surprise, you get punished when it's the wrong fight to go for. And unless you're kind of actually shown when these decisions are wrong, you very clearly will have some very bad decisions for yourself. So real quick, though, we are waiting for BKT to get into the game. We're working out some technical issues with that on the stage. So for now, we're going to check in with the analyst desk for a bit more in this game.
Thank you, Freak. Yeah, a couple networking issues on stage, so as they get that figured out, we'll have an opportunity to talk a little bit more about the game. First up, Zyrene. We have hammered the point a little bit. Lulex in the jungle, underperforming as of yet in the tournament. What are you looking for in this game for him to improve on?
So in both games that H2K have played so far, they actually had rather good early games like Spawn was saying. But I feel like perpetuating that and continuing to do that is fine, but what you need to do is use that even further. You need to have Lulex, which I think is the big catalyst here, continue to push that. There are windows of opportunity, and he is not using them. He is not pushing what advantages he has and what opportunities he sees on the map. Identifying those and using it is what he has to do to level up at Worlds right now.
And when we came into this tournament, we talked about the stat with H2K. If they were down by 1,000 gold at 20 minutes, they only won 1 out of 9 games. So you'd think that getting their early game rolling would be a massive boon for this team. And even when they've had opportunities to do that, they haven't been able to actually convert on those plans. And I don't know what the problem is. It seems like you can't just lump all this on Lulex, right? Because in that particular situation, it is his teammates' job to tell him what the cooldowns of those summoners are, when there are opportunities to create openings for him and get him there. To me, it just looks like they're not on the same page. Kasing is there ganking the mid lane. Lulex is nowhere to be found. These guys need to just talk to each other in the early game and be able to plan on the fly better.
Yeah, that's the thing. Identifying the opportunities. They are not identifying them, and they're not jumping on them. So it's either one or the other.
All right, well, with that, the technical issues seem to be resolved, so we're going to toss it back over to the guys for the call.
Thank you very much, Dash. Great analyzing in the day so far. We're ready now to get ourselves into our second of 6 matches of the afternoon here. I've been saying night most of the time. That's incorrect. We're afternoon here in France, about 3 p.m. Champ Select about to begin. H2K looking for their first win of the World Championship here up against Bangkok Titans in the same shoes here, and right away, lessons learned, Rek'Sai banned away.
And this could be the first game where we get a lot of these top-tier picks open, maybe even a Mordekaiser, because a lot of teams have some very specific target bans versus H2K. Lee Sin against Lulex and Thresh against Kasing is normally always banned away, and that would potentially leave some of them open.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the Lee Sin with the 5 extra AD added back to Warrior. I thought we were going to see more Warrior enchantments upgraded here, but even in the previous game, Jarvan and Rek'Sai, 2 champions who could have both opt for the Cinderhulk.
Still that late game scaling for yourself when it's so much about these team fights. For the teams anyhow, so far, no big surprise in the bans, except for maybe the Yasuo coming in.
Yeah, respect for G4.
Yep, that's the second ban this championship against him specifically here. Gangplank out the table as well, no surprise. It's actually following pretty much the exact trend that SKT had for their bans. They're the ones banning all the 100%.
So I want to see if H2K is going to first pick a Thresh for Kasing if it's left open. They've done it before multiple times, even though there were other very strong picks in the meta open that other teams would value higher. They trust so much in Kasing being that big playmaker, and the Lantern is so key for this team because when they do invade, because there are often some miscommunication or some problems, that Lantern is kind of like get out of jail card you have, and it saves them so often.
I definitely agree. It's huge for him. He's a great playmaker with it. I would also like to see H2K try and save Odoamne's pick for a while, just because he's been so good with the Fiora matchup when he gets to choose the matchup here with the counter pick. That being said, though, Warlock almost exclusively playing tanks.
Mordekaiser's open. Mordekaiser's up. First pick,
Mordekaiser's up.
We got one!
Yeah. Lock it in. You have to. We don't care about Kasing's champion pool. You gotta get that.
Look at that smirk. Look at that smirk.
Well, what's funny is
I want the crowd going.
H2K is one of the 3 teams in the World Championship to ban Mordekaiser on the blue side. But it still means we're able to play it. Our first Mordekaiser of Worlds. And now we get to see exactly how Hjarnar wants to play it.
Let's just see the first 20 minutes here for H2K. How well they can use that Mordekaiser to take the dragon and get completely out of control.
Yeah, let's talk about how you build your team around Mordekaiser. He brings so much pressure to the bottom lane, constantly shoving, and the extra experience he gets guarantees you're going to out-level your opponent, so you get to the level 6 quicker, and then you immediately take dragon. You can just chain objectives right after taking the dragon, use that ghost, run straight mid, open up the entire jungle. It's all about that early snowball.
BKT, they need to take a lead because Mordekaiser is so good at pushing his lane. So if you give the other team a setup that's really good at diving towers, it becomes so easy to camp that ball. And H2K is not even going to think about this one. Massive mistake. Bangkok Titans is trying to take away picks. It has to be Elise. I know it's your comfort pick, Lulex, but Elise with Mordekaiser is just so easy dives, and then you take Dragon, and then the first 15 minutes is just set up for you to snowball.
Yeah, people talk about, oh, Mordekaiser, all you have to do is gank him early, but both teams know that. This is competitive League of Legends, but the Mordekaiser team are also going to send their jungler down bottom, and if they counter gank you down there, then it just gets very painful very quickly.
Yeah, so again, we see takeaway picks from Bangkok Titans. They're like, okay, we keep Mordekaiser open, and we take the Thresh away from Kasing. We take away the Gragas from Lulex, but Lulex would rather play Elise or Lee Sin over the Gragas. It's because they've been banned away. He's been like, oh, well, I have to go with my third option, I guess, then, and then he went for it. So they're not really taking away anything. Obviously, 007 have played quite a lot of the tanks, so maybe it's also just for him a stronger pick, but I mean, this is such a problem. Look at this here, Alistar Elise. We just talked about how getting tower divers with a Mordekaiser, we're going to have a party in the bottom lane.
It's going to be fun, but I mean, this is what I said in the pregame, though. BKT plays BKT style. They play their set of champions. They're much less about really stealing picks away. Some situations like the Thresh take right here being part of that, where they can, but really they're always going to play the same kind of style. G4 now, if he's going to play an assassin versus the team fighter, and I think he should play like an Azir or a Victor, something long range, something very control magey, so that
and wave clear.
Yeah, so that Mordekaiser and Alistar and the pet dragon can't knock these turrets down.
The thing is, you can't clear a dragon. I don't care how much wave clear you have. Throw all
Smite top, bring it back.
Whatever champion you are, even throw your ultimate at that dragon at level 6. You're not going to be able to take it down. Like, it's going to pout. That is, when I saw the design originally, I was like, oh, it's going to be a cute little baby dragon. No, that's a full-grown actual dragon that he gets. As soon as he hits level 6, then they take the objective, if they take the objective.
Yeah, you need just something that can maybe slow down H2K in that early game. You know there's going to be so much action in the bottom lane, so lane swapping potentially for Bangkok Titans would be like, okay, maybe we can try and slow down the early game a little bit, like a freeze up for AD carry, make him a bit stronger so this Mordekaiser won't go that crazy, but he doesn't really care because then he's on the bottom side with Dragon Control already just from that happening. So it's so difficult now for them with how they want to play it out. I think Mordekaiser is fantastic when it comes to getting the outer turrets down, like the tier 1 turrets. He does struggle a little bit more when it comes to the next one. It becomes a little bit easier to play against him, but
that counter. See, saving the last pick there for Odoamne. What we are looking for, uses it on the Riven. Now, Riven can choose the engage on the Mininar form. It is difficult for her to catch, though. If you're actually very quick, and if you do have the confidence that you've got jungle protection.
I mean, at least Hop has a reasonably long cooldown, so there's the chance that you can catch him between those.
This is actually just a confidence pick here from Odoamne and the rest of H2K. If you bring Elise early, then Riven can snowball, but normally...
I mean, you want to go with Mordekaiser.
Yeah, normally, I don't think that we would see them opt into this matchup.
So, Riven is a champion that Odo Omnic coming into the EULCS playoffs. He spammed it. He practiced so much. He never got to show it. I think this is him again just testing it on stage again against a weaker team on paper, being like, you know what, I'm going to try and take this matchup. I'm going to see what's going to happen.
Yeah, I've talked to a lot of top laners that actually pick Gnar into Riven.
Oh, wow, interesting. So we'll see how and who gets the better of this matchup here. In this one, there's also, I guess, a chance that Echo can play top lane, Riven can play mid, though I don't think that's going to be the likely one here. Bangkok Titans Twisted Fate for the mid lane in the last one here, so they've got a lot of pressure on these side lanes.
So I like that pick. Again, Wave Clear might not save you from the big bad dragon, but at least it can help you a little bit. But then you have something now that can respond to the aggressive dives on the bottom side of the map. You have something that can gank a Mordekaiser and try and maybe keep him down in the early game. But this is also the second game now we see Echo being picked as the blind pick mid laner. Because again, he's supposed to be that safe option coming in. We saw it from EDG, we've now seen it from H2K.
Yeah, this composition from H2K says they are not planning to get behind, ever. This is...
Yeah.
Do you ever plan to get behind?
It's also 5
Yes,
melee,
if you take a scaling comp, then you bring wave clear and you are planning on having to deal with getting behind.
Yeah, that's fair. That's
Yeah,
fair. I even
absolutely.
dropped my pen because that argument was so good.
Just dropped it all out of your hands now.
I got another one. Don't worry, guys. I got a backup pen.
Yeah, I mean, and just to emphasize, not being behind here, the only range champion they have is part-time on the job. Their release can transform back and forth, so a full melee comp here from H2K. Meanwhile, Bangkok Titans here going to do what they can, and I, by the way, believe that they're going to have to lane swap this one. Thresh Vayne cannot wave clear at all up against the Mordekaiser here. That matchup itself would have to be ganked to even have a chance at winning that fight.
Sure, I think a double range matchup with Vayne is okay to try and kill the Mordekaiser, but then you got to worry about the jungler coming in.
Yeah, and Alistair can heal. Either way, guys, we got to get ourselves into this game. Of course, you guys at home can tweet in your own prediction on this one. It's going to be hashtag H2K win or hashtag BKT win to let us know how that one's going to go. H2K are the favorites on this one, but if there's a chance for Bangkok Titans to win, it is this matchup or the rematch next week.
Didn't make it easier for themselves by giving Mordekaiser the perm ban champion until now.
Are you excited, Deficio?
Always excited for Mordekaiser.
I can feel it. See, the thing is, usually when you're like, oh, there's a problem in the bottom lane, Twisted Fate is going to be a huge bonus for the opposing team because any bottom lane that's constantly shoving, oh, you're going to teleport down there. But there are double teleports for H2K to answer. Plus, by the time that Twisted Fate hits level 6, Mordekaiser will also be level 6. And you have to be very, very careful about ganking down there. The best thing about Twisted Fate is not that he can actually teleport down bottom in this case. The best thing is that he can reveal the positions of all of the H2K members. So you can see if Lulex is down bottom. And if he's not, then you can decide to commit.
This is big, though. H2K is calling the lane swap. You can see where Vayne and Thresh are headed on this side, but look at Mordekaiser and Alistair.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to end up meeting. And again, from what I've spoken to pros, there is not a 2-on-2 lane that can actually handle the hard push of Mordekaiser or Alistair. Even if you can try, you get worn down too quickly.
Yeah, so the thing that happened with Mordekaiser, when he just got reworked and there was no nerfs coming in for him yet, he could literally just push every single lane and out-sustain you. There was just so little you could do against him. But that has been toned down quite a bit. So I will say, lanes with like maybe a Kalista coming in, Kalista Thresh, Kalista Ken and so on, these lanes can take and kill him. And I think Vayne and Thresh as well, if you're a very strong 2v2 lane, can apply quite a lot of pressure. But as you say yourself, Freak, if they don't manage to take the good trades and try and kill him, he will just push them into the tower over and over and over.
Yeah, to build on your point as well, Deficio, especially paired with an Alistar who started Coin, the extra mana regeneration on Alistar, he can decide to actually level up heal second, and the sustain on an already ridiculous Mordekaiser lane just comes so difficult to stop there because they have 2 heals coming from each other.
So they gave Vayne the full camp at level 1 on the side of Bangkok Titans here. So you see Thresh is only level 1, but they're already looking to start trading, and you can see this again, it's a double range setup into double melee. So it is going to be difficult for Yawnin to get in the middle of these minions here, and because there's a Thresh, once the jungle pressure happens, they can play super aggressive on the side of Bangkok Titans to try and lock down this Mordekaiser.
Yeah. And they look for the play right there. Good play by Moss. They were aware of the level 2 timing of Kasing. H2K did not get into that one just yet. Moss still level 1, just has Flay.
Yeah, and because Kasing was actually looking for the level 2 all-in right there, he leveled up Headbutt immediately to try and go for it. So the sustain from the heal won't be there until the next level.
That'll be a couple of waves from now, so we got to track the junglers, and right now it's Both of them actually on the top left side of the map, so they'd be on call to react if something did happen up there.
Both junglers going to end their routes on the top side as well, and that does leave the bottom lane isolated. This Riven matchup, anytime you feel if you have a skill advantage over your opponent, Riven is the champion to pick to try and abuse that and snowball early.
It's 11 CS up already. He's got literally 4 times the minion kills. Lulax tries to steal the red buff, can't quite do it, but still trying to push 007X out of his jungle. Misses the cocoon, expects the dodge, or maybe just misses.
But he can make this very aggressive play because both the top lane and the mid lane has been pushed into the tower, so it's very easy for H2K to spot when the moves are coming from Bangkok Titans to send in some help, and maybe even deny them some CS by trying to go in and zone them on the way out. We saw it both from Ryu, and we see it up here top lane. Onto Thresh. Ooh, very early flash being used.
Had to, he's gonna get pulverized. That would have been probably 500 damage he takes over the course of that.
If you have your potions and a heal though from Lloyd, I think that flash is so important to keep to make that play once your jungler arrives. But again, you also pick the Gragas in the early game, so you are very afraid of where Lulix is going to be. If we see an all-in from Bangkok Titans on top side and Lulix is there for the counter gank, it goes so heavily in favor of H2K.
Well, something to be concerned about then. Elise was still top side, but going to recall now for the Chilling Smite. Normal par for the course there. 2 wards picked up for Lulix as well, so providing some vision to prevent the counter ganks. 007X on Gragas is actually hiding around the top side turret right now, though. And maybe, just maybe, they go for a play with this one.
Well, we expected the
They're
action.
not going to dive, so what's he trying to do there?
Well, I wonder if it's the Lantern play, but again, Mosh just used the flash before so defensively so quickly. So that big play potential is kind of gone now, making it even easier for H2K.
Yep. Jungle efficiency, strike 1 for 007X. Has wards, has already recalled, but falling far behind Lulix.
Yeah, and the biggest discrepancy is actually in this bottom lane. Odoamne was able to get the early control of the wave. It's going to be very hard for Warlock to get it back. Ryu going aggressive.
Gets the shield, but the Body Slam's still going to land. Good damage. Flash Force. The wild card still hit too, and Ryu. And 200 health.
A little bit of mistiming in from 007 here. G4 had already used everything he had and only had mana for 1 more spell. And this flash is forward, but obviously he didn't expect Lulix to be nearby, and therefore he backed out from it. So a lot of flashes being used early on from the Bangkok Titans, and H2K didn't really get punished for it.
Yeah, meanwhile, you're keeping track of the jungle here. Lulix made his way up top.
Lands the stun. There's the flash. Pulverized. Headbutt him backwards. Exhaust on Yarnan. Doesn't mean a whole hell of a lot. There comes Resputin. Oh, Kaiser gets it.
And that's the thing here. You use that early flash where you didn't have to because maybe you're a little bit nervous. You don't want to risk giving up a first blood.
Answer down bottom.
Instantly, though, we just come in with the gank, and there you go.
Flashless Gragas, not going to mean much, though. Odoamne's totally safe. Even gets the ward up right after he leaves, so no return here. Plus 10 CS with 5 left in the wave.
Yeah.
Even proxying up top here.
This could get out of hand very, very quickly. Mort now level 6 as well, so if they take the turret, if they take the turret and swap the duo down bottom, we will get to see our first Dragon Ghost at Worlds.
Great start for him. Obviously, we're expecting Yarnan to go for the Rylai's as the first item, and now level 6 for G4. He can come and join the top lane fight.
He's gonna try. Where's the target? Cocoon right on time. Nice headbutt into the pulverize. Buys a bit more. Yarnan's on the way out here. Minions stunning him against the wall. There's only 1 minion left. That's another stun. Yarnan has to flash the wall, but there's no chase to be had.
Ryu actually used his teleport and canceled it.
Just too far back.
Go to the mid lane?
He was trying to TP to the minions who were still walking towards the tier 1 tower of Bangkok Titans, so probably realizing he wasn't really going to be able to join the fight. In the end, some flash is being used from H2K to get out of this one, and first ult being used from G4 to apply some pressure against that Mordekaiser lane, who was, to be fair, standing between 2 towers already.
Yeah, that's true. So a bit over-aggressive, but really no punish here. A 1,400 gold lead. Another trade Odoamne into Warlock.
Yeah, you want to go for the trade when he's in mini form. Warlock trades back very well there, though.
Warlock's winning in the potion game. Odoamne's going to have to recall fairly soon.
Didn't like that engagement from Odoamne because we're so close to Mega now as well from Warlock, so the only thing you would ever be able to do is just 1 or 2 hits, but then the return damage will always be greater than Warlock in that case. But he's still winning the lane.
Yeah, quite handily winning the lane.
Very easily.
Anytime that you do see a Riven in the game, it should attract a lot of jungle attention.
But what if you have a Mordekaiser?
But exactly. Mordekaiser takes priority. And they actually didn't get the turret, so that's a good thing for Bangkok Titans. The turret didn't go down top quite yet.
Yeah.
So I don't know if H2K will actually swing down for that dragon until they finish the job.
They can just easily, Odoamne can try and just push out his lane, go back and shove, and then go to the top side of the map if he wants to, if they want to swap around the lanes, because obviously Bangkok Titans will have to try and respond as well, because they don't want to give up that early dragon pressure. But for now, everyone is still happy just staying in the lanes. Jan has already gone back once, and is going towards that Rylai's.
And for those who want to play Mordekaiser like the professionals, tracking his builds and whatnot, has CDR per level glyphs, ability power Quince, he went cooldown boots right away. So pretty ability power focus so far, and ability spam focused as far as the build's concerned.
That's going to be the build. We're going to get an Hourglass later from him as well, and maxing the Q first instead of the W. So once that single target damage coming in from the Kaiser.
The King of Death, if we were in German.
Well, he's the king of kills in this game, 100%.
Man, what a beast, 1 kill.
100% of all kills in this game have gone to Hjarnan.
Best part of Mordekaiser is still the bonk noise on his third Q attack.
It's the most deceptively threatening sound
Yeah,
of the game.
it actually is kind of interesting because, okay, well, let's see here.
Nice repel, though.
Gets forced out.
Dodges the wild card. Ryu's coming around. Another stun's going to land. And, forcing the flash to get away for explosive cast. We're seeing still, glimmers of hope for Bangkok Titans. Certainly one of the closest game they've had so far at Worlds.
Yeah. So, anyway, speaking of tricks from Mordekaiser, there's very few tricks because, he's a fairly straightforward champion. But one of them is to charge up your first 2 hits of your Q, and you just look for the only flashy play from a Mordekaiser is a flash third hit from Q, and you get this very, very satisfying noise, and you'll usually get the huge burst kill.
Yep.
So people, that's one thing to watch out for. The other is, of course, the speed boost from your W. If you put that on whoever's initiating on your team, try and get you in there.
Just a warning for everyone trying to make that play Kobe just talked about. It requires 0 mechanics.
Hey, you got a flash auto attack there. Some people flash auto attack the wrong thing or flash twisted advance the minion.
Man, that's going to be what Warlock is known for this World Championship. That one play. He was good yesterday in the game against EDG, SKT.
Oh, wow. Just by walking forward. Lux wasn't even in range yet. They forced the teleport from G4. Had home guard, will land in the stun, but a 3-man pulverize says hello. G4 is going to be the first ghost of the game, and here it is. Maybe they can chase a bit more. Ryu is in. It's not a dragon, but they're going to be killing everyone all the same. Ryu cannot get the ulti off in time, though, stunned up. But we got more targets here. Odoamne had held aggro. Now it's Kasing. He's got to run. The turret might kill him, and it will actually, but it's still a whitewash. 5-2 in kills. A double for Warlock, but way more for H2K.
Yep, they're going to get the tower after that as well and continue pushing on number 2 here. 007 runs for the mid lane to pick up the minions.
Go, G4, go!
He's turned against him.
And now he's going to go kill himself.
All right, 1v1.
No! Oh, he didn't kill it, the ghost.
H2K,
Hey, keeps home guards, though. He's going to be belting out of that lane.
Let's see again what happens here. So Bangkok Titans looking for Kasing, but again, it's onto the Alistar. He doesn't really care. 3-man knock up. Everyone is here from H2K. TP's coming in. Loads of them in the game. Now you have the Ghost. I mean, from here on out, it's almost impossible to fight the Mordekaiser. Once you get that early Ghost, then it just becomes a massive dive fest.
Yeah. They actually could have pulled this off even a bit better. Odoamne could have kept doing damage there. Stays on the outside, and after he drops turret aggro, it goes on to Kasing, who can't take more than 2.
Now, yeah. Another attempt in the bot lane, though. G4 trying to make the play. Flash stun. They caught Odoamne. Do they have enough damage, though? The flay does not hit, and he's running for his life. Hjarnan gets a kill. Now there's a Gragas Ghost trying to wreak some havoc in the backside.
Here comes Ryu.
Good 1-for-1 so far. Lantern keeps him safe. Kasing can't get in.
All right, so far the Ghosts here, they're growing in size. We had the Twisted Fate first, now the Gragas. We need a Dragon next. I mean, it's so disappointing.
Yeah. Maybe a Meganar. Might be bigger than Gragas.
Would that stay in the Ghost form now?
I actually don't know. I've actually never gotten a Nar Ghost. Sorry.
Have you ever played Mordekaiser?
About 8 times.
Are you lying to us, Brig?
No, I've played a you know.
keep it secret.
Single-digit number of Mordekaiser. Yeah, I don't want to actually let it be known until the finals. Then I'll bring out the real Mordekaiser knowledge.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and guess that it does not transform.
All right.
But that's all I got for you.
Good guess. We'll find out. I'm sure there's plenty of tweets about this one. I'm sure the match has been played before. Either way, though, H2K just turning the screws as best they can. Bangkok Titans have gotten themselves a dragon, and they have gotten themselves 3 kills, but H2K are doing nicely for themselves. 6 kills, 4,000
Number
filled
3.
up. Oh, fuck! I love it. G4 getting really pushed around in this lane. He's been able to assist the others fairly well.
Yeah, early cooldown
But getting
reduction
pushed around.
boots for himself, so he's been using more time in the side lanes than he's doing mid lane right now, but that's basically what he needs to do, and just try and get some kills for the team. You said to yourself earlier, Freak, there's been more action for Bangkok Titans and more, should we say, normal fights, and not just these crazy all-ins one-on-one. They've been trying to coordinate as a team, but so far H2 have been ready to respond, and it's all been around the Mordekaiser, who's sitting on 2 kills and 4 assists.
Oh, Ryu.
Oh. Baited.
I have a better guess for the Nara interaction, by the way. So, okay. Oh, hold on. We're gonna have a fight.
After.
Yeah. We're gonna have a fight first. Who wants to open it up? 007 does. Knockback out of Lulex. Repel gets him not very far. The box will hit. The kill comes through to Lloyd. 1 on the vein. Hook goes wide. H2K looking to still push 4v5. Bangkok Titans used many ults, but they've got a Mega Narbar.
But they've also got a Riven behind them. Odo Omni decides not to 1v4 try and cut them off, though.
That's not a proper Riven player.
Yeah. But they were driven away from the turret, so all well for H2K. 3 kills to nothing. Turrets to nothing, rather. And all's well. Okay, so
story time, Freak. Hit me.
Mordekaiser Ghosts always inherit character passives,
Okay.
which includes things like Narbar.
Yeah.
So he can actually turn into Mega Nar while a ghost.
But how would the ghost... Okay, I guess.
It auto-attacks.
Sure.
It takes damage.
Does Tryndamere Ghost charge up Rage and get critical strike?
Rage is at... Yes.
All right.
Say yes.
All right.
So we need people to tell us the Freak is lying to us, because I mean, I feel like he's giving me a lot of hope here, a lot of cool information.
The
but
passive is the when you're low. No, the passive is the
your,
rage
your
generation.
resource bar is definitely different from your passive.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but I mean, part of the character script is literally what your resource bar is.
True enough.
Yeah, you inherit like char.ini.
I like the bold statement though, Freak.
Yeah.
Stepping out there.
I mean, I was in Riot like when we made Mordekaiser, so I'm actually aware of like some of the scripting behind the champion.
You were in Riot in the building?
Yeah. I mean, I worked at the company by then. Yeah. Production tells me I'm on target, by the way, so all is well.
I really hope you're still
There might be a
wrong
time
about
behind
all
me,
this
though.
Mordekaiser stuff.
I don't know if I should stay on target for too long. Maybe it's going to go badly for me.
All right, so Bangkok Titans still. I mean, again, they keep trying to look for these places. There's all 5 members coming down, just trying to look for fights. I don't think Yanin minds too much, though.
No, I mean, he's just happily pushing around, being level 11, tied with his other solo laners here. Kasing, by the way, I actually want to point something out here. It feels so bad when you're Mordekaiser and your support roams, because you can't use not only your relic shield, but also the W, which is like your main skill. He's actually...
It did get changed.
Only 1 point in the W. It barely does anything you can solo. It's a bit better, but it's still pretty crap. 007 forced to run away. Kieran is 1 pointing the W, by the way.
I feel like after we called out, he wasn't playing a lot of Mordekaiser. He's just showing us all these cool things. Really trying to one-up.
Like I said, I played 8 games of Mordekaiser. Laning is something I'm aware of. Killing a Gnar, I'm not.
I do know that the Zhonya's rush second is a bit odd. The cooldown reduction is really important for him, so you can definitely see going for the cooldown reduction boots. But it's an interesting choice actually going for the Zhonya second.
I think it's fair enough, especially when you're getting really far ahead, and you're already gonna have so much damage. If you're just gonna be unkillable at the same time, you can play super aggressive. Obviously, H2K's lineup, we have the Talisman on the Alistar, so it's gonna be a pop that we're gonna see 3-4 guys to try to dive in on the back line. Lloyd is gonna be a target probably every single fight, and if you get that ghost for the Mordekaiser, it normally is a guaranteed win in these team fights here.
I mean, I do like AP heavy Mordekaiser. I think it's actually one of the better choices in build.
For sure.
And AP items, I'll give like the same amount of AP for the same amount of gold. So, of the AP items, Riley's first, then Azonia's, I feel like makes sense.
It
but
does.
If we see more Mordekaiser, maybe there's going to be better builds coming out.
I mean, there's a lot of different things you can build, and often when you have a champion that you consider so strong, one of the big things is that you can often build a lot of different items and you will still be very useful. It just depends on the situation. Are you against heavy AP? You can go for a Business Scepter maybe for yourself. Do you want more movement speed? A Twin Shadows. Drop my pen again for the second time.
Abyssal Scepter there is definitely one of my favorite items. It's so cheap and so cost effective. Especially since Mordekaiser is melee, is going to get right into the thick of the fight. Really get a lot of value out of that AoE.
Meanwhile, Hjarnan just happily farming off on the side. Trying to be the brains of the organization. There we go. Nice cocoon off onto Moss, but just building max CDR. Actually, no team out on the build, no lifesteal either, but FLICKR and a Brutalizer. Even though he's got no physical damage to support, he still wants to shred a bunch of armor for his teammates in some way. Here we go, the first Dragon Ghost of the game for H2K.
Yeah, the dangerous thing about, you know, it's really hard for Bangkok Titans because you don't want to have to go through the jungle to fight that dragon fight, but if you don't, then the dragon's going to come straight up mid lane and you're going to have a real problem defending your turret as well. So almost giving up like an objective and a half.
All right, let's see what they can use it for. Looking for the mid lane, but that wave got cleared. Lich Bane already done for G4, so his single target damage is much higher.
I took some damage already.
Down to 3,100 health. And nearly kills a bunch of caster minions.
Well, they just need to get him over to a tower. Start pushing onto it.
Oh.
You want to make sure it doesn't go down. Playing very safe with it for now, for Hjarnan.
You know what's interesting? We talk about new champions and players having to adapt to new things. How often do minions have to face dragons? Like, this is a new experience for the minions as well. Will they even react properly? There we go, turret being attacked. And they just can't kill this dragon very quickly. 2,400 health still on it. And the dedicated focus comes through, but no, it despawns in time. Nothing was gained from the dragon at all.
H2K is like the worst siege comp ever. Like, you have a melee mid lane, a melee top lane.
It's 5 melee.
And then you have to at least be like poked for like 20 damage, and that's about it. And then the dragon.
We set that up to be so big. The dragon coming down mid lane. And it didn't do.
All right, Odawamna though got pulled in, and here comes the engage. They're focusing him down. Flash the way will survive. Meanwhile, Kasing is up in front, but he's not the one holding turret aggro. He's instead just kiting away on the Vayne, but he's still going to go down. Turret picked up, but a couple of revenge kills. There's the stun. Lulax forced to flash. Warlock does have his own flash, but he's getting slowed so much he can't reach anyone. G4 doesn't run fast enough, and the Echo Q. Ryu saving many of his teammates there.
So H2K going in for the dive and then suddenly realizing the tower was still alive, so they started hitting both things. Odawamna had to flash out, obviously he got engaged on at first, forcing that move from H2K. Now going in again.
Flash engage, they pulled in Hjarnan, and he's going to be going down. Picked up one, the TP. Doesn't mean anything. Why did Odawamna even finish that channel?
Yeah, big swing here for Bangkok Titans. They're able to punish H2K. It's a fairly severe mistake right there, and they do give up the mid lane turret. First turret there for Bangkok Titans is going to give them a little bit more gold to work with.
100% kill participation on the Thresh. Let's see what happens. It's him pulling it on that first, so he forces the dive, the move happening, but Tower's still alive. And it's very hard for all these melee champions now to get back here in the back line between two towers and really fight with Bangkok Titans. So much time to take down Kasing. Not enough movement speed then for the team to catch up and get more kills, but then of course took down Hjarnan a little bit later.
Yeah, multiple hooks there from Moss back to back.
I just want to point out that even though the gold lead is still 5,000 apart, Bangkok Titans are equal in kills right now, 22 minutes into the game.
And Mordekaiser is a pick that is insanely strong if you look at the early and mid game. And what he can do with these dragons here, taking down the early towers and get that massive gold lead for your team. But late game, it becomes very difficult for a melee champion to carry like an AD carry.
Oh, Kasing takes the hook. Beautiful play. Carrying the game as much as he can, and now it's time for the second Twisted Fate Ghost. A body slam comes in, and now Lloyd in the back line's doing what he can. Ryu gets a lot of punishment there. Bob's going to go back in onto Warlock, but he's still getting hit. He's going to have to rub it now. Moss is beset, and Odawamna gets the kill. It's a 2-for-0. Opens the game back up for H2K. Make that 3. He's going to knock down 007X.
Kasing with a huge counter engage right there, saving Hjarnan and turning it around for an advantage. Bangkok Titans are going to have to retreat now.
And it's going to mean that Baron is the easy target. Sadly, for Hjarnan, there will not be a Baron Ghost. It's not how it works here. He'd be stuck in the pin anyway, wouldn't do anything.
Well, you can send out G4's Ghost again, just to be a little bit annoying.
G4 is pretty low, not that it means much. Gets revenge on himself, and now Odawamna on the chase. They have picked up the kill on Echo, but Barons would have been picked up, so H2K has this one. And re-engage with Warlock buying some time. What can they pick up? G4's got to be a bit careful. I guess there's no range champion. It's really like only Elise can project threat. Baron picked up 1 kill for a BKT. But HGK should be able to take a lot out of this.
Second time G4 has to face his own Ghost. Kill it.
He's come out on top both times, so.
Both times he's been winning, for sure. I mean, so his performance on Twisted Fate, we talked about it earlier how he's not been spending a whole lot of time in the mid lane because he's been so busy just being part of every single fight for the last like 15 minutes in the side lanes. And it's why he went for the Twisted Fate. And this team has been able to, not by no means match H2K, but at least have a lot closer game against them compared to what they had versus EDG and SKT.
So it is what you expect when you look at the skill levels and the origins of these teams. H2K actually another team that just last year were in the Challenger Series. In fact, very few of these players had professional careers before.
Yeah, a team that joined the LCS and lost their star player in Fibbeman. And there was a lot of talk, what could this team do? How important was Fibbeman for that lineup? He went to Fnatic, of course, at the start of Spring Split. They got in Ryu, who was kind of struggling in Europe, joining Millennium at first, not managed to qualify for the LCS, and it looked really bad for Ryu at first. But then he gets that chance to join H2K, and honestly been a strong player for this team, especially here in the summer split. And every time he gets into the playoffs and the important matches, he really steps up, and he's not afraid to make plays. He doesn't care who he's facing, he's gonna go for it.
We'll see if they can make this happen, because Sing wants to go in. It's just gonna actually create some space. This turret's still taking plenty of damage here.
Yeah, they should be able to get it. The split push here for H2K, double lines of minions buffed up. They are not able to take it. Bangkok Titans rebuff them and hold their turret for now.
All the vocabulary where it's rebuff. Knock him around.
G4 again, might join the top lane fight. Warlock is going aggressive.
He's gonna find a Sun to Odoamna. How far can Riven get? Not very far. That is a kill. That's a card as well, G4.
Honestly, another punish here from Bangkok Titans.
And this is something we have seen very often for H2K. Let's talk about it after, because 007 is getting engaged on.
Ryu getting around. He's gonna lock up with the stun as well. Can he get into range? Yes! 007X, more like, well, actually his scoreline's not correct for that one. Never mind. More like 0-3 and 4. Ah, really good one, Freak. But Bottleman turret will go down all the same, 10 to 8 in kills. Kobe's just dying right here, much like 007X. And now into the inhibitor turrets we go. Finally salvaged it here as Yarn knocks down a few minions. The Dragon's here. Lulak's a bit too far forward. Box comes down, flashes over the walls. Bit more wave flare comes through, and this Dragon realizes, wait, I'm alone. My team have left me. And it will actually get away. Wow, congratulations, Dragon.
There you go, you survived, but you're not doing anything. You're useless. We don't like you anymore.
Wow.
Come on, that Dragon's done nothing.
You are such a Dragon hater. It helped him win the team
Look,
fight.
okay, go against the Gromp. Let's see who wins.
Oh, one shot.
Wow.
That's not even fair. There were assists on that Dragon. Well,
disappointing, man.
Oh, whatever.
I bet you Warlock can kill that Gromp.
Of course he can.
Let's look at Warlock.
Oh my god, that's not even... I can't believe you.
Well, he just killed it.
All right. Well, the Gromp died. Warlock confirmed better than Dragons. So if you got to think about role-playing... Ooh, that was close.
Yeah. H2K, though, honestly, they keep on making mistakes trying to close this game out. And Bangkok Titans are quick to answer. G4 with his teleport on Twisted Fate, continually chasing them down, getting small pieces of gold back for them.
Yeah.
It just becomes harder and harder for this Mordekaiser the further he has to walk in towards the enemy base with this Dragon to siege it, because again, it's so easy for Bangkok Titans to move from the fountain between the 3 lanes near the inhibitors and then move that defense around. So when you have this all melee lineup except for Lulak's, sieging is not really your option anymore. You gotta just force a fight around the Baron, get Bangkok Titans out of their base, take that 5 versus 5, win that, and that's how you then move on.
It's gonna take him a while though. Baron Nashor is still dead for a while.
That's why we see the fight right now taking place over the placement of wards inside the red quadrant jungle here for Bangkok Titans. And they're fighting back, trying to clear it out as best they can.
Barely got anything really in terms of gold. 2,500. It's very low amount compared to the average we saw. Yesterday, I believe we were about like 4,000 on average when it came to plays where Baron was still on the TV, like the full duration.
Right. That was one of the biggest ones, certainly. That's about the same size as the first SKT one when they were playing really slow. Lloyd, though, getting caught out. Cocoon's going to miss. He expected him to be somewhere else. And here comes TF. Lulex going to jump around a little bit, but still going to get knocked down. Here comes the Riven, but not doing nearly enough. Odwamna forced around, but Ryu into the front line really wants to kill G4. So just popped on both sides. Back in they go. A big knock-up Meganar to answer, and they're routed, though. H2K doing so much damage. Bangkok Titans have to run from this one, but they're still taking turret damage. Sharna can't quite do enough. The jump back in. The stun hits Ryu, and back in goes Alistair. They're killing everyone back and forth. Warlock running. Odwamna does not have aggro, so it doesn't matter. The TV coming in. They don't kill the turret. Yes, they do. They stop it, and Moscow's down. Warlock's next. Almost everyone. It's everybody dying.
Getting that tower down and canceling the teleport was so key for H2K, but once again, they engage on, or they start a fight. Yana was running from mid lane. He wasn't even close. And Bangkok Titans, they're keeping it very even in these team fights.
Yep, but now H2K are going to be able to 3-man take down this inhibitor turret. And G4 just has to throw cards from a distance.
Wow, queued up the stun perfectly. Goodbye, G4. There's the ace. There's the H2K swag coming up from Kissing. He is playing absolutely amazing as an individual here. And he's leading his team to a lead.
Saving the team every time they get a little bit too deep or step out of line. Kissing is here to create a play.
We talked about Ryu before, how he joined the team when they came into the LCS, replaced Febiven. We didn't get to see too much from H2K in the start of the spring split until Kissing joined. And we got the whole Kissing effect started. They won so many games in a row. The communication just got so much better. And of course, him as a playmaker, finally finding a team where he could really shine, where the teammates trusted him. And he's been a fantastic support all year long.
He's been great. He's going to find another one here. Moss just going to get hit by so many stuns, he's barely able to flay before going down. Ryu takes him down, but the shield keeps him all right. The AP ratio helping on this one. Mid lane can get cleared, but Baron is back alive, and Bangkok Titans are missing their support.
Yeah, H2K going to try and bait again here. They start up the Baron to force Twisted Fate ultimate.
Going in for Ryu up top here with G4.
Well, bit of damage back and forth. Ryu's going to hide away, but here comes the engage. 5 versus 4. They look for Warlock. Chilling Spite to get the slow. Odwamna will land the stun, and everything else, they just pile in there. And it's time to keep on pushing in this one. G4 pops his own. He's got nowhere to go on this. There's the kill. Another TF Ghost comes through. 007 actually trying to run away, but that's 3 kills picked up in sequence.
Another successful bait there for H2K. Grab themselves a couple more kills. And they're going to return to the Baron. 007X still alive, doesn't have flash, but he can try and sacrifice his life and go in there for a steal.
Would you be able to do it, Kobe? Would you take this one?
If you know my
Kobe's
history,
known for
I'm notoriously poor at Baron smiting.
You had 5 years to practice, come on.
Like, to put it this way, he was replaced by St. Vicious, and it was an upgrade. In they go, though. 007 going to get jumped on. The rest of the team can take the Baron down, but he's not going to want to stop. He jumps down the prep. Odwamna's on a rampage. 007's still there. No! Down he goes, and there's the blue team picking up Baron Nashor. The kills now far apart, 20-10. 2 more plus the Baron.
All right, we'll see if they can get more done with this Baron power play than previously. It should be a lot easier because they already have super minions flooding in the top. And both waves shoved here for H2K.
And you can get a dragon again. Maybe this time it could do something.
You're such a dragon hater, though. I'm surprised you even brought it up.
Secretly, I want it to do well. I want the dragon to do well.
Positive reinforcement from Deficio here. How to train your dragon.
Hopefully next time the Baron power play can be gold earned plus dragon ghosts.
I mean, this is going to be the one.
What's the Dragon Ghost power play? That's what I want to know, you know, over the course of this game.
So they didn't get a mid tower, or they did after the
fight. What about the G4 play?
Oh, dear Lord! He's going to go down, and he can just run and hop and skip and jump away. Pops the H2K swag, but it's not going to be enough. A shutdown comes through for Lloyd.
The unseen Quicksilver Sash is indeed the deadliest. If you go in expecting to have the stun lock to work with, Odoamne turns it around on him real quick and able to pick up the kill. He does end up going down, but it allowed the shove here from H2K. They're inside the base. Another inhibitor going down.
And if you're looking for a stun lock, unfortunately, it's still Mininar here, so he can't have one just yet. A nice Zhonya's Ryu buys some time. Mid lane goes down to the Dragon, and now that Dragon is into the fight. Moss getting chased down by Ryu shouldn't be a hard one for him. Hjarnan steals the kill away, as is his right as the Mordekaiser player. Big engage from Kasing, knocks up 3, and the Dragon is still chasing the enemy AD carry. Lloyd's got to be careful, and down they go, a double kill. The Dragon value is big on this one. All is well. There's a triple kill. They're going for 4. Now will it be the pentakill?
Go, Dragon, go!
Mordekaiser. The Dragon takes it. In they go. Warlock says no. A double kill for him. Hjarnan tries one more time, but it's not going to be happening. Odoamne just not good enough to give his Mordekaiser a pentakill. There's the Warlock stun lock. Ulti's gets the shutdown. At the last minute, they kill away some of H2K, but it's not going to be enough. There's the Nexus. There's 1.5 million minions. And there's the game. H2K pick up their first win at Worlds.
And Mordekaiser got his first win. Undefeated. Was first picked.
13-2-10. I mean, a good scoreline as well. They played around him pretty well.
I think this entire game was just one big team fight around Mordekaiser.
Yeah.
No matter where he was on the map, we would just see everyone be there and try and fight. The Dragons wasn't the key thing here for Mordekaiser.
To be desired there.
Yeah, well, Bangkok Titans tried to test H2K's mettle, but Mordekaiser is the master of it, so unsurprising that H2K came out victorious here. And that's going to do it, by the way, for all the Week 1 games for these teams. Now, every single team from Group C is on break until the next week's group stages. Yep. And these guys now have about 4 to 5 days to prepare everything back again and say, okay, here's the last run of the group stage. Bangkok Titans 0-3.
Sure.
Not a good start. H2K still have to hope for that one kind of upset.
Yeah, H2K can go back and still rewatch like the SKT and EDG game and say, what did we do well? Let's try and do that again, but where did it go wrong? Were there a few openings we missed? Weren't we confident enough? You know, was it the pick and ban phase? Because they're still obviously going to chase towards getting that second spot, getting out of the group. Let's just say EDG loses again to SK Telecom. Suddenly, that one match is going to be so key between H2K and EDG.
Yep.
But it's obviously still going to be so difficult for Bangkok Titans. I like that we saw a different kind of game from them. This was not the, hey, let's just have a bit of fun and try and go all in. They legit had a strategy and tried to shut down the Mordekaiser.
Yeah, they did what they could with it, but unfortunately, like, Kasing stopped all of it. Like, if there's a player I'm going to watch for, I mean, Mordekaiser's fun and all, but Kasing played out of his freaking mind that game. I mean, he would pop his ult while headbutting to break a stun so that he could flash pulverize afterwards. I mean, so many amazing plays. He would turn around and walk back into a hook, then ult it, and then go kill Moss. Like, just, this game is honestly a Kasing highlight reel. The Kasing effect, you talked about it earlier, but I mean, his individual plays at such a high caliber. I'm actually really glad he's at Worlds.
Well, I'm happy too for him because he deserves it. Looking at just his overall performance all year long, people would highlight maybe towards the end of Summer Split and playoffs, he went down a little bit in terms of level, but so did the rest of the team. It was like, I think, to me, it was the entire team who kind of dropped. Now they're obviously trying to pick up the pieces. They are no longer the top 2 team in Europe because Origin took that spot and showed that yesterday as well. But they're just still trying, and coming into next year, still a very young team, probably first year for him as a coach. There's a lot of things here working for them and a lot of things they can still improve on.
And they're very good early on in the game. Their first 15 to 20 minutes actually is one of the very best in the league. Their lane swap game is good. They understand that decision tree. It's when it gets beyond 20 minutes. Monte Cristo quoted a stat about H2K that they're 1-9 if once they have 1,000 gold deficit at 20 minutes, because that end game is not good for them. We saw the evidence of that in this one, how long it took them to close the game out, right? All the Dragon Ghosts did very little, as you were happy to point out. Their sieges and their dives often misfired here despite the big leads they were having.
Meanwhile, Lulix and Kasing are preparing for that interview with Shox right now. We will speak to them in just a moment.
All right, so what are our final thoughts here about these teams? We're not going to see them for a week. We saw the end of the Edward Gaming SKT match. What's Group C going to be like?
I don't think we're going to see any more Mordekaiser in Group C, but EDG sitting very comfortably at the top, undefeated still.
Yeah, SKT taking them down. Yeah,
or,
Gaming.
Excuse me.
Yeah, no, I know what you meant.
SKT, EDG, you know.
Yeah, they're basically the same team.
I mean, this is what we expected coming into the group. SKT EDG fight for number 1.
Yep.
H2K try the best to maybe keep up, and then Bangkok Titans probably coming in and having a tough time in every single match. So I'm just happy to see more of a serious game for them as well, pick and ban wise, and the way they played out the early game and how they tried to challenge H2K and did make it easy for them to just go in and close the game.
The continual plays from G4, constantly using TF teleport to try and make plays, to try and punish H2K every time they did offer an opening.
So that was his attempt there. We're going to see what else these guys can do next week. But for now, going to check in with Shox, who's standing by with some of H2K after their first win at Worlds.
Thank you. Yes, more specifically, Lulex and Kasing after that victory of H2K over the Bangkok Titans. Let's dive into the game a little bit, because Mordekaiser was left open for the very first time. Did you guys tunnel on that very hard because of it, or were you prepared to go and play with him?
Well, to be honest, like, we didn't expect Mordekaiser to be open because Mord has like 100% pick ban rate. So I assume, you know, when they're going to play Mord. But when they left open Mord, it was kind of like, yeah, Mordekaiser's like super OP right now. So yeah, we just picked it.
Super OP, yet it came close in terms of kills and Bangkok Titans engagement overall. How did you live the game? Because you guys were the favorites coming into it, but at some point it was pretty close.
I think it just comes to the fact that we didn't get much practice with Mordekaiser in scrims because it's usually banned, but since it's like 100% banned, we just felt forced to pick it. And I mean, we just knew it was OP, we just had to play the comp right, they got the first Drake, we just needed to get the other one, and it happened, so.
A lot of 5-man knockups by Alistar helped a little bit as well, Kasing.
Just a bit.
Just a little bit. Stepping away from this game, you're now 1-2 in this group. It's safe to say that you're total underdogs in this group that is very heavily stacked. You guys went to boot camp in Korea after the group draw. You tweeted, I don't know if it was serious or not, you guys tweeted, well, it's over, boys. GG. Has that changed at all? Because honestly, you put up a decent fight versus EDG yesterday. You have a win here, and you have some time to practice now.
Well, I don't think it's completely over because we have to play it again, so it was actually over. But I mean, at the time, we were just very good because we had SKT and EDG. But I still think we can maybe take off a game from one of them. But hopefully, you know, we're lucky.
Yeah.
Lulex, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, in the day of the announcement, we were a bit depressed and stuff because it was really unlucky. But then we reminded ourselves that it's just a best of one and anything can happen. So we just kept on trying in Korea, and I think we have a shot.
Obviously, Lulex, for you personally, there was a lot of criticism on your play from all sides coming in at the end of the season. How have you personally dealt with that?
I just try to ignore it, honestly, and just try to focus on my game and improve.
That is the best way to handle it. And with all of that, you still had all the fans here chanting your name. Rather, is there anything you'd like to say to them?
C'est la première fois que je joue en France. Et voilà, et franchement, je vous trouve super et on a encore... et ouais, on a encore une game contre EDG et SKT et on va tout donner pour pas vous décevoir. Voilà.
A big thank you from Lulex to the super fans here and saying that they still have a chance versus SKT and EDG, and he's going to try not to let them down. Well, you guys have a win on the board already. Thank you guys so much. Congratulations. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, it is about in Group D between LGD and KT. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Look behind you. Look at Hyun's face. Comment it now.
Do you like that, Yana?
I'm so cool there.
Lands the stun. There's the flash pulverized. Headbutt him backwards. Exhaust on Yarn. Doesn't mean a whole hell of a lot. There comes the rest of the team.
Fight. I'm not cool. TF.
He finished TF? Okay, good.
Go back.
Finish. Oh, no E. No, he has no T. Carry.
The TB coming in. They don't kill the turret. Yes, they do. They stop it, and Moscow's down. Warlock's next. Almost everyone. And down they go. A double kill. The dragon value is big on this one. All is well. There's a triple kill. H2K pick up their first win at Worlds.
Welcome back to Worlds. Pyrotechnics here. I'm joined by H2K's Prawley. And I wanted to get your impressions because last year you were on the desk and this year you're here with your team. What do you think of the competition so far in Worlds 2015?
I like how there's a whole lot of really good teams and it's not like super, obvious who's going to win. I like the chance of upsets, H2K versus SKT kind of upset. But other than that, there's just like really high competition this year. So I like that we have to look out for everyone.
Absolutely. I really wanted to get your impression too on who do you think is a team to watch out for, the team that you have your eye on specifically?
Well, EDG dumpstered us really hard, so we have to keep an eye on them, but I think the biggest one still is like revenge on FLICKR for Ryu. I know we got a little bit in the first game, but we're going for the second time revenge for sure.
Coming back for more, I like to hear it. And of course, do you have any takeaways from the first two days, and of course, what you've had from today as well?
I don't know. It's like the competition isn't as hard as I thought. Like I said again, there's not like super clear-cut winners for every single match. So the fact that we're at least in the same ballpark playing the same game is like kind of a comforting feeling, I guess, that, we're not playing out of our league. We just have to, step up our game and play like basically 5 times better.
We'll have to see if it happens. Once again, that's going to be it for us. Now back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Pyrotechnics. H2K will be happy with that win. We'll see, though, if they can do slightly better the next time around against EDG and SKT after those words from Prawley. But we're going to keep the action rolling with our next game, LPL's LGD versus Korea's KT Rolster. LGD faltered yesterday and fell to the number 3 European seed, Origin. Now, what do they need to do to turn things around today?
Well, first thing, I don't think Origin is they technically are the number 3 seed. I get that, but they're a very, very good team. And LGD aren't a team that are used to playing these best-of-1 formats. And even during the regular season in their best-of-2 formats, they looked horrible at some stages. So, they're just going to look to see if they can get through this group stages, get back towards the best-of-5s where they can learn and adapt in between games, get their hard carries rolling, and then they'll be completely fine. So for right now, the inconsistency with LGD, everyone talks about it. So, it's not anything new.
And we have to go back to that regular season and say, well, LGD was bouncing around 8th, 6th place in the LPL for a lot of the season, and they battle back well in the playoffs in the last couple seasons, but they don't usually start off very strong. So we'll see how it goes. I think they still are a favorite to obviously make it to the quarterfinals, but I expect them to up their game once they hit the bracket.
Yeah, they definitely strike me as a best-of-5 team looking at both of their splits that they played. But also, coming in here, TBQ was rather exposed in Champion Select and in the game. They put him on the Vi. I don't think he's played a game of Vi that we've seen from him yet. So it was definitely a champion that he didn't look as comfortable on.
But once again, this isn't anything new. Teams tried to do this to TBQ, then do you know what happened? Kog'Maw, Diana, Fiora start getting through pick ban phase, and the rest of the team just smashed them. There's no way that you can let them have their priority pick.
And that's something that I thought that they dropped the ball on yesterday as well, because they went for a mono-threat composition with Imp when Godvi is such a great player in the mid lane. Putting him on Lulu, great, it's up, but not putting that on Acorn and then giving some type of carry to Godvi, I thought was a big oversight there.
And I don't think LGD, I think they have to adapt. Don't first pick the Lulu. If you have to ban it on blue side, just go ahead and do it. Try and get something there for TBQ because the rest of the team has broad enough champion pools to fill in adequately.
We saw an element, too, of what you said yesterday, Monty, with the questionable Baron calls out of LGD, feeling pressured to do something in that game to claw their way back into it. But I do want to hop over to KT Rolster now that had a slightly better start to their tournament, beating Team Solo Mid handily. And part of that start was Peekaboo.
Oh, Peekaboo was absolutely on fire. He's been having a great tournament so far, and his multi-man pulverizes in teamfights have been setting them up perfectly for success. This one here, 3-man, he is leading the charge, and he's been a huge part of how Peekaboo picked up their season near the end and got them here to this tournament. So Peekaboo, I thought, he brought the shot calling, the things that helped them end the game, which was always a problem for KT.
Yeah, and to springboard off of this Peekaboo point, sure, you can ban the Thresh, but he's a very good Alistar player, too. Normally, he can default to Janna or something like that, and I think it's how many bans are you going to throw at Peekaboo in the draft? I don't really see that as a viable option because you open up too many power picks. The thing about KT, though, that I want to highlight, because we talked about it a little bit yesterday, but I didn't actually come out with the numbers on this. KT's a very first blood reliant team. If they get rolling early, Peekaboo and Score take over. If they don't, they have trouble. And realistically, this team, if they get first blood, they win 73.7% of their games. If they don't get first blood, they win 33.3% of their games. There's a 40% gap. Now, that said, they get first blood in 67.9% of their games. But if you can play aggressively early against KT, they're not very good at playing from behind.
And the best thing about that is that their one, I guess, weakness in lane is their mid laner. They tried to attack it yesterday, TSM, but he's just an absolute brick wall. He doesn't give up anything. And then team fights beautifully. Nagne is just such a rock for them in that mid laner. And then their two side lanes are just beastly when they go up head-to-head into any matchup.
Yeah, I feel like they've been putting a lot of resources into Someday in the mid and early game, and he's definitely been carrying them so far in this tournament. So him alongside Peekaboo in the side lanes, if they're freed up, it definitely causes a lot of problems.
Yeah, Someday definitely had some big plays there on the Darius in that game as well. Well, it's time to test your precognitive powers. So Spawn, starting with you, predictions for this matchup.
I think the LGD game was an outlier. I believe that LGD is still one of the better teams. I'm going with LGD.
That was a reserved prediction, though. That wasn't very confident, if I may say so myself. There was a lot of hesitancy there.
Well, the thing is that I hope it is, but they have snowballed this kind of thing for some weeks. So they don't have weeks to get out of it this time.
You know what? I'm going to agree with you, Spawn. I'm going to pick LGD. And I agree that I think yesterday was a big underperformance. I also think that KT looked far more solid than I expected them to. I don't think these two performances that we've seen, or one performance rather, from each team, are going to be indicative of their run through this group. So I think LGD is going to take it here, especially because they have blue side. They can get that jungler for TBQ, and then they can eliminate some of the weaknesses we saw against Origin.
Oh, man. You're a KT fan, Monty.
I am a KT fan.
So, yeah, I think you win in this prediction because you're either right or you're happy.
Yes.
So no matter what happens.
I've hedged my bets.
But I am going to disagree with you guys here. I'm going to pull for KT on this one. I think Someday is the best top laner at this tournament in competition with Marin, and I think that he's going to have a good time. I think Peekaboo's going to run around the map, and I feel like TBQ was exposed, and I want to see that happen again here in Champion Select. I feel like KT have the edge if the pick and ban goes slightly their favor.
Well, there's more than enough for us to keep our eyes on in this game. It's time to see if LGD can shake off yesterday's loss, so let's step inside Ladakh Pullman for picks and bans.
Thank you very much, guys. We're going to get ourselves jumping right into Champion Select. But first, real quick, the starting lineups on your screen. Let's start with the blue side. LGD Gaming, the #1 seed out of the Chinese LPL. Acorn up in the top lane. TBQ in the jungle, hoping to shake off yesterday's game. Godby's still an amazing man in the mid lane. Imp, the big AD carry for this roster. And BYL, the man so many want to play with on support.
And on the red side, it's KT Rolster. Up in the top lane is going to be the MVP someday. Jungle will be Score. Mid lane, Nagne. He had some troubles, so if he bounces back. AD carry is going to be Arrow, and supporting him will be Peekaboo.
And now coming into this pick and ban phase here, we just heard the analysts talk about how can TPQ get a better jungle pick for himself on the Vibe. We know something he's played before, but he really looked off yesterday. The weird thing for me was LGD banned Gangplank on blue side. That allowed Origin to ban both Lee Sin and Rek'Sai and remove them from him. If you just leave that Gangplank away, you force the other team to ban the KT. In this case, they will ban Mordekaiser, so ban Gangplank. You will get at least one of the top 3 junglers in Lee Sin, Rek'Sai, and Elise for TBQ.
As they mentioned on the analyst desk, I think the blue side for them is going to be really important.
So before the Malphite came in, so was the Varus pick just wrong because it was like going to be a big opening or what?
So the Varus pick came in, obviously as the last rotation here for LGD. They took the Varus. They want to make a bit of a poke composition because they see, obviously, to protect the AD carry comp from the side of KT, meaning the Malphite last pick is going to be so key.
Yeah, that's the thing. You're trying to do poke against the Juggernaut composition, which could be okay, but it's against red side. And KT, with the last pick, get that hard engage so they can try and get right back to the Varus, and they can break that poke comp. Plus, KT extremely smart with their first 2 picks. Although they didn't ban Mordekaiser, you build your first 2 picks against it, then you effectively deny it through the early round picks.
That was such a smart pick and ban phase. Knowing that TPQ had a bad day yesterday. It's been an issue, you know, during the season. He wanted a priority pick for himself, so they went for Elise. Lulu was suddenly open. Great against the Mordekaiser itself, so they have now a counter pick in case they want to play Mordekaiser on the side of LGD. And the Braum as well. It works really well in that sense. The team fighting power we're going to see from KT is going to be absolutely insane.
What was strange to me as well, when you look at LGD's pickups there, as soon as you saw Braum Lulu picked up, I was like, oh, they're going for Juggernaut. This is the most obvious tell in the world that Arrow's going to be picking up Kog'Maw. They've got already 2 defensive champions. You saw the hover on Gragas as well, which even further betrayed that they were looking at that champion. And then they decided, wait, we can hold on to this one. And then LGD, they don't get any more hard. Like, they picked up Sivir, which is a bad lane matchup, but then don't even pick up more hard engage to go alongside it. They didn't find any more ways to dive into this one. And then say, you know what, never mind. Let's go poke after all. Let's go pick up a Varus in the mid lane with no other pokers on the team. And I'm just very confused with the LGD lineup here.
I mean, starting this game for LGD, there's a timer going. Basically, you cannot go late game. Your Varus is going to fall off completely. Your Sivir has no chance versus the scaling of a Juggernaut composition. And you have this Malphite who's going to be stacking armor because you have Hecarim top against him in the 1v1 lane. So you basically have a setup here for LGD where they have to massively win the early game, but the only main engage is the Hecarim flying in with Home Guard to start the fight, and then Varus maybe with his ulti trying to lock someone down. And there's so much protection on the side of KT, and good lane matchups as well.
There's a lot of protection, but their late game damage will be lacking. If LGD can start to snowball, they've got a Malphite in the top lane, they've got a Gragas in the jungle, they've got the Lulu for the mid lane. So it's going to be all around Kog'Maw. Obviously, it's going to be all around Kog'Maw, but there is a Hecarim on LGD's side.
Yeah, so real quick, guys, for you guys on stream, we had a power outage in our production truck here, so we stream it down for a second. You guys missed some of the picks and bans. The game itself was unaffected. The picks and bans played out completely normal. We then stopped the game, and we're going to be starting it in a little bit here. So to recap the lineups real quick, because some of the pick and ban was missed, LGD had their first pick, Elise, and they grabbed Sivir. Basically, they've got Hecarim top lane, Elise in the jungle. Mid lane, Varus was picked up late in the draft. Sivir there for the AD carry, and the support was it Thresh? I forgot.
Thresh
Thresh was the support pickup, yeah. So Varus was last pick on the blue side, but very late on in the draft. So KT Rolster, their very first 2 champions, they had picked up Braum, plus that Lulu, and you were talking about setting up for the counter pick to the Mordekaiser. They grabbed the Kog'Maw, so they've got this Juggernaut comp coming through, a Gragas for the defensive jungler pick, but then the very last pick on the red side was Malphite. Once they saw the Varus mid come through, Malphite top lane for Someday. The hard engage, to be fair, is here for both sides, the top lane, but getting into the Kog'Maw seems much more difficult.
Yeah, and much easier for KT to pull off. The instant effect of a teleport Malphite coming in is definitely going to be a big tool for them to get to that early game, to get to the Trinity Force for Kog'Maw so they can start knocking down turrets.
And also LGD's side, Varus mid lane, Sivir AD carry, Hecarim top lane. It's all physical damage coming in. It's heaven for Malphite. You can stack armor and be nearly unkillable. Gragas is going to do the same with the Syndol first, then building tank after. So their front line for KT is going to be massive. Add in a Braum shield to block some of the damage coming from 2 AD carries. It is going to be so difficult for LGD unless they show something in the early game where they managed to get a lead over KT.
Red side has been so important on 5-18, and KT really strong draft phase.
Love to see the crowd though.
Yeah, yeah. I've for this year most in particular been actually more of a, like, I always kind of believe that the sides were closer, but really this year we've shown that red side, I think, almost has an edge over blue here, because even though we heard the analysts that say, oh, you know, blue side they can get a jungler for TBQ here, but that's so abusable. You get to pick one champion and give away 2. That's exactly what happened here for KT.
It was so predictable for KT.
Oh yeah.
What was going to happen? So we mentioned very quickly when Champ Select started how, oh, maybe they have to worry about banning Mordekaiser and Gangplank, so they can only remove one of the junglers, not both Lee Sin and Rek'Sai. I said, you know what, we don't care about Mordekaiser. If we leave as much open as possible, especially the Lulu, so we have the counter pick in case they go for Elise.
The zone control from Braum, so much defense there to control the battlefield, make it hard for Mordekaiser to move around. You don't even want to pick it into that.
No, and that's why we didn't see him picked. He's been banned in so many games. Last one was the first one he got through. He won the game, he was first pick, and now he's not even being picked because of these comps.
Yeah, and this game marks now 2 champions falling off the 100% pick ban list. Darius, unseen in this game, the actual aggressive diving champions of Hecarim and Malphite picked instead of him. And also, as we mentioned, Mordekaiser falling off. Compositional counters exist here. We still, of course, see the Gangplank on the ban list, the Elise picked up and the Lulu picked up early on, but the trend's changing a little bit here. Now, as a quick update for you guys, of course, Champions Select did play out off stream. in real time right now, they're going through the picks and bans one more time, locking in champs. That won't be on screen for you, but the game is about to get underway.
And we just get to see the fantastic crowd here
in
Paris, keeping themselves entertained, making it awesome all the way through. We can see them, and we feel the energy during the games. When big plays happen, they go crazy.
The in-house casters, Chips and Noir, also Sean's and No-No, if you guys remember those guys from the competitive scene, bringing you the cast live on the stream here in Paris, France, and it's been wonderful. They are so amazing at keeping this crowd entertained. It's absolutely wonderful. These guys are some of the best commentators I've ever been around.
So a little update as well, now with the competitions. Nagne on the Lulu is running teleport in the mid lane, but we have the Varus pick for Godfrey just running Ghost and Flash, so we're going to have a global advantage, and just enjoy this.
The last 25 seconds of picks and bans are counting down. We will have those lineups on your screen in just a short while, and we will get into one of the biggest matchups of the day. It's actually a great day overall of games, but LGD somehow have started out 0-1.
And the name of the game for KT is going to be control. If they can control this early stages of the game, then they're going to be sitting very pretty here. Malphite's got a very clear build path. They can rely on the Lulu Kog'Maw.
All right, well, guys, you at home, please keep involved with the matches. Vote for who you think's going to win this one. Use hashtag LGDwin or hashtag KTwin to vote. Let us know how that one's going to go. LGD so far have been the victim of one upset, and based on pick and ban and based on Zyreen's prediction, it might be a second one here. KT Rolster finally the first world championship for the organization. They started out strong with their win over Team Solo Mid. Now looking good heading into their game against LGD, but this number 3 Korean seed could be making a very deep run in this world championship.
So let's take a look here at how LGD can play the early game, because we talk about how there's a timer on this game. They don't want to go full late game against the Juggernaut composition. It's very difficult for Varus and Sivir versus Malphite and Gragas and Braum when it comes to dealing damage in these fights. But we just quickly highlighted Elise and a Hecarim. That's a strong early 2v2. So LGD, to me, would be happy, honestly, taking a standard lane and try and use TPQ and the early game power he has of this Elise pick.
Upset the lanes early, absolutely. Yeah, well, we'll see if that happens. LGD do have more ranged champion in the bot lane. They could maybe get a bit of harass down onto Pickaboo and Arrow.
It's a lane that LGD can push very aggressively in the start and try and deny CS.
Also trying to get a lead on the double AD comp here with the extra poke is exactly what LGD want to do. They want to try and get that lead for Godby, start rotating around because they have so many skill shots to throw out in the siege.
And we can see both teams are still on the bottom side with the dual lane. So LG are looking for those standard lanes. Play around it, start up by getting Akon going, use his teleport then to take his advantage and move it to the bottom side of the map. You gotta start getting on outer turf. We're looking like 15 minutes when we have the tier, when we have a brutalizer on the Varus, and of course some levels under his belt for his Q, and then the Sivir with the fast pushing. That's where LGD is really gonna kick in and start creating map pressure. Those 3 outer turrets have to fall in the mid game, otherwise KT can stall it too late.
Yeah, basically what LG do, they have Sivir annihilate the creep wave so that it's very clear by the turret for all these skill shots to come through for the Elise and the Thresh to set up poke damage.
They're going to match the 2v2 top after they saw what happened on the map, but they're coming in very, very late to very late. No, not even. They're not going to miss anything, so never mind that one. I even thought KT were doing a camp at level 1, but obviously they were straight in lane. So we get the 2v2. LGD were looking for it. They found it. Can now send Akon back down to the bottom lane with his own level 2. And of course, Someday will do the same after this double camp.
BYL takes over the ranged minion aggro there first. Then Imp is able to auto-attack there without getting the return damage from the ranged minions. Nice little 2v2 micromanagement there from the LGD bot lane. And they actually took control of the lane. Now they're shoving with Sivir despite getting their second.
Yeah. Even though Sivir doesn't have the greatest matchup here, it changes with your support. Again, it's always 2-man down in this bottom lane, so having the range support on your side allows you to play really aggressive with pushing in the lane. So you have the safety of a Lantern as well from PYL. So good start for LGD and exactly what they want to get this composition going.
Well, certainly an interesting start as they've given away the blue buff to Malphite to start out his laning phase. So Someday They're hoping to get him ahead on Acorn here, and that will be a matchup to watch.
Yeah, it's that race. Anytime you are facing so much physical damage, you want to bundle as much gold as you can into the Malphite so he can start stacking the armor, and he doesn't get behind. TBQ here, though.
We talked
magic
about it.
damage coming in very early. Wants to get Acorn ahead. He's got Ignite.
Knocks somebody into the wall. When is he going to go for the flash? Goes for it there. Last possible second. Gets away, loses health.
Really like the play. Someday saving his flash, waiting for the minion wave to come, then flashing behind them as well. TPQ, of course, was delaying his own snare or stun just to see where is he going. Cannot try to predict it with my own CC, but we mentioned it. The 2v2 of an Elisa and a Hecarim is very, very strong, and that's where he went first. Got good early wards, and meanwhile topside is covered for PYL and his own ward, and just constant pushing again and again, pushing into the tower.
Meanwhile, Score's gone back very early. He's got the wards now. He can come down and supplant some extra vision for Someday. While Someday does have the flash disadvantage here, he can get some vision for him. Elise can easily go for lane ganks as well, though, so you still have to be cautious.
And this mid lane matchup with Godv and of course Nagne. So just looking, Nagne, normally the guy looking to farm, not the big playmaker in the mid lane. Strong team fighter for KT though. Doing okay. For the Varus, it's just about getting some levels under your belt, get the first Brutalizer, get your tier in, and then start sieging with this lineup. Lulu typically can't do a whole lot when she's standing so far back and you're just shooting her with arrows.
Keeping my eye on TBQ here. He actually just got the Raptor buff as well. They had a ward in the brush when the ward over the wall from Score was placed. He can go use his Raptor buff to clear it out, but he's just sneaking in for a lane gank. Score, meanwhile, has his eyes set on mid, trying to target this Varus. Can get a summoner spell, at least out of Godv.
Oh, perfect positioning. Oh, wait, flash forward!
Flash by Godv, yeah, flashes the wrong way, it seems, and there's the first blood picked up. 2 summoner spells down for Godv, first kill in for Nagne.
You cannot afford to make these mistakes when you're running the composition that relies so much on your mid game.
Plus, that was both bump summoners burn. So not only did he flash into the middle of the lane because of the good positioning from Score getting behind him there, but he blew his ghost and he died in the end anyway. There's still a flash here on Nagne. He can go in, turn you into a cupcake, and Score can repeat.
And just a very easy and simple gank for Score here on the Gragas. There was no vision around the mid lane really to spot him. Walked in, even a safe gank had TPQ been nearby, they would still have gotten so much damage on Godv at first, they would have been okay. And great start for him. He was really on fire together with Peekaboo yesterday.
Yep. Good stuff, man. Score doing great things for his team. Peekaboo just keeping the lane afloat as much as this push is happening. Very good mechanics by Arrow and Peekaboo, keeping all the CS in that bot lane. They're basically identical.
Yeah, luckily for Godv, you know, he's got his tier on Varus, so now he basically sits under his turret and can CS still all the way up to the middle of the lane, firing off arrows.
It's such a funny item for Varus because normally, you know, having tier, when you didn't fully stack it, you get that big spike in damage and it's awesome. It never really mattered for him too much because he auto-attacks so little when it comes to these fights. Instead, for him, it's just about getting that mana regen and getting the armor penetration in. It's always been key. So him falling behind is a big deal, obviously, because he also will stack just the tier itself very slow. He has to upgrade it first, so he gets a bit more from the auto-attacks when it comes to getting mana back.
Yeah, plus because his poke comes from the Q, the normal ability, he levels it up much quicker than something like an AP Kog'Maw in the mid lane, and can max it out by level 9.
Oh, Someday finds TBQ, chumps down a few spiderlings, stun comes back, and he's gonna run. Oh, good flash.
I like this play though. You know he's going to flash it, but it's an ulti traded for a summoner spell. Always worth it here from Sunday, just forcing that, even at backup coming, so New could go completely aggressive.
Yeah, and Someday's the guy who got ganked. He lost his flash 4 minutes ago from a gank by TBQ, who has not come back down there. Someday is doing pretty much just fine minion farm-wise, and looks like he's no worse for the wear at all.
Yeah, plus look at the deep wards that they got during that. Score goes in also. So deep wards here from KT. The early Sightstone picked up, whereas Elise TBQ went for the Amp Tome, trying to get to his jungle item completion first.
Yeah, going for Runeglaive really wanted to show it's about early mid-game for him. He needs the extra damage. Can even go for more magic penetration with his boots if you want to. We have seen it a few times. Obviously makes you very squishy in these fights, but LGD knows that if they start getting to these late game fights anyway, TPQ will not be much of a tank. He has to get rolling early game with the team. So far, Small C is leading the bottom lane. Same for top. We saw before here Akon was staying in lane and getting some farm, but Arrow is doing his best to keep up.
Well, Imp had the luxury of recalling when he wanted to, so the BF Sword Sivir gonna do fairly well and has some bonus potions as well. We'll see how good the harass ends up being there. Good spell shields.
Yeah, and this is the point you really hate as a Sivir. Once you start hitting level 6, your ulti is not very useful when it comes to trading back and forth, and instead Arrow can just keep firing these long-range ultis in his face, and Sheen as well makes it very good even against a BF Sword target when it just comes to the quick trade.
Yeah, the W active auto attack in itself is a very big win there for Kog'Maw, but PYL so threatening right now, not allowing them to move up, and Imp retains control of the minion wave.
The hook on Peekaboo. Problem is Braum is actually very good in a Sivir. His shield actually stops her W from bouncing, and it kills the back half of the Q. So Peekaboo, even though all these hooks come in from PYL, and he's landed a ton of them, Imp is not a champion that can actually do a lot of damage back for the Braum.
He's playing so aggressively, though. Imp continually shoving this wave in, not giving them any time to try and go for trades in the lane. And LGD, they just continue to push up here to retain control.
And that's what they can do for now. It's so hard to pull off a gang for TPQ because we have the double sight, or we have the sight stone early from Score to get a lot of vision down. So what LGD can do is to say, you know, we're gonna wait instead. We don't have to win the game now before 10 minutes. We know we have a big spike in the mid lane with the Varus. Sivir, once she starts really being able to fast push waves with some attack speed under her belt, that's really what they're gonna wait for before we see them go super aggressive. For now, just push the lanes, chip down these towers slowly but surely, because then you get them a nice engage.
Arrow stood still, just tanked a hook, and now Peekaboo's gonna come back in, but here's the teleport coming in of Flake as well, and there comes Someday. The two-man knockup, and actually Arrow's still all right on this one. Acorn's TP didn't mean much, his ulti burned for nothing. Luluwalt gonna try to make it happen. The knockback.
Score!
Oh, man.
LGD though, making that aggressive teleport with Acorn is so risky. You're against double TP on the side of KT.
Yeah, and I wanted to cut in there too because Score had made his way all the way down the lane. So Arrow was baiting right there by standing still under the turret, and they had the trap set.
That's the thing for LGD. You do not have to pull the trigger pre-10 minutes. Wait for your composition to kick in, then start taking down towers. By slowly chipping down outer turrets, that rotation you can do where you just get 2 or 3 of them and suddenly a massive chunk of gold is going to be very simple to pull off once they start landing some poke that really hurts.
It's really unfortunate for LGD that last auto attack did score the killing blow as well. Kog'Maw needs that kill. Now he's going to get off to a good start. They can have an earlier Trinity Force for him and get to grouping.
Oh, that's a good ult for Godby. Nagne forced to take some aggro, and he's going to be fine. Chuck with 300 health, but not in
It's
that
good
much
though.
danger.
It's good from Godby. Again, he slowly gets to hit this mid lane tower. Build it up for this 15-minute, 16-minute mark, and then we start seeing the domino effect where 3 towers just drop, boom, 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 and suddenly LGD gets the goal lead from it. And that's what they need to then get the map control later on. For now, just continue doing what you're doing on the side of LGD. No fights though.
That big hiccup though down bottom lane.
Might be more in the bottom. Like, this matchup is so bad for him.
No! Goes down. Good stun, good everything. Great pickup by KT Rolster. It's getting worse and worse now.
Pays for the constant pushing there. And Peekaboo plus Arrow able to combine and kill him again.
Imp right now with flashbacks to Season 3. Sitting and underperforming with his team, of course.
Yeah.
Dropped out of the group stages. Nobody expected it.
The Lantern used pretty early there as well. Not even picked up, and they couldn't gain the distance.
Yeah, it was dropped for the shield, and then, yeah, Imp grabbed it without even getting any distance. Yeah, just unfortunate there. Acorn in a battle with Someday, but Someday's winning this battle pretty hard. Bergtreads versus a Chain Vest, that's not really close.
No, Acorn is built to join his team, where Someday can just take these trades so effective with all the armor.
Yeah, the slow burn of the Bombing Cinder not to be underestimated. That's
true.
what Malphite does. He wears you down.
And it seems like it's a metaphor for the rest of the game. LGD as a team are getting worn down. A death to their mid laner, 2 deaths to their AD carry. Kills spread across to some of the best sources possible. Good Lantern. And of course, interesting for Imp, he wants to spell shield these Kog'Maw ultimates to get some free mana, but that leaves windows where Peekaboo knows there's no way to stop Glacial Fissure or even just a simple Winter's Bite Q.
Once again, though, LGD, they're so far up in the lane. They're drawing so much jungle attention. Score comes down yet again through the lane. they might make another play here if Peekaboo is able to land.
They should know better.
LGG has just been too eager, really, to pull the trigger in this one, especially that Akon teleport down to the bottom lane earlier. Like, those are the kind of plays you can't afford to make when you're waiting for specific timings with your champions, because then you simply give KT the opening to start picking up early kills, and it only gets worse when it comes to the scaling we see. Godwin can continue to get some good damage on mid tower. That is the key thing, and now we see TPU come in. So again, it was slowly chipped down, and then you can make the play where you're sending 2 or 3 guys and take it, and that's what you need to get the goal lead.
Nicely done right there. They timed the roam actually off of the blue buff being taken by Nagne.
But again, because how bad that misstep down bottom was for LGD, even taking down the turret, they don't have the gold lead.
Maybe they can claw their way back in. It's certainly going to be a hard one. No score says, hello, that's going to be my scuttle. Unless Godby can stop that. Nope, not quite. Stun's coming through. Good damage. Score wants it anyway. They knock in TBQ. In comes Braum, and out goes LGD. That's going to be the kill. Wild Growth to secure it all. Godby's going to run. The knockup's going to hit him, but no one else wanted to chase there. Control for KT rolls.
The early game skirmishing here from KT, just coming out on top over and over again. Plus, the tower gold still standing here. If they can gain this much control just by continually killing LGD, they'll easily be able to take it back.
Look at the little trap here being set up from Someday, waiting for Godry to return to the lane and push it out, realizing though it's going to take a little bit too long and will just walk back to the top side, but he was looking for the opening and the easy dive on the Varus.
Plus, KT, every time they get a kill, look, they have multiple members going deep into LGD jungle. They have wards deep on both sides of the jungle. Every move from TBQ will be seen. Never mind, the ward around Raptors just times out, so they won't see him on the bottom side of the map. But because
Three of
they
his
saw
4 basic camps still have wards on them.
they know because they just killed him, sent him back to base, and they have wards on the other side. There's one place he could be farming.
What we're going to see now, though, is that Varus can continue to just instant push the wave. The thing about Lulu, yeah, her wave clear is fine, but when she little lands through the wave, she doesn't one-shot it.
Nope.
So she needs a bit of extra time to really clear it. Godby has less cooldown for himself, especially once he gets the cooldown reduction boots, and then he can instant push the wave. That applies pressure on the side lanes because he can roam first. And that means they suddenly can keep pushing on the bottom side and slowly again take down this tower. They need it, and then they have to rotate to the top side and get the last outer turret.
Yeah, LGD gonna prep a play down on the bottom side. There are plenty of wards for Acorn to teleport in. He would really like to get that level 11 first.
And that is a good point. Because because Nagne is sitting with teleport, even if Varus can roam first, Nagne can always join in. So we almost have a situation where LGD needs to find a way to blow one of these teleports before they want to go for any of the aggressive plays. You can see Godry is constantly moving away from his lane. He pushes out and then he leaves because he knows Nagne and Someday can be in the bottom side in no time, and he has to be close by for 5 versus 5.
This is what it looks like when a Malphite wins lane, by the way.
Yeah.
He just slowly
16
wears
minutes.
you down. He takes the turret, first to level 11.
Uh-oh, it might get more dangerous. Imp loses a lot of health here. Be careful. Stun's going to land onto a minion. TBQ cannot hit the right target. PYL going to be the first casualty. And a beautiful explosive cast means Elise will be next on the table.
And that's only one of the teleports. They can get a turret after this. They can even get Dragon after that.
Wow.
KT Arrows taking control.
LGG is falling apart completely. Too many mistakes in the early game, too many poorly picked fights. Easy gank in the middle and Godry coming in.
This is going to be a high armor Malphite. He just now lost the passive shield. 3 turret shots in. Not even difficult. A teleport for Acorn,
Useless
but why?
teleport, even gonna cost him his life.
Useful for KT. They get his ulti. Now he's gonna fight Arrow. It's gonna be close. Arrow goes down, and finally LGD get a kill, but
another another turret is gonna go down after that. KT, as we said, they're easily gonna be able to take down these outer turrets. Up, too little life.
KT Rolster is manhandling this game.
Now maybe not that easy.
3,500 gold lead, 8 kills to 1. It's worth pointing out the farm is still staying equal to maybe even a slight LGD advantage. Like, all of the gold lead is just these kills. And LGD still trying to push in for this dragon as well.
And it did, yeah, okay.
Again, knowing you have double teleport, KT can go for these plays.
Yeah, I mean, Imp just gets destroyed in the trade down bottom, so even if every member is accounted for, KTC would still come out on top. So big move from them down bottom, as you know. But it's not even just the gold. Again, as we went over in Champ Select, KT looking really, really good just from the beginning stages. And now they're going to make another play on Imp. There's no turret this time.
Some backup though.
Yeah.
TBQ's on the bottom side as well. He got his Elise first pick. That was the entire bait from KT, saying, we know you want that for your jungler. Ends up giving that Giacomo composition, which would do well against the Mordekaiser. So just overall, a super smart pick and ban phase.
TBQ has so far collectively 0-9-1 in the World Championship so far. We wondered what it would be like for him, and so far it's been really pretty miserable for the man.
Honestly, I thought people were being a little too harsh on him at first, but
goodbye.
Yeah.
Suddenly everyone's in the mid lane. Even some days roaming around. Top lane is alone right now. It's going to be pushed in by Acorns, Hecarim, but KT are just taking everything down. Now all three outer turrets are gone. Now Imp gets found as well. Can't dodge much of this one. Does do a nice flash over the wall. That's about as long as he could have gotten it.
And right now, we're 19 minutes in. Sunday has 256 armor against a physical mid laner. Physical, of course, AD carry. I say, of course, Mordekaiser could have been the AP1, but and also a physical top laner. This guy is unkillable.
Yeah. Even, like, the only magic damage they have is TBQ, and someday we'll crush him like the spider that he is.
Just pull the legs off one at a time. TBQ did at least go Rune Glaive, so, you know, he's got some extra ability power. Yeah, I'm trying to find the
one-shot that mouth
parts. I mean, glaring, definitely the glaring weakness for LGD here is TBQ, whether it's from the in-game play or trying to compensate for him in Champions.
Sure, that's a big deal here. Maybe they're feeling forced to first pick that and not go for the Lulu if they wanted it. But we saw Lulu from them yesterday not doing a whole lot either for LGD as a team. So, like, this game, I agree, TBQ is a weakness. But to me, I'm looking at the entire team here.
Yeah.
Because the bottom lane fight and so on was not really anything TBQ could change. Like, that was the team taking a bait, basically, TPing in super aggressive, and then realizing, oh, we can double teleport and just get him punished for it. Give up more early kills.
Yeah, very true.
We just have to look at the entire lineup. And so far, they're not showing up.
Now, LGD right now are the biggest disappointment of the tournament. They have
the inverse stake.
Yeah. LGD is vegetarian. Team all herbivores, and not all as well here for this team.
Well, KT, they've got a very clear path here to close this out. Watch as their ward line continues to encroach on LGD territory here. They're working it in. LGD are doing their best to try and defend it, but it's just so difficult.
Yeah.
Someday, he just won't stop.
No.
Continuing to wear Acorn down. There's not much Acorn can do except focus on the minion wave.
All three lanes just getting pushed in, and it's just a matter of time before KT puts the focus on Baron.
Exactly.
Plays a few pink wards around and says to LGD, either you come face shakers into a fight you're never going to win, or you just let us take the Baron, and then pushing 1-3-1 becomes so much more effective.
Ooh! A couple of flashes traded, but otherwise, all is well. It's just the normal KT style. This looks somewhat similar to how they won up against TSM just a few days ago. It's methodical and smart, and one at a time they knock down objectives. And when KT wins games, there are not many kills. And you can see here, 0.5 kills per minute. Underneath that, actually, definitely low.
I really want to see with LGG the team communication is like, because there's so many small moves in the early game between all the teams, and every single early game we've seen there, small miscommunication can make or break almost your entire early game. If a member is positioned wrong, if he teleported in on the wrong time, or maybe the team were calling for Akon to not join in and he did anyway. We don't know what's going on with the team. We know, of course, there has been some problems in the past because they have Koreans, they have Chinese players.
Yeah.
And it's something we see more and more from these Chinese teams now, that they have these mixed rosters. It looks like there are some miscommunication happening in the early game.
Yeah, well, KT Rolster, again, I mentioned par for the course. They're, throughout the season, in wins, KT Rolster, there's 0.59 kills per minute. We're even below that here. And just KT playing such a controlled style. Of all the teams we could measure, they were the least bloody of the teams here at Worlds.
I mean,
but this is KT. This is what they do.
Yeah,
they take control of the map.
Someday is like, there's no way you're taking this guy down.
Nope.
He's got nothing to worry about. There's not a Last Whisper in sight. Well, there is one in sight. I see one right now. Godby's got one, but that's not gonna be enough.
The long-range knockup.
Yeah.
He implodes.
Godby will have his Last Whisper, but again, he's never going to sit and auto-attack the Malphite. He can maybe land a Q or two, and that's about it. Someday, just as an update, is currently sitting on 338 armor now. And I don't think he's going to stop here. Wow, what about a Thornmail? Why not?
Yeah, you know what? That sounds fun. Got a Cloth Armor right now. Even go hardcore for like Deadban's play it afterwards. Just keep adding pieces to the puzzle.
Funnily enough, I always debate the last item. Uh-oh, here we go.
Godby knocked against the cliff. He's got nowhere to go. Good damage on a Nagne. I mean, they can get some hits across, but the problem is they die too fast because of the Malphite dives. 5-0 and 1. Nagne, actually a big kill leader here.
And that's, you know, look at how deep this vision is for KT. You step out of line, even this LG side of the jungle is not their own. Here comes the answer of a defensive teleport.
Yeah, TBQ lands a flash stun and says, you know what, let's go for this one. In comes Acorn, and they're like, wait, why do we even do this? Has to ulti away. Someday still chilled in the front lines. And wow, everyone's airborne like they love vitamin C. And down goes the turret, down goes the champions. KT going for the win on this one.
And Someday, you can tell, no fear in his heart. As soon as he gets in there, immediately stop the Hecarim and then move forward. They're not afraid at all. Even before he tries to use a Hecarim ult to escape, Someday's already attacking the back line. This is going to be an inhibitor turret. They're inside the base.
Pickaboo's really low. Godby's trying to look. Oh no!
Oh, I shot the wrong way!
He tried to run and let go of Q too late. Not like it matters for too much here. Inhibitor's going to be taken out easily. Oh my gosh, has to flash away, still goes down. This is catastrophic now for LGD.
What a route here from KT.
And we keep seeing these compensations with double teleport. Once they get that lead, the map control is just insane. Whenever LGD is trying to make a flashy play just to come back, double TP happens. Yep. Everyone is there suddenly for KT, and it's just so easy for them to turn around.
It's
double frozen hard.
Snowbally.
You have everything you need on the side of KT.
0-5-0. Godby in the mid lane on that last pick, Varus.
We see it here. Double TP happens. So like TPQ has to go for something. They need to try and catch out a target if they want to get back in the game.
And look at Someday. Okay, I stopped you. My eyes are for the prize. Yeah. Looking for kills now.
I got 350 armor right now. Imp is basically healing me every time he hits me, and massive knock-up. The rest of the team can just follow up, clean up. It's also fantastic being the AD carry, and this team just looking at your front line, doing all the work. You just have to be like last hitting a little bit, right click, and get a few more kills.
And this, by the way, when we looked at LGD's Kog'Maw game from earlier, it's okay to play a bunch of offensive champions with a Kog'Maw, because you create so much havoc, you get the freedom to hit whatever you want. You don't have to worry about being peeled for. This is like what LGD wanted in their game yesterday.
Yeah, big difference was that what Origin did against LGD was they stacked a lot of late game damage and mixed damage as well. We had a Kalista, and then we had, of course, a lot of magic damage from both Vladimir and Orianna. So there were so many threats to kill this single target main damage dealer. In this case, it's Arrow on the side of KT. LGD did almost the opposite. They're like, okay, so we know you have now a Juggernaut composition. We're gonna try and run some poke and see if we can maybe get some towers early game and get the game rolling. But also the Hecarim pick coming in just meant that it was so easy for KT to stack a bunch of armor against it and say there's no threat now against our front line or our back line.
You can see the value of counter-picking at the very end here for Someday. The Malphite, no threat of a Vladimir coming through after
Look at that
pick of the game.
Gets the passive down, that's it.
Even with the static shift hitting, he did 10% max health. PYL now down to 800. More attacks in, forced to flash whip, and Nagne's gonna whimsy and say, no, I really want this one. Poked around though, here comes the team. Someday to the front line is already, there's the ulti in, locks up 2. And here comes the push, the knock up again on a Godby. So much is happening. The health bar is getting so low, the shutdown actually happens. Whoa, an overcommit from KT, and it does mean the 2 kills come back through.
That is something, but it's just a drop in the bucket here for LGD.
Yeah.
A little bit of quick cash. And even so, it's just a trade even 2 for 2. They still have no control over the map, and it's going to be hard for them to get it back.
Yeah, we knew Malphite was going to die someday, but looks like it happened right now.
Thought you were against name puns there.
Yeah, I recanted once I realized that there's way too many of them available. Either way, though, I mean, this is rough. 17-3 in kills. KT Rolster have knocked the inhibitor down, but this inhib's going to respawn soon-ish, and Imp's getting a ton of farm back. But an 11,000 gold lead is still what has to be made up for.
Now, we talked about the pick and ban phase just before here. I think today we have seen how teams, by not just banning the 3 top-tier picks in Mordekaiser, Lulu, and Gangplank, are starting to really make red side look a lot stronger. Because on day 1, blue side was 6-0.
The manipulation from red side.
Exactly. There's so many small mind games you make, being like, oh, so here's this Elise pick you really want, but there's also these 2 top-tier picks. If you pick one of them, we're going to have something ready for it. So we're starting to see teams now not be afraid of leaving the top-tier picks open, like on day 1, where it was always like Elise first pick, and then you had a disadvantage from there.
That's fair enough. It does not account for the later stages of the draft phase from LG,
That is very true. Definitely been some mistakes as well.
So yeah, we don't attribute this whole setup to side selection.
No, but
Baron going to go down pretty easily, though.
LGD have had 2 very bad champion selects in a row now, so that is something that definitely needs to be shored up. Acorn, I know, is one of the voices in that one. In fact, for a time, he was the actual coach of the team and literally just like led all those phases, but right now he is not having a positive impact with this.
Obviously lost their coach, but he was only the coach for like 2 weeks for LGG, like in playoffs, and he even went out and said it was the analyst who was doing most of the work anyhow, so they didn't really care about losing the coach too much coming into the World Championship. He's obviously now the analyst, or former analyst, is now the head coach of the team. Seen some problems though for them when it comes to draft and composition.
Yeah, they got, with all the changes, I mean, the thing is, they actually played games. No, they didn't play 5-16, because they didn't play in the regional. And here we go, into the base. The second inhibitor, the top inhibitor, being laid bare. KT slowly going to work this one down. TBQ can only throw a cocoon. There's the flash engage. They caught him. He's going to flash out himself, but Someday is going to return on this one. The chain of corruption comes across, but already 2 kills, now 3 kills picked up. Acorn jumps in, tries to pick up a little bit of something. Score will go down, but only the 1 kill. There's the A's. KT Rolster should be closing it out now. It only took him 31 minutes. KT 2-0 to start out their World Championship.
Dominating victory as well for them.
The champ selects, we had a lot of questions.
Yeah.
With what LGD were drafting, how little time they really had to win this game, and how specifically they had to play it. And just too many mistakes from the start that allowed LGD to...
I mean, plus the in-game play there, we had the Varus die, pop both of the summoners very early, really far up in the lane against a Gragas. Meanwhile, the bottom play, goes without mentioning, how badly that turned around for them.
Unfortunate things here for LGD. But KT Rolster, of course, they have a very well-deserved bow here.
It opens up this group that people were referring to as the group of death so wide, because even when everyone was mentioning group of death, the most probable to be on the top for everyone was still LGD.
Yeah.
And they started out 0-2.
Yeah, I mean, LGD was the obvious #1. You can see Imp not happy with how the game exactly went, but LGD was the obvious #1, and it was, okay, it's probably KT Rolster versus Origin fighting for #2. Well, now it's probably KT Rolster and Origin fighting for #1.
For now, at least.
And of course, we will see TSM face Origin that very next game, and the thing is, TSM made that KT game a lot closer than LGD did. As far as looking at single games and power ranking off that, TSM looked better than that.
Yeah, they had their own set of problems.
Of course.
Two teams with a lot of problems. Team Solomid and LGD. Really for LGD here, you're down 0-2 now. You play Team Solomid tomorrow. That's a must-win game if you want to have a chance to get out of this group. So if there's so many problems with the team, we don't know if it is communication or what it is. They have 1 day now to fix it, because this is not acceptable in any way possible from everything they were doing basically in-game. Too many mistakes. KT take full advantage, full credit to them. What a fantastic performance. And they sit as #1 in this group for now, and it's well-deserved.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they can fix these things in about 24 hours. But for now, going to hand it off to our analyst to break down that KT commanding win.
Thank you very much, Freak. Commanding to say the least here. And there's a lot to discuss. First and foremost is KT coming out of Champ Select with the composition that mirrored LGD's composition from yesterday, barring the Gragas for the Vi. Thoughts on that, getting beaten by the comp that you came into the day before with?
Well, different story, right? When they take the Varus, they open themselves up to a big Malphite pick there. And what I don't like about LGD, and what I haven't liked about kind of the LPL in general, is that the Hecarim is still picked. I think Hecarim is too item dependent, doesn't have a lot of upside. If you shut him down, then there's nothing that can be done. There's no comeback potential, and that made it very, very difficult here. They had to blind pick something. I don't think Hecarim's the answer.
Yeah, I feel like their coach, Firefox, was just failing to load plugins in Champions Select because, oh my God, you pick Varus into Braum, already not a good situation, but you open yourself up for 3 physical damage threats. Great, LGD's running more threats, but they are all the same type of damage, and it's against a Malphite that gets picked up late. I feel like this was a great draft from KT and a very, very bad draft from LGD.
Look, they didn't do themselves any favor with the draft. Like, I'm not going to defend it in any way, but if you give up Juggermore, you need to play fast push. Varus, very good fast push. Siva, very good fast push. They needed to go with something to be able to finish this game by 27 minutes. If the game wasn't over before 30 minutes for LGD, the game was just never going to go in their favor. So I guess I get the emphasis on the draft, but the game was played on Summoner's Rift, and that's where they lost it.
Okay.
Well, then let's go to Summoner's Rift then, and let's talk about the way it was played out.
But the game was, they had a 2v2 against Kog'Maw Braum, which is an extraordinarily strong combination. So they're already putting themselves at a point. And Imp did get a nice CS lead early, which was surprising to me. But just having that, it's too hard for you to actually take the turrets in group in that situation. I don't think that was the answer. And it certainly showed too. And I mean, Acorn has been so off in these games. He's normally fantastic, but what horrendous teleport play.
Yeah, and even just the laning phase. They set up Someday once again. They gave him blue buff. They made sure he didn't take too much damage at the start, so he got to keep his TP. So that means that on the opposite side of the map, there is still pressure on Imp in the top lane, even though they've lane swapped it. There's always that chance that they're going to shut him down.
All right, so Zyrene, I want to work through the early game, though, and the way that KT played it out, because we actually saw them swap away from LGD, but then not too much later found themselves locked in that 2v2.
Yeah, I feel like what KT ended up doing is they played to shut down the strengths of LGD, and they did that perfectly, and I feel this is something that you should do against LGD is take double TP. It stops Imp from pushing forward at all. And this is a guy that I talked about before. He loves to go forward and assert his dominance in lane, and this is exactly what happens. Same position. It almost looks like we're watching the same replay twice, because he's always forward. He's always trying to exert pressure. And you were talking about the fast push. They punished it in the bot lane because they weren't grouping to fast push with a Varus. They were trying to do it during the laning phase, and they were immediately punished. Great collapses here. You see wards coming down just for these plays, too. Guaranteed 4-on-5s in some of them.
Well, even in that first clip, the bait, Arrow just stood still, baited out the hook, and then we saw the teleport come in for Acorn under the turret. They didn't know where Score was. Score was sitting there waiting for them to come in. They baited it absolutely beautifully. That was entirely set up by KT. That's why Arrow didn't move there, because there was already the preparation. Everybody just piles in. You know LGD, in 2 games now, they've tried to make an aggressive teleport in the bottom lane, and it hasn't worked versus Origin. It hasn't worked versus KT. And maybe this is, again, a mixed language issue, because it doesn't look like they're communicating where people are on the map.
So I don't know if you can chalk it up to miscommunication, because during the regular season, you have to remember this is a team that brought double teleport into the meta with Diana. So, let's not give them any excuses. They're just playing not good League of Legends right now, and they need to fix it. So, their side wave control generally is very good. So I like the double teleport against this team.
What I think
that LGD need to go back to playing their brand of League of Legends, because they created this meta.
Yes, I think the double TP just shuts them down so hard. And even on the double TP fact in a micro sense, what ended up happening before the TP to the bot was Godv had a skirmish against Nagne, and they were like, okay, we're both half HP, gentleman's agreement, we're both backing. But one of them has TP, so it's guaranteed 4v5 bot lane and the best possible scenario. So they're even prepping that from champion select with the double TP that they want to do this strategy. And KT is just very present here at this tournament, while LGD is kind of floundering.
Yeah, and KT has really surprised me because I didn't expect them to come in with this amount of poise, right? They're not taking risks. They're playing mind games in Champ Select. They're playing mind games on the Rift to set up these plays. And against TSM, against LGD, they've done the same thing. They wait very, very patiently, play conservatively, bait out a mistake, and then smash you. And once they get that early lead, they're great at snowballing it.
Yeah, absolutely impressive play from KT stepping up here. LGD now dropping 2. This does beg the question, what does this mean for the group, right? And LGD's future in this group, because it kind of blows it wide open all of a sudden. A lot of us came in here assuming LGD was going to be one of the favorites in the group, maybe along with KT. And that loss for LGD presents an exciting opportunity for the 2 Western teams in Group D. Now, earlier we asked you, who is your dark horse in the group stage? And it's T-Dog, right? It's definitely Origin after pulling out that victory against LGD. Can see them making a run to get out of the group. Well, they're about to go up against TSM. So what do you guys think? Is this their opening here, or will TSM get their first win and make things even more interesting?
I'm going to have to start this off and go with Origen here. I love that pronunciation of it. Origen is the ones. They didn't press me yesterday, but it was against LGD, and we still don't know the gauge on LGD right now. They seem to be floundering this tournament, so that is kind of like a benchmark, not a very good one. So right now, I'm just going with Origin because I feel like TSM, they have not been present in this tournament as well.
Well, I have to go with Origin, with XPEK's performance, with him really stepping up in that first game. It looks like perhaps the mismatch in the mid lane may not be there if XPEK is going to play at this level. So, but everywhere else on the map, absolutely everywhere, there are problems. I mean, we look at Santorin, regular season, 9.05 KDA, but only 178.1 damage per minute. That put him 12th.
Dead last.
Remember, there were 10 junglers, 12th in damage per minute.
How is that possible?
He got beat by subs.
Right. And against KT, he didn't even have the KDA. He had a 0.67 KDA and 130.4 DPM. Amazing is going to wreck him. Like, Santorin needs to do something. Anything. Damage, whatever. And I think that's a big mismatch. So.
Yep. I completely agree. The Cacao game is like how Santorin sets up to play League of Legends, unfortunately, at the moment. I think Origin across the board are actually a really strong team. I actually really enjoy watching these guys play League of Legends, but they have to draft to their strengths, which is pick some form of initiation on Amazing, because they don't normally give it to Soaz. He likes to play more of a damage threat. So if they have an initiation on their jungle and support, I think that this team can go very far.
Well, there you have it. We've got that match coming up in just a few minutes, so keep it right here. The 2015 World Championship continues after this.
LGD so far been the victim of one upset. It might be a second one here. They knock in TBQ. In comes Braum, and out goes LGD. That's going to be the kill.
Cost him his life.
Useful for KT. They get his ulti. Now he's going to fight Arrow. It's going to be close. Arrow! Has to ulti away. Someday still chilled in the front lines. And wow! Everyone's airborne like they love vitamin C. The chain of corruption comes across, but already 2 kills. Now 3 kills picked up. Acorn jumps in. Tries to pick up a little bit of something. Score will go down. KT 2-0 to start out their World Championship.
I really want to play Origin because they have Amazing, which is a former teammate of mine, and I know a lot of the players from Origin back from Europe, and it's kind of like a grudge match because I came over from NA. I haven't really talked to them as much, but I know them and they know me at a very personal level, and it's a team I really, really want to beat.
Welcome back, everyone, to Paris and the 2015 World Championships. I'm Eric Dolanquist. With me is Joshua Leisman and Mitch Crepo Forspels, and we are about to move into Game 4 between Team Solo Mid and Team Origin. Now, TSM, they've got a chance to start off 0-2 here, which would be devastating. It's not how you want a tournament, and if they do, it's going to raise a lot of questions about can TSM perform at international events.
They would match the best Chinese team here.
LGD also 0-2. That was a shocking result, but this 0-2 wouldn't be as shocking. I mean, coming into Worlds, Origin versus TSM was kind of looking like it was going to be this classic rivalry game with EU fighting North America, and then the Korean and Chinese teams would actually be fighting for the real prize, first and second in the groups. But after yesterday, and after the game we just saw, the complexion of this group and this game is just vastly different. Origin could actually be the titans of this group, whereas TSM looked weak and may struggle to pick up a single game in this group. They looked dazed and confused against KT and lacked any sort of cohesion, so they have a lot of growth to do.
Yeah, and I mean, cohesion was actually one of Origin's greatest strengths too. And Origin also, you know, they're able to take that veteran experience and show it under pressure against teams like LGD, like we said. People were expecting to come in and do very well, but now Origin today, they have to prove that yesterday was a fluke. A win over TSM would do exactly that.
Yeah, I think Origin just comes into this tournament with a lot of experience, and overall, I think talent for talent, they outshine their counterparts in TSM in nearly every single position. The only question mark coming into the tournament was obviously Bjergsen versus Expeke. Many people criticized him for his summer split. He wasn't looking that strong. I even called him the weakest member in his team, and I think I can still stand by that statement, but he's definitely playing a lot better. Bjergsen so far has been playing fantastic at Worlds too, so that matchup, for me, is the marquee matchup of TSM versus Origin.
Makes a lot of sense. Well, guys, it's time to check out our starting lineups. On the blue side, it is Team Origin. The top lane, of course, we've got Soaz. Jungle is amazing. Mid lane, Expeke. ADC is Niels, and support is Mithy.
Yeah, we can see. I have to echo that thing you said just a second ago, Crepo, about Peke. He's kind of in Worlds form, as we say, finally see Mithy on support. And on the red side of this map, it's going to be TSM. We have Dyrus in the top lane, 5th time at Worlds. Santorin in the jungle. Bjergsen in the mid lane, as we just saw him talking about the team he's playing against. Wild Turtle carry, and Lustboy on support.
Yeah, it's just fun to see these guys still get along earlier, right before this match. I actually just was talking to Bjergsen and Amazing, so there's some friendly banter going on. So both of the teams seem relaxed going into this match, but it means a lot for TSM. You know, it's a difference between 1-1, 0-2. For Origin here, they could peak in the group here, end up 2-0 already. So that is completely unheard of, because as you said earlier, we expected them to be playing for scraps for 3rd and 4th place.
Yeah.
And the crowd chanting TSM right now, and man, these guys need all the chance they can get. I mean, it's just been so rough. You go back to MSI, you think about the poor performance there. Summer split was very rough for these guys. Now here they are down 0-1. They can turn it around. Like on paper, theoretically, this is a match that going into Worlds, we would expect to be very close. But after how it's been in these last couple of days, it's going to be interesting to see how this one turns out.
I mean, you hate to judge too much off one game, but that one game was incredibly damning for TSM.
It was.
And incredibly encouraging for Origin. So if those trends held true today, it would be a stomp.
It would be, and here we go into picks and bans between Origin and TSM. TF taken off the table right away by Origin, not wanting to let Bjergsen get his hands on that.
Yeah, they really don't want Bjergsen to be able to take over the map. In their game yesterday, Bjergsen was up, or 2 days, yesterday? Yeah, it was yesterday. Over 50
What day
CS.
is it?
Where are we?
Bjergsen was up over 50 CS on Nogne, and we saw just before the game the 700 damage per minute was about 2nd highest of all mid laners at World. So he was the lone strong performer on TSM, at least in the laning phase. He made some mistakes in team fights.
I do think what helped Origin a lot in their match was just some single target heavy CC or just some easy to plant CC. Think of the Annie being Kalista ulti outwards and inwards again, then the Tibbers coming up. If TSM takes note of that and denies it or has a counter ready to that, maybe a Black Shield, think of just playing around that element of hard engage, then Origin could fall into troubles, because we've seen them be hesitant in the European summer split already, especially in the earlier stages when they were just, didn't all come together when they were behind. They were very poor playing from behind, so TSM, if they can get some of that hard CC themselves and get ahead, that could be the opening.
Now we've got the Mordekaiser band back to normal on the red side. Fiora added to that as well, and that first pick might be the Kalista.
It was so effective for Niels in their match against LGD, not only from a KDA perspective, but also from his ability to enable Mithy to position aggressively and make strong initiations. That entire quadra kill from Peke was really set up from Niels and Mithy playing so well together.
definitely.
Peke used a shockwave on 4 stunned targets.
They kind of corralled everybody up and made that shockwave really do work.
Kalista, the strength of, not only does she trade well in lane, but one of her main strengths is just that she changed the entire dynamic of the support role, being that you can play beyond aggressive and have the opportunity to get pulled backward. Your flash becomes solely an aggressive tool too, because you can always get Fates called out. So you play with such high mobility in these fights, and just to add another element of raw cooldown, and we've seen that well so far, you need some element of that, just some lockdown to really start winning these fights in your favor.
Yeah, it's impossible to lock down a support when Kalista can just pull them out. Darius locked in, along with that Elise. Now, Darius hasn't exactly performed as well as people expected. What do you think about Dyrus taking it this time?
I think this is going to be incredibly hard for me.
I think this is the best time Darius could be picked for you, Kreb.
Yeah.
You have trouble saying Darius or Dyrus now, it's always correct.
TSM's top laner.
Mistakes.
But yeah, we've seen in this tournament, initially we came in and the pick Darius just got revealed very early in Champions League, but has consistently been countered. Whether he got kited by a Gnar, whether we have Mar and some Renekton into it. So early picking this top lane has been punished a little bit in the tournament. I do agree with the Elise pick though. Early jungler is strong, necessary.
Yeah, we're all talking in the caster room how Darius definitely hasn't had a good showing here at Worlds. Teams are picking him early in pick priority, but then they're not giving him game priority.
Yeah.
They're not helping his lane. They're not even sometimes picking early game junglers with him. If TSM wants this pick to work for Dyrus, they have to do the unthinkable, actually camp for Dyrus' lane instead of somewhere else. They did it a little bit in the regular season, but it is by no means their primary strategy.
And especially don't do Dragon in a Western style lane swap. It puts you so far behind. It was one of the main reasons we saw Darius fall behind earlier today when he was picked too. You can't do that, especially against Marin on Renekton. If you have one of these close matchups, just gonna lose it that way.
Definitely seen it. So Braum, Lulu locked in for Origin. They got the Lulu.
Yeah. And
Wow.
they got to wait on it a fair bit too. We have been seeing Lulu making it through into more and more in these pick ban phases, and we've seen it lose a couple of times, so it's obviously not without weaknesses. In particular though, against Darius, a champion who is already lacking in his ability to stick and initiate on targets, the Lulu becomes even more valuable. This is looking like an early outdraft from Origin, unless TSM can pull some tricks later.
I mean, at the end of the day, Darius has what I like to call Volibear syndrome, where no matter what happens, he still has to run at somebody to engage. He can't really, unless he has flash, he can't like dash in or anything like that. Yeah, he's got a little bit of range with the E, but he's so easy to stop if you see him coming.
Now the question is, where is that Lulu going? Because Soaz actually plays a fantastic Lulu top lane, and that would mean that Expected can play a secondary carry. We've seen a lot of what they call one carry compositions for a lot of Lulu compositions, and I'm not the biggest fan for that, so I hope Origin pick up a secondary carry alongside of that, especially since the tank presence is already fulfilled from Mithy on that Braum.
Bjergsen locking in that Alistar for Lustboy, and it looks like it will be Tristana for Wild Turtles. So they've got that late game hyper carry. They've got some engaged for Lustboy now. These are ways to get Darius involved. So as Origin, your last 2 picks are coming in. What do you do now that you've seen 4 out of 5 of the champions on the other side?
Well, we get to see what type of early game tempo Origin wants to play with their jungle pick, and we also get to see where this Lulu flexes to. Ultimately, it'll decide whether they're playing more of a protect more of a protect Niels composition with the Lulu mid, or really just what type of damage they end up putting. They actually did it!
Blind pick Anivia.
Locked in.
What?
Misfortune? Yeah, sure, why not?
A lot of questions
boy.
here, but blind pick Anivia is very, very, very bold.
Was Anivia ever
love this
played in the
tournament.
summer split in all of European LCS?
No, I don't think
FLICKR played it in spring in Korea.
She has certain strengths, but she has a lot of innate weaknesses, mostly due to the high amount of mana cost she has on on her basic spells already. Her ultimate also means, yeah, she can wave clear very easy, but Anivia very often wave clears second in the mid lane. This also means that Lulu is going top lane, so this will be a very Niels-oriented composition. He has to carry.
Also, it's actually just another thing within their composition that's good against Darius.
Yeah, true.
You think long ago, back in the first season of League of Legends, Anivia was probably the most OP mid laner in the game.
Yep.
And a lot of that was because so many of the champions that have dashes and the mobility creep people talk about in League of Legends over the last 4 years
Came later.
So Anivia, when people didn't have dashes, dominated the battlefield because the wall literally cut off so many people. At this time, the solo laners of TSM can actually get completely destroyed by the Anivia wall.
There's a lot of answers here for the Darius pick, but overall, it may be just too tunnel vision to deny that top laner because Anivia still in that matchup in mid lane is going to be very tricky.
Blind picks Anivia?
I don't know, Xpeke does apparently, Origin does, and they won it against LGD. They weren't using Anivia, they were using Orianna, a little bit more common, but this game is going to be amazing, man.
Yeah, I've been talking to Froggen a lot about multiple build paths here, so definitely going to keep my eye on what Xpeke is running. Teleport does help a lot of the weaknesses that she had traditionally in lane, especially also now that a lot of less people are running Ignite against her, so she doesn't really get all in, her egg doesn't get procced that easily. But the first 2 or 3 stuns that you cast in lane, at least one of them has to connect if you want any semblance of lane control. Otherwise, Victor will continuously push you in and out trade eventually.
Yeah, that's right. So it looks like we are ready to get onto the Rift, guys. Origin versus TSM. Of course, get on Twitter, hashtag who you want to win. If you think it's going to be Origin, hashtag OG win. And if you think it's going to be TSM, hashtag TSM win. Coach is shaking hands, and I'm ready to get into this game, guys. Anivia, we have seen so many crazy picks already, and we're only 3 days into this thing.
Yeah, just got no 18th unique mid laner pick so far at Worlds. We came into it patch 5.14. Victor is here, Victor is here, Victor is here. Now we've seen 18 different mid laners already, and we're only here at day 3 at Worlds.
Yeah, before this day even started, there were 49 unique picked or banned champions at Worlds. It's extended today. I wonder how high we'll get at this World Championship as the meta maybe starts to formulate into something more solid.
It could be one of the most diverse Worlds we've ever seen.
Yep. Let's see who wins this one. Go to @LLEsports.com, hashtag OG win. If you think they're going to win, hashtag TSM win. If you think TSM is going to take this one, let's get into game.
That's right. It's time to get on to Summoner's Rift, guys. Origin versus TSM. TSM and Origin both with a lot to prove here. TSM wanting to prove they can be relevant in this tournament. Origin wanting to prove that their win over LGD was not a fluke. I think the win KT just had may give a little bit more credence to that, but Origin still needs a win here to cement it.
Yeah, there's a very good chance that this group has 2 2-0 teams and 2 0-2 games at the end of this one.
Very true.
Incredibly interested to see what Xpeke is going to build here. The old Anivia build relied very heavy on tier because you just need that much mana. Froggen recently, Anivia King obviously has been playing a more Rod of Ages into magic penetration build with the Andres, but we'll see that. We're seeing another 5-man invade, a lot of invades so far in this tournament.
Yeah, we saw a pluritude of level 1 kills yesterday,
Yeah,
but
man,
it's calmed down a little bit today.
I didn't get to cast any of those games. Oh well,
You jinxed it. Now we're not going to see any level 1 kills.
I guess so. I am the anti-level 1 fight caster, apparently.
As far as this goes, though, these are very standard wards placed by Origin, and they were spotted when going into the side of the jungle, and they actually left no backside wards to track specifically what TSM would have done on the other side. So TSM actually had a lot of different options, but they chose to mirror. Now, they are the only ones who know that this was a true mirror. Origin still has to slightly guess.
Dividing the map in half here, standard lane swap coming out. I do like what Rek'Sai brings to the table as a jungler, what we saw earlier in the way SKT played it. Just very high tempo, easy to get back into the game, never really have any downtime. Continuously adding pressure, and we need that, especially with a rather passive mid lane pick like Xpeke here on the Anivia.
I can't wait to see what Xpeke can do on this Anivia. This is going to be very interesting, to say the least. And Bjergsen, I mean, you got to think that not a lot of people have been practicing against Anivia lately. I mean, we've seen Veigar blindside people in this tournament. Now Anivia doing it, trying to get the stun. He gets it onto Bjergsen. If he comes in, can they land the stun? Bjergsen may need to flash here. Will he do it? No, doesn't lose quite enough health, but that was close.
So a really interesting choice there by Bjergsen to blow his heal so early because he was expecting the Ignite to come in. Actually, by the time Bjergsen blew his heal, I think it was a wasted Ignite by Mithy on that gank. It could have been a very easy one summoner spell for no summoner spell gank.
It is a waste, but when is Mithy really going to use his Ignite again in this lane swap? Remember, the map is going to get divided. If they dive Darius, maybe, but what player really wants to go defend that tower? Why would Darius actually go to the top lane here?
You asked the same question, but it happened yesterday. Like, there's absolutely a possibility. You need to be able to threaten the dive against the top laner in the lane swap scenario.
Yeah, I think he'll die 1v3 though anyway. So yesterday, the reason Darius actually died a lot of times in these lane swaps is because Lustboy just wasn't on point with his back timings. That's why we saw a lot of miscommunication on TSM side. So if Darius really wants to get into this lane, and he has the risk of getting dove, he may need Lustboy support.
I see a lot of pressure coming in from Wild Turtle and Lustboy on this bottom tier 1 turret. Same goes for the top lane. Still have that mirrored lane swap here. Who do you think is going to get the first turret?
Yeah, well, as of now, the team with Trist, TSM, has the tempo advantage on at least the turret pushing, but obviously they're roaming 4 people up here. Whether or not the Ignite is there, because there's no support or jungler help for Darius, he has to completely fall away, and the turrets will both end up falling.
Yeah, and playing it a bit safer here. Speaking of safe, Peke is not that. Dodges a cocoon, flashes. has to burn that summoner, but at least he escapes the gank, and that's going to mean he's in a lot of danger here for a few minutes.
Yeah, I liked what Santorin did there because they had such an easy time on the turret down bottom with no wave opposition that he was either free to jungle or gank. He ends up getting the jungle and a nice little gank there to kind of even the summoner spell battle within the mid lane. Now Peke has no combat summoners left. Although on Anivia, teleport technically can be a nice escape summoner if you use it during the egg.
I mean, at least, oh yeah, you can teleport during egg.
Yeah, you can teleport before you die.
Oh,
actually.
I see. And then
it will
become an egg.
continue channeling as you become an egg, and it can get you to safety.
Forgive me for my lack of intricate Anivia knowledge.
Darius right now
Forgiven.
in the bot lane, and the wave is pushing towards him, so he'll safely get that farm. But we see Origin already commit more members to the bot lane. Perhaps they're looking for a dive. And again, Lost Boy's on the other side of the map, so Darius will have to play very careful. Very often he's in these lanes 1v1, but they quickly turn into 2v1s, 3v1s, and very rarely does he get the backup from TSM, even though they picked that champion early for him. As Jad said, the game doesn't really revolve around him, so it's kind of a waste of a pick.
Speke maybe in a bit of danger here. Here comes Lust Boy. He's got Santorin with him. Nice wall, though. Denied. That cow was corralled.
It's actually interesting. Many Anivia players don't skill wall up until level 8, I believe, because they just value the 2 points in Q for extra trading potential and wave clear. So Pekka with an interesting adaptation. TSM may not have expected that even.
Well, I wonder if he took it after he had to use his flash, or if it was just something he was taking anyway for safety's sake.
Definitely the right approach.
Yeah, we'd have to go back and check. It would actually be a move that would be smart to take after he'd burned his flash level 3. I think Krepo's going to go back and check to see if that's actually what happened. But because of that wall, it could have very well saved his life. Lustboy had his flash, so flash, headbutt, pulverize into the damage that that gank could have loaded in with it could have actually been the death of Peke. So really nice wall.
Oh, and right before the gank, he ended up skilling it.
Smart.
Great job
The
at
Prophet.
Yep. I don't think it takes much of a profit to think that a flashless Anivia is going to get ganked in the lane. He does it either way. And so, we'll see if he can continue to stay alive. I mean, he was fairly low health, too, when that gank came in. So if he didn't have that wall, he would have almost certainly been dead. Santorin just taking that Rift Scuttler up towards the top of the map. And so far, pretty even game. TSM with a little bit of a gold lead because of that turret.
And we see it down in the bot lane as well. Juggernauts just generally don't do well into Lulu, and Lulu also enhances them. That's why she's been such a really big value of a pick here, to see how much CS can Darius acquire in this matchup, and most importantly, can he get even on experience. So Darius, on that champion, Darius, if he's slightly behind, that's still okay in these team fights if TSM can get that to happen. However, it's going to be incredibly hard to get to his targets if he gets kited by that Anivia.
Yeah, and we talk so much about the way these lane swaps work and how it's not just about the first turret, it's about what happens several minutes after the first turret goes down. So right now, TSM does have a 1 turret to 0 advantage because they prioritize the push more heavily on the Trist, and Origin actually prioritized a little bit onto Soaz. So now, even though the turrets are mismatched, there could be a growing advantage between the Lulu and the Darius, which is what Origin is banking on. They actually did a very similar thing against LGD yesterday in order to get Soaz's Vladimir ahead. We'll see if this pays off quite as well as it did yesterday.
Origin is also doing a fantastic job of just neutralizing Bjergsen because they ward left side of mid lane, ward right side of mid lane, then back up, at least support is there, jungle is there, and then expect it can continuously push in Bjergsen. That's all he has to do.
Here's a gank in the mid lane. Bjergsen burns that flash right away, saves his heal, but needs to get around that wall. So that's 1 summoner down. Expect is going to have his flash back fairly soon. It's really been a duel of flash cooldowns here in the mid lane.
Yeah, a lot of attention going mid. You never know how the lane swap is going to play out, but especially in a game with Bjergsen, you do expect more attention to the mid lane, and both teams are matching.
Need to try to keep him down for sure.
Pekka has the base right now. He's out of mana. Teleport is about to come up, so this is actually a rough point for him, sitting on tier with no mana, limited mana regeneration, and overall incredibly weak. If Anivia dives at any point during like the first 7 to 8 minutes, her build just gets slowed down so much. Spectre going with a very slow ramping build too, so to see if we can keep getting that CS, because it's incredibly hard to play this champion because you waste so much item gold on non-combat stats, really, on non-valuable all-in stats.
I really haven't been paying attention to the bottom lane, but I'm noticing now that the CS is actually +6 for Darius's Darius.
There's a massive wave coming towards Soaz though, so that may end up even being frozen. He can make it zone off later. He does have a comfortable experience lead here, level 6.
It'll end up being about 2 waves that crash in, so I wonder how TSM's going to play that, since that wave will have to be mopped up by Origin, and yes, it'll bounce it back, but that's actually a really surprising change of events, and TSM should rotate that for a Dragon. I wonder how Origin will respond, because Peke's out of mana. He would need to base and get back for that.
Exactly. That wave being pushed in the bottom at the same time Pekka being out of mana could be a big tempo swing for TSM here, but the problem is Xpeke does have teleport. So he can simply just base, get back, and full mana with Deer. Then he can contest these objectives incredibly easily.
TSM is actually sending Santorin as insurance. They're going to try and bounce this into the turret and maybe prevent the freeze. This is also actually working out as a pretty nice tempo edge for TSM, because they've gotten the turret and they haven't suffered any ill consequences of having that one turret advantage.
Yeah, they're taking care of Dyrus this time, and to be fair, you know, Dyrus didn't die in that early dive opportunity that we saw Origin have. He backed off right away. I think he learned from his mistakes yesterday, and things are going much better for TSM overall.
Origin, though, their composition is very, very mid-game focused. Like, Lulu requires some items. At least you need an Athenes to really get into play. And Nivea needs a couple items here. This is an early game carry, but due to the lane stop, she doesn't really get threatened by Tristana as much. BF Tristana can punish the Kalista. It's incredibly hard to punish a Kalista with just a pickaxe. So overall, Origin, I think they're very fine with this.
Wow, Santorin got it with this smite. The smite wasn't quite up on Amazing. This is an interesting rotation here. I don't think Origin quite expected that. They were probably expecting a Dragon rotation, but instead, TSM completely sends now 4 to 5 people up to the top quadrant of the map. They're looking for a turret snowball.
I think it's smart, because doing a Dragon this early in the game just slows you down so much, and TSM have the opportunity to punish some weaknesses in Origin's composition.
Oh, TSM, Dyrus, and Santorin coming up towards this top lane, tier 1. Niels and Mithy, they know what's up, though.
Origin also knows that they have 2 teleporters on their team. Peke just burned his teleport, so they can't support with the full collapse, and they actually have to give up their second turret of the game. Pings immediately go down onto TSM's bottom lane turret, but Dyrus can actually match with his teleport. TSM is doing a really good job rotating in this early game.
This is a much different TSM team than I feel like we saw in their first game of the tournament. These guys look much more crisp. The cohesion that we said wasn't there before is there now. It's a great start.
But we have to go back all the way to level 1, though. Origin divided the map in half, but didn't opt for the standard 4v0 push and then bounce the wave. They set themselves a tower behind voluntarily, but then they didn't manage to punish Dyrus at all. So overall, a questionable move here from Origin. TSM, yeah, they're punishing it well, but they left some openings in strategy too that just Origin didn't punish at all, and even can't punish because they have such a passive double AP early scaling composition that needs some time to ramp up.
So as taking a bit of damage from Wild Turtle, he backs off in this lane. And Origin going for this Dragon. They need to get something objective-wise. It doesn't look like TSM is in a position to stop them, so Origin at least able to get something here.
It's a smart call by Origin to go for the Dragon at this point. When TSM committed 4 people to the top lane, there is a recall timing window in which the Dragon is uncontestable, and Origin was able to take advantage of that window.
Yeah, so still a very tight game overall here, despite the TSM gold lead, despite the turret lead. Now the question is, you know, can TSM push this advantage? Can they get some more wards into their enemy jungle? Not a lot there right now.
This is the part of the game where Lostboy needs to synergize well with Santorin, move around the map, establish deep vision, and then TSM can continue what they've been doing in the early stages of the game, which is rotating. But that's exactly where we've seen TSM falter in the past.
That's the struggle, right?
It's part of the game where Origin has been so strong during the regular season, and especially yesterday. Mithy and Amazing, the jungle support synergy, is one of the greatest strengths of Origin. Rek'Sai and Braum are also a nice dynamic duo of roaming.
We talked about this with KT as well, too. The score Pickaboo combo worked very well against the Santorin Lustboy duo. So we will need to see more synergy from the jungle and support on TSM. Now's the moment where you push that lead.
I'm actually quite surprised that it has been no real gank opportunity for Santorin here. Anivia, very low mobility, which is trying to challenge these waves being pushed by Victor, so there could have been a couple of ganks, but Origin has been doing a great job just warding at least one flank at a time.
There are a lot of TSM players moving towards the bottom side of the map. Looks like they may want to try to catch Mithy and Niels, but Amazing.
So what's his teleport?
So does Dyrus. This could be a brawl.
It could be. Here we go. Lustboy coming in, tries to go for knockup, knocks Amazing over, saving that pulverize. Bjergsen coming from the side as well. Santorin lands a cocoon onto Mithy, gets pulled out.
So it gets popped.
A kill comes in for Bjergsen right off the bat, and now Origin on the run. TSM continuing to chase. First blood, though, going to Bjergsen, and that's huge.
That's going to be it. You can't chase into the Anivia, but good reaction here from TSM. They're the first team to move, and this is something we haven't really seen from TSM. They were, I believe, the only team coming into Worlds with a negative gold advantage at 10 minutes, so they're incredibly passive early game, just leaning back, letting the game happen, but we've seen an incredibly proactive TSM this game so far. Can they keep it up?
They've had pretty early game picks in this one with the Elise and the Trist for early turret pushing, but now They've kept Wild Turtle in the bottom lane with no turret to take, and they're trying to hold off this Origin counter in the mid lane. So far, though, TSM has been able to counter every one of Origin's moves.
Yeah, Victor control mage in the mid lane. If you normally have an AD whacking away at the tower, 2-3 seconds, that wave will be gone. So TSM defending their tower, still have one tower up. They traded that for a dragon, but all in all, in terms of pressure, tempo, just the swing of the game, TSM ahead.
Yep. We'll push those turrets. Able to get the kill for Bjergsen. They've really gotten everything they wanted right now, except for that one dragon, but that's not that big of a deal right now.
Yeah, and just look at Xpeka's build. This is the slowest possible Anivia build out there. It's tier into Rod of Ages. Double scaling components, and that's why Origin is falling behind. TSM will need to punish around the 30-minute mark, because if you then let Anivia keep farming beyond that point, she becomes incredibly strong later on.
TSM does need to punish really hard here, because with that slow scaling Anivia build, as well as the fact that they have a Protect Kalista with Lulu in the top lane, a 1,500 gold lead, if that doesn't get snowballed and extended, means nothing to Origin as far as their ability to teamfight. Late game, the Darius is mostly useless against all the kiting tools that Origin has.
TSM's Baron Vision around the 20 to 25-minute mark, that's going to be fundamental for them to win this game, because yeah, Origin, they can kite. You know, it's hard to run into a Lulu, hard to run into a Anivia, but contesting objectives, running into the dark with Anivia Lulu is actually very hard for Origin too. So if TSM can get their grasp on that barrier area, de-warded with a couple of pink wards, then Origin find themselves in a lot of trouble.
Origin right now looks like they want to take out this tier 1 up in top lane. They've got a nice big wave. They've got 4 people there. Can TSM stop them? I don't think they're going to try. They're just going to let this one go.
Nice turret take there by Origin. They're going to have to be able to answer that bottom lane push, because it's a huge wave that Darius has been stacking up there.
Yeah.
Although he has no clear vision within the jungle, and he's just going to have to back away.
Well, that's one thing I've noticed.
Origin.
TSM hasn't really been putting too many wards in Origin's jungle. There's 0 in the top part of the map, 1 in Try in the bottom half of the map. Maybe Bjergsen's putting another one down now, but they really need to pay attention to that.
And that's, again, that jungle support synergy.
Yeah.
Very rarely do we see Centaur and Lustboy roam. So far, that was a good collapse on the bot lane, but that was the entire team working together. Really need to see Lustboy and Centaur communicate. Somebody make the move first, because deep vision is oh so valuable, because it provides you so much more.
Yeah, speaking of the vision game, Krep and I were talking about trinket usage and the different combinations of trinkets you can put on a team. And TSM actually has a somewhat unique combination. They go upgraded yellow in the top lane, Sweeper in the jungle, upgraded pink ward dropper in the mid lane for Bjergsen, and oftentimes scrying over turtle and a sweeper again for the jungle. So it's a nice little mix of vision as well as vision denial, and it kind of speaks to the fact that Bjergsen wants to be such a farming force, because he will ward for himself, just drop 1 pink ward there, doesn't have to invest in buying pink wards, and can instead focus on just building damage items.
Wow, and despite the early successes for TSM in this game, a lot of you guys out there thinking Origin's going to take it. I mean, after the win over LGD, can't say I blame you. This one's still pretty close.
I mean, LGD was slightly ahead at all times.
It was a close game
against Origin until that one crucial fight here, and Origin definitely have the tools to win that fight. One well-placed wall, knock up, you know, amazing going in, getting some help from Soaz, could definitely swing the tides in these fights. So TSM will need to make something happen, and step 1 is always pushing your lanes and invading the jungle for vision.
Yeah, the fact that Origin's been able to answer both of those turrets makes the gold very close here, and with the Rod of Ages now only 3 minutes stacked up, so not quite there. It doesn't matter, it's not too much of a difference. The zone control of the Anivia, if Origin can set up for dragons first, is immense.
I would like to see just Origin yield this dragon. There's no reason to contest it. You already have 1. The race to 5 is very far off, and you're still scaling. You're still buying time. Origin's composition peaks somewhere after 25 minutes. TSM could force a fight, but they need some sort of a flank. You can't engage through choke points, especially not in this dragon area.
As of right now, though, Origin has the tempo advantage. Wild Turtle is off taking a minion wave, and they have the zone control of the Anivia wall that can't be walked through. It's a dragon. They didn't have to go for it, but if they're going to get it this easily, why not?
Origin gets the dragon. Lustboy comes in. There's a knockabout. Mythy gets pulled out with the Fate's Call right away. They could turn this one around. Xpeka may need to flash here. He's got that dragon choke covered with the ultimate. Gets out with the flash.
I think Pekka holding his flash there was very greedy, because now he has to expend teleport to go mid, because Soaz actually walked all the way down. Soaz could have been the wave clear in mid. Pekka just immediately flashed over the wall. So a little bit of miscommunication and greedy on the summoners there for Origin.
I still think overall it's a really
Overall,
good call
good play,
because
but it
Origin
could have been
kills the
better.
Dragon and doesn't lose a single turret.
Yeah, free objective, well not free, but unopposed objective really, that Dragon, and not losing any turrets for it. And now, I mean, this game is pretty even up. FLICKR starting to come into some power. TSM's got to be starting to sweat a bit.
That's what you start doing here, nitpicking in these very, very low kill games, because it's all about minor advantage, minor missteps from the opponent being punished, whether it's vision, you lose a jungle camp, you lose a blue buff, because obviously there's nobody going down, so positioning incredibly important here. And looking ahead, not only what you're doing now, but the next 1 minute, 2 minutes have to be mapped out by the shot callers.
All items coming in across the board for Team Origin. That Chalice done for Suaz for a little while now, and the needlessly large rod just picked up for FLICKR. So just like we said, the power really starting to pop up now for this Anivia. And again, am I drawing too much attention to this? But when I look at the map right now, I feel like TSM should have a few more wards on Origin side. Am I overstating that, or am I right?
I think Origin have done a fantastic job predicting where the potential invade could come from TSM, and then it's hard for TSM to get in there. But TSM should be able to move around quicker around the map and then find an opening somewhere. And once you get that first line of vision down, you can add some more vision to it later.
Another reason that TSM doesn't have very deep warding is because the lanes of Origin have been consistently pushing. The wave management has been strong. The whole reason that Origin was able to get that Dragon was because the tempo was in their favor. The bottom lane was pushed up, it pulled Wild Turtle to push, and because of all that, TSM can never invade to get deeper wards.
And we see Origin actually taking that mid turret. That's going to give them a tiny gold lead for the first time.
Yeah, and keep your eyes on Amazing too. He never has to spend any time in base, just keep bases, uses the ultimate on Rek'Sai, and every time TSM is ready to walk into Origin's jungle, Amazing is blocking that path because they don't have any deep vision already established. They don't know who's exactly behind him, who's helping him, so very hard. Now Darius does find the blue buff here. He can steal it away. FLICKR actually very blue buff reliant on that champion, but at least this is the least blue buff reliant build you can possibly do on Anivia.
True. He's got a lot of mana.
As long as he builds in a Fiend's Net, then it's by far he's not going to do that.
I don't think so. I don't think the needlessly
conventional build on Anivia.
Yeah.
Not yet, man. Well, mid turret maybe in a little bit of trouble. TSM looking to equalize here. Miffy, FLICKR, they want to stop this one. And are we going to see a possible flank here coming in? Doesn't look like it. Niels all the way up to the tier 2 in bot lane. Nearly takes it out himself too.
I mean, TSM, you've played Season 2. You never just group on an Anivia. That is her strength, that wave clear. The way you beat Anivia is split push and out rotate because she's slow. Look, FLICKR is sitting on maybe 7,000 gold earned total in this game, and he still has tier 1 boots because he just needs so many items that he's scaling up with tier, a lot of ages. He only found his first AP item after 5,000 gold earned.
Krepo, if you're going to pick a late scaling, late activating team composition, TSM is pretty much the best team you could pick it against. Longest average game time in North America, over least 41 minutes, least bloody in North America. 0.6 kills per minute on average in TSM games. The average across the world was closer to 0.75, so really lower ratio of kills in TSM games. It's picture perfect for an Anivia to just farm out the mid lane and get to those incredibly expensive items that not only are they expensive, then take time to activate afterwards. And FLICKR is actually getting there unscathed.
Yeah, I just want to see when FLICKR actually upgrades his boots. I think he's going to do it next, but a lot of Anivia players, and then we stop harping about the build. I just find it very interesting. Even go just Rabadon's next. They stay on tier 1 boots. So if they go for group fights, it's fine, you know. Team fights, you can slow the enemies down, bring them to your move speed. But when it comes to rotating around objectives, and then you can really get punished for only having those tier 1 boots.
Well, there's not a lot of action in the game, so feel free to talk about FLICKR's boots all you want, man.
Yeah, 1 kill, 22 minutes in.
I know.
But still an interesting game.
A single tear rolls down my cheek, guys.
Was quickly upgraded by FLICKR into a Saracen.
That's right. And then it gets really cold, too, at the same time. It's very uncomfortable. Thanks, FLICKR. TSM trying to push this top lane a little bit further. They finally got some wards down in the top jungle.
Adaptation from TSM, the double Spectre Scout picked up here, and Lustboy looking to be the bearer of the Aegis too, because double AP, and a Kalista as a hyper carry doesn't scale incredibly well into the late game, isn't really what you want to make. You don't really want a Juggalista composition, but...
Amazing, may want to play here. Oh, Spiderling's taking the Q. Amazing gonna flash in. There's a knock-up Santorin flash.
Lustboy has to peel.
Teleport coming in. Dyrus making an appearance here. Mithy hits him with the Q. Oh, and Lustboy knocks him back. Didn't knock him up, though. And he may be in a little bit of trouble here. The flash Q from Mithy. They're going to get Lustboy, and that's going to be a kill for Origin as soon as the ultimate is gone. There we go. The Rend does the damage. Niels with the kill.
And again, hesitation on the side of solo mid. They disengage with Wild Turtle's ultimate. Then They see the teleport is being channeled, and Lustboy thinks he can re-engage with Flash if Turtle doesn't ulti. Lustboy can simply just go in with a combo.
It's all too familiar for TSM. That's how pretty much all of their disadvantage happened against KT, with Lustboy dying, with the rest of the team not following him. Now with him down, and Flash and teleport expended in the last fight, it's putting a lot of pressure on TSM to come in, but it's still so early, Origin can't kill it easily.
Yeah, this is still really risky. They're going to break off right away. FLICKR blocking the path for Bjergsen to come through and try to kill him. He actually used his Chaos Storm there too, but they just wanted to stop the Baron. And going back to that team fight again, we talked about TSM needing the cohesion that wasn't there. It doesn't look like it's there, guys.
I mean, just look at the vision. Even if it was just one kill, what Origin gets for that kill is a wealth of wards. 4 pink wards around the Baron, 3 wards behind it. There's no way TSM can clear that area, so the Baron is delayed and denied for the next few minutes, and mid lane seems open too. Look for the wall from FLICKR.
Yeah, this could be a big fight. TSM is down a couple of crucial ultimates here, so Origin looking good.
Comes
no
in,
ult.
gets blown up immediately. Like I said, no, Darius coming for the dunks. He gets one. Can he get more? Needs those resets. Oh, they're going to back off for the moment. Wild Turtle gets caught. Goes down. FLICKR with the kill there. Amazing. Still looking for another possible chance to come in. Dyrus very, very low, but they'll get out.
Mithy with another 3-man knockup from Fate's Call. This is why you deny Kalista against Origin.
So good, man.
So pretty. And this means Origin can then have their cake and eat it too. They win the team fight, they get the turret. They can then easily rotate down and take the Dragon as well. They've activated in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough, I think, for TSM to come back. Origin, just with all the advantages right now as we see them take their 3rd Dragon of the game.
And if you look at that fight again later on, you will notice how Soaz was stuck in a gravity field, and right before he got popped, he managed to get out and just activate his ulti. So if TSM could have synchronized a little better, did a little more damage. Let's watch this again later on. Just keep your eye on that gravity field.
Gotta keep in mind, Lustboy has no ultimate on Alistar, so he's smartly focused by Origin. Then, yes, the gravity field comes down. It stops the reset from Darius, so he does not trigger Noxian Might, which gives him a tremendous amount of power within teamfights, even though he also missed his Q afterwards because he was a little bit weak. Then just nice stun chaining by most of Origin.
Yeah, if TSM could have taken down Soaz there, the fight could have gone maybe differently too. And also, they didn't predict the wall. Some of the members were pathing around the right-hand side. FLICKR forced them to change their path in that teamfight with a really good wall there on Anivia. That's what you want to do, but you have to keep that in mind. It is so predictable.
We're seeing some tremendous value from pocket picks here at the World Championship.
We really
saw the Veigar earlier on from Cloud9's Incarnation. It seemed like the team Invictus Gaming wasn't ready to play against it, and here TSM, it's only adding to their communication issues. They had trouble pathing around map walls, let alone walls that can be placed by the enemy.
Going in. Mithy pulled out to safety. Dyrus gets knocked up. They're going to toss him back in there. Dyrus getting very low. Another knockup from the Braum ult. Chaos Storm doing a lot of damage from Bjergsen, though. That's a kill for Niels, and TSM on the run already. No Dyrus. No problem for Origin. They're coming in. FLICKR, have you heard? The bird is a word, a stun on Wild Turtle, still alive for now. They're still chasing. Lustboy comes back in, tries to get the re-engage. They get Niels. It's kills on each side. So far, though, 2 for 1.
wall.
The eggs for FLICKR, great egg. Double kill for Soaz. Santorin tries to get it. That spider may never come down.
Triple kill.
He got a triple for Soaz. And that is nearly
Support
an ace.
fight.
It's going to be an ace. Supportal combat! Oh! Amazing takes that he should not have gotten in the way. You never interrupt the sacred right of supportal combat.
Really nice fight overall from Origin. They are understanding exactly how much damage they can do and take in these fights, and they are crushing the TSM, who is out of sorts.
But that fight pretty much sums up the entire game, because right now we have TSM all-inning a support from a Kalista AD carry here. 3 offensive CC spells and pathing used to get Mithy, who simply gets Fate's Call backwards, lands on a knockup. And this is TSM tunnel visioning, not punishing Origin where they have to, and then getting punished later in the fight because of that.
Yeah, yesterday against KT, TSM focused all their damage on an ulted Alistar, and again, they focus a support that cannot actually be killed. The chase down with the Lulu, Kalista, Anivia is just too many movement impairing and movement enhancing spells on the side of Origin. There's no real escape. Nice wall, and they secure everything because the death time is so long. Easy Baron as well.
And if you look at the composition now, yeah, sure, Origin, they look super strong because Anivia can slow you down, Lulu can speed you up, and you think, what a fantastic composition. But if you go back to the early game,
minutes to activate.
Yeah. TSM had so many possibilities to punish that Anivia pick. Take it from somebody who has scrimmed with plenty of Anivia games. You can fall behind. One death is enough to ruin that champion overall. So props to FLICKR for staying alive. But
Completely agree with you.
Some criticism to TSM.
Also, of course it's the criticism for TSM. That's the whole reason Origin was able to pick this champion, because TSM has not been able to capitalize on any early game advantages pretty much the entire split. So smart draft there by Origin, and they're activating on it just right.
Yeah, here Origin comes with that Baron buff, sieging. There's the wall to block TSM's pathing from trying to stop this turret to go down. It's going to take a little bit of damage. Not the greatest siege ever from Origin, I suppose.
Yeah, but look at how safe they can do it. If only Pekka had blue buff here, because you can always wall off one side, ulti the other. There is no counterplay possible from TSM, and with Baron buff creeps, it's incredibly hard for Bjergsen to react. So Slow and Steady wins the race here and kills the base eventually, if Pekka can keep his mana up.
Slow and Steady kills the base. I think that's good advice for any League player, huh? This is the part where you agree with me.
Yes,
okay,
Noah.
Great.
Fantastic advice.
I'm so glad you agree. Still trying. That turret getting very, very low. Amazing. Jumps in for a couple hits. Nice big knockup for Lustboy. Is it going to be enough, though? Mithy comes in, drops that ultimate as well. Backs away. Right now, they got the turret. They don't need more than that. Just back off and be happy.
They got the turret, didn't suffer any casualties, and they still have the recall timings in order to set up for Dragon number 4. So they are in complete control. That's exactly what they wanted. It was a nice ultimate by Bjergsen, but ultimately it only burned a couple of flashes, and Origin got the all-important inhibitor defending turret.
Yeah. Well, TSM possibly on their last legs here in this game. Pushed all the way back. They didn't lose the inhibitor. At least they kept that alive. But where do you go from here? I mean, Dragon's up in a minute. Got to stop the fourth one. The pressure is on all over the place from Origin.
I mean, coming into this tournament, if you would have told me on the end of day 3, TSM will be tied with LGD, I think a lot of TSM fans would have been very happy, but this group decided
not like this.
this.
Not like this. It's like that scene in The Matrix, man. Not like this.
But the funny thing is, though, or the good thing for Origin, they lost their coach Ducky and their analyst replaced, and it does seem that their drafting has been very, very, also slightly different to other teams, but really, really good thought behind it. Everything makes sense.
They're utilizing Soaz's flexibility in the top lane. The Vladimir pick was on point. The Anivia pick has been on point for the specific matchup they've been playing through, and they're putting a lot of emphasis on Niels and Mithy's ability to succeed, and really high credit to Niels. His first Worlds, first split in the LCS before this. This is the team that was in Challenger, so
nothing phases this guy. I talked to him yesterday and I said to him, you know, well played. He said, well, I didn't do anything. I just got carried. I was like, well, you played perfect. Yeah, I did play perfect, but it doesn't matter because I can only do so much. My team is actually the ones that won the game, so nothing phases Niels at all. That's why he's actually very fun to watch as a player.
You're so right, man. I mean, you don't see many rookies come in as calm and collected as this guy is, and man, it has worked out for them this week. That's Dragon number 4 now for Origin, the fadeaway rend. And it looks like they're ready to try to end this one. They've got that mid inhibitor down.
What I like the most about this draft is they play on stylistic tendencies of teams, and that's something we very rarely see. A lot of teams resort to the meta picks and they pick the same team, comes different iterations, but Origin do something completely different, and it works because TSM's style allows them to make it work.
Their preparation has seemed exceptionally good for LGD and now for TSM. Origin continues to impress. They try to take down this bottom inhibitor turret.
Yeah, they're just doing a split push right now, so it's going to be nearly impossible for TSM to defend both sides. Watching the way they've outdrafted on multiple occasions, both against TSM and against LGD, makes me really excited for the KT matchup we're going to get to see tomorrow. Both teams 2-0 in this group, seeming much stronger than the opposition thus far. And so much of this has been about Origin's ability to kind of group up and win team fights in the mid and late game, but that's kind of KT's specialty as well, so that'll be a fantastic match.
And we can see right here why they split push too, because there's no Baron buff available. Victor can instant clear these minions even though they're down 1 inhibitor, so Origin already knew that was going to happen, so they play ahead of the curve. They make the play first, split push, get another outer turret. We'll likely see them back off then later on to the Baron and then close out the game. So systematic destruction of TSM. Very low amounts of counterplay possible right now for Team Solo Mid.
Yeah, and if you told me coming into this week that KT versus Origin would be a close game, at first I'd be like, yeah, sure, man, whatever. But now, I think we may have a good game.
Yeah.
Great game, in
There's
fact.
a lot of things about Worlds that if we would have told each other a week ago, be like...
Or even
No
like,
way.
you know, a couple months ago, it's like, guess what? Mordekaiser's going to be a bot lane champion. Like, well, okay. All right. You have to lay off whatever you're on for a while.
But he'll be 100% pick ban at Worlds then.
Yeah, not true.
Oh, not anymore.
Yeah.
That's true.
Up to this game.
Right? Prior game, I think. It was the
up to the game before this.
The LGD KT game. He went completely through the pick and ban.
Well, Baron up in about a minute 40. You know Origin's going to start to set up around that. They've already got some wards down. TSM just desperate to ward up their own jungle right now. Amazing, taking out the Rift Scuttler. You know, they look like they're kind of from the same species or the same like family tree, so I wonder if Rek'Sai feels any guilt. I mean, they both kind of tunnel underground. She shouldn't want to kill the Rift Scuttler.
It's true.
Worlds, anything is possible.
Yeah, wall goes down, separates Lustboy. Lustboy has to use that ult right away, gets stunned anyway. They're just going to wait it out. There's Whimsy. Lustboy's still going down. He may be in trouble. He is in trouble. They take him out. CC for days. They can outlast that Alistar ult. Now they can do whatever they want. They've trapped Bjergsen a little bit. That's a lot of damage from that Anivia coming in. Mithy takes a bit himself in Origin. I think it's time to back up and set up for that Baron.
Yeah, familiar sight for TSM. Lustboy dying a large distance away from the rest of his team.
It's cohesion, man. I mean, Lustboy thinking it's time to go in. The other part of the team not agreeing. We've seen it all summer split. We're seeing it now in Worlds. It's tough. Some big issues on this team that are going to need to get solved in the offseason.
I do think, looking at the composition even more, the Soas's Lulu pick solves a lot of the issues from that Anivia from Xpeke, because he's continuously being sped up for good wall positioning, and then he engaged. We see a Q over the wall here, not connecting. So Origin just zoning them out. Just keep your eye on these team fights. How Whimsy is being used on Xpeke. He then gets ahead of his opponents enough to block them with a wall. Usually, it's incredibly hard to land these walls, but Xpeke has landed wall after wall in these fights.
Yeah. Well, he's been around for quite a while, man. I mean, this is not his first run with Anivia, or flight with Anivia, I guess you could say.
He played a lot Season 2, too.
Sure did. Wall just funneling TSM through that choke. And are they ready for this? TSM just takes the bait. They're going to charge right in there, take out a ward.
Well,
they've got to wait.
Niels' Callista isn't base, so Origin is playing this one a little slow. They're actually pretty valiantly defending their own ward line. They don't want to forfeit all the wards they just placed just because Niels had a kind of strange back timing, but you can really see the power of Peke right now.
Peke's flanking.
Yeah, that's right. They're going to try for it. Some knockups coming in. Mithy gets a big ult. They take out Bjergsen right away, and Xpeke just destroys Lustboy again. There's the wall. They're going to go after Santorin now. Meanwhile, Dyrus and Wild Turtle fleeing into the TSM base. Dyrus pops the TSM flare before getting taken out. And there's the Origin flare in response.
3 flares beat 1 flare.
I'm loving it, man. 3 is certainly a bigger number than 1. You're right about that, Crepo.
I feel like you really need to pick your moments better if you want the appropriate effect of flare spamming.
You can't flare when you're dead, so maybe Dyrus should have waited just slightly longer.
Oh, brutal. This is Origin.
I'm not quite dead yet. Well, here we go. This game's over. TSM looking pretty dead as there go the Nexus turrets in Origin. The trend continues. These guys are looking great, and they're going to take down Team Solo Mid. Knockup coming in from Amazing. There's one more. Let's want to dive. There it is.
There we go.
GG.
GG, boys.
All right.
Yeah.
How about that? Origin. These guys are legit, man.
Exactly what they were expecting in this matchup as well. They carry over their performance yesterday against LGD, which was a much more surprising affair. And today, it's more about taking care of business.
It is.
They had a strong team composition, tailor-made to counter TSM's weaknesses, and they executed on that comp.
This is Anivia. I can't believe we actually saw an Anivia.
Still, the first 20 minutes of this game are the most important, because that's where TSM failed to punish Origin hard enough. And Origin, they did leave some opportunities open the lane swap, whether it was intentionally or not. They fell behind the tower, they fell behind in tempo, so they could have gotten punished if TSM could have got that such necessary deep vision into the enemy jungle, but TSM seems to really struggle with that this tournament, even at the later stages of the summer split altogether.
Jungle and support synergy on top of team synergy is just so important. As soon as you start to get a lead, you have to go into the opponent jungle. It's something that Amazing and Mithy do oh so well, and it's part of the big reason they're 2-0.
And as Amazing hugs his former team, you gotta wonder if he like whispers something in their ears, like the Lannisters send their regards or something like that. Wouldn't be surprised, but what a start to Worlds from Origin. Really incredible stuff from these guys.
But the one common factor still is that Callista. And coming into the tournament, we expected her to drop very far off, but slowly but surely she's moving up the tiers again, and we may see her become pick and ban status later on, because all these games have in common the fact that very often people engage on Mithy. He gets pulled back, a couple of 3-man knockups, couple of 2-man knockups in these fights, followed up by the Braum ulti, and that propelled them forward.
Yeah, in a game that is so keyed around who makes a mistake. Like, that's one thing we saw at Worlds this year, or we're noticing, is there are actually so few mistakes going on that when they do happen, they're punished incredibly hard with multiple turrets. And just imagine if Lustboy had a Callista to pull him back every time he was dying on the side of his team. It gives the support such positional freedom, and it's being really well commanded by Niels and Mithy.
That's right. So for a little bit of post-match analysis, let's throw it over to Dash and the rest of the analysts at the desk.
Yeah, very
Later.
soon we will be doing
soon.
that. So.
Oh, soon.
I just got
Okay.
told Dash was just,
Oh.
you know, taking a
All right.
toilet break.
Dash.
Changing his tie.
They call him
Fixing his
Dash,
tie?
but he's
Yeah.
actually not that fast in the end, I guess.
I guess that's
Oh,
true. Well, he is
Who
a
knows?
cross-country / marathon runner. He says he is
That's
fast.
a slow kind of run.
I don't know what his 40-yard dash time is.
We'll have to ask him
More
later.
like,
Tell us. Yeah.
what would you, should he rename himself? What should Dash's new name be? If he doesn't run very fast.
Turtle, but that's taken.
Turtle? Well, he's not
There's
that
already
wild.
a wild turtle.
He's not a wild turtle. He's just a regular turtle. So maybe like
Stick with Dash.
standard turtle.
Standard
Okay.
turtle.
Stick
But
with
yeah,
that.
we'll see about that. I'm just very interesting, as you said earlier, that TSM against KT. How is that going to play out? Like how pick and bans, play styles. Is there an innate stylistic weakness?
I mean,
that
Origin versus
Origin
KT?
rather.
Yeah.
Can Origin exploit something in KT?
I mean, we don't know yet.
Probably.
I'm asking you.
They seem very well prepared
maybe.
for their opponents,
Exactly.
don't they?
They do seem very well prepared for their opponents, but it's not like KT is not also well prepared for their opponents. Like KT has been picking very strong team compositions. The way that they completely counterpicked LGD in that previous game was also very impressive. So there's two really strong draft phases going up against each other there. If I had to say, Origin has shown more flexibility than KT has because it's been Arrow on Kog'Maw and really just the straight shooters for KT. They kind of play really defensive in the early game and then win team fights.
Yeah.
Whereas Origin has shown a little bit more ability to win the early game as well. But honestly, it's super hard to tell.
I mean, KT has, you know, I don't want to say one style, but they have a way that they really like to play the game. And it's hard to beat. You know, it's a very safe style. It's a very methodical style. And it's hard to find kind of cracks in the armor against KT right now. We've seen that in Worlds. We saw that a lot at the end of the summer season in Korea as well, too. So, I mean, if you think about it, Origin, they've got seemingly so many sort of unique picks, unique ways to pick apart teams. I'm really curious. Like, KT versus Origin has suddenly become like one of the matches I'm looking forward to the most.
And more importantly, after that match, most of the games have been played in the initial part of the group stage. Then we go to week 2 where they play again.
Yeah.
And really that second match will be interesting too, where these teams have watched each other. They've seen the pocket picks come out. They've seen their weaknesses being exploited, but they still have a couple of days of time to fix that. And this group already is pretty close. So those rematches will be incredibly fun to watch.
Well, and a best of 1 is one thing, but a best of 5 is something completely different too. So a team that can be good at preparing for individual games still has a much different game plan that's needed for a big match like a best of 5 too, and that's where the test is really going to come in. And now, I believe we're ready. We've actually got Shock standing by for an interview. Let's go see what the winners have to say.
Thank you very much. The winner is Amazing and Niels here from OG after going 2-0 in their group and beating out TSM. Amazing, of course, ex-player from TSM. Tell me about the strategy you guys played out, because it seemed to be very much catered to the way TSM likes to play.
They just left Lulu open, to be fair. You know, if you leave Lulu open, you basically put yourself on a timer, and we just thought if we pick the better late game comp, and they don't make too many plays early to mid game, we're going to win the game, and that's basically what happened, I guess.
And something that was the same from yesterday, the first lock-in for Kalista. We know you love that champion. Niels, do you think other AD carries may be undervaluing her at the moment?
I mean, we're the only team that actually picks her in the first rotation. So, yeah, I would say that maybe they don't undervalue her, but we value her a lot more than them, maybe. I don't know who's right, but we like the champion. We make a lot of things happen with the champion. Mid can do a lot more because we have Kalista. So, yeah, it works for us.
Definitely works for you guys. And then quickly on the Anivia, of course, you eliminated a couple of options that Bjergsen couldn't pick. Still, it is quite risky to me in Game 2 of the World Championship. Was it with the full support of the team?
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously, but explain.
I mean, you mid laner, you know, practice against Foggen, so it's fine for us to pick it. But to be fair, Anivia is just an overall strong pick that most players don't play. And actually in Europe, only Nuke right now plays. And when we faced it, we kind of started to pick it up more and more and thought it was pretty good. And if a lot of blind pick or like counter pick options are eliminated like we did, then Anivia just becomes a high priority pick.
Still quite risky. You guys have started working with Hermit for a couple of weeks now, even before the bootcamp. This kind of catering to a style to counter your opponent and not just going for your own comfort picks, that's something that mainly comes from him. And how is that going to help you in this tournament? I don't know who wants to take this one.
I mean, we don't always go for something that is counterpick to the enemy. We try to get what jumps we like. And I mean, sure, we'll pick this jump because it's better against this champions over another one. But we generally try to just get the jumps that fit our comp the best. Like we before the game, we tried to make a team comp of 5 champions that fit together.
5?
Yeah, 5.
Cool.
Not 2 or
Yeah.
3. That was funny.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Whatever.
No, but we always try to counter pick last pick, on red side or something like this. But generally, it's just try to make a team comp for yourself, like 5 champions.
Like 5.
That fit together.
I see. I'm sorry about that. In any case, looking at the group, can you guys maybe shine a light on what's happening here? Because LGD went into this group as very big favorites. Now we've seen all the things that have happening. What do you make of this group so far? Amazing.
We're underrated. I think that's what we can make out of this group, because if you hear analysts talking about us, about LGD, there's some thinking that we can beat KT, but I just feel like the Chinese scene overall is pretty overrated, while the EU scene is pretty underrated. Therefore, the imbalance just seems to happen.
A lot is going to come out of that match versus KT as well tomorrow for you guys. Huge matchup. Niels, this is your very first World Championship. This is your very first split. It was in the LCS. How have you been experiencing the pressure? Because you don't seem to be affected by it at all.
There was never actually pressure for us to perform. So we had a goal that we just want to get top 6 in LCS and then top 2, then make it to playoffs. And then we went to the final of playoffs, and then it was go to Worlds. And now it's kind of the same thing. We just want to play good here, and there's not really pressure on us to perform or anything. So yeah, I don't feel like there's pressure for us to do anything. So it doesn't really get to me at all.
Okay, well, it shows. Congratulations. Fantastic 2-0 so far for Origin. Let's go back over to our guys at the desk.
Thank you, Shocks. Origin there, 2-up over TSM handily. They gave away their pick ban strategy there, though. Pick 5 champions that are happy together. I don't, I feel like they may have doomed themselves for the rest.
Well, now we definitely know that Renekton and Nasus will not be together in any of their team compositions, so no mixing of...
Exactly. But let's be real.
What about Graves' Twisted Fate, though? They kind of made up, though.
As much as we know, we saw Anivia come out. As much as we know the Anivia was chosen for the increased damage to neutral monsters, I'm going to go ahead and hand the floor over to you guys, because maybe there's some other relevant things about her kit that we should discuss.
I love this draft. I thought it was absolutely fantastic from Origin. They get the Kalista. They intentionally leave up Darius and Elise. Now, Dyrus doesn't have the broadest champion pool. We already saw that TSM banned Fiora. So what happens? The Darius pick comes out immediately. They prioritize it. But then Braum, Lulu, Anivia. There is no way Darius is doing anything in the late game. And the casters talked about it on the cast. TSM doesn't do anything as a team before 20 minutes generally. Anivia sits in the mid lane. They already got the dragons. I mean, we'll get into that in a minute, but this is such a perfect kiting composition against what TSM showed.
And this also is my problem with Elise. Against compositions exactly like this. Compositions that do not walk towards you. Elise, what's she going to do? Flash Cocoon? There is nothing else this champion is adding to the composition. So I just don't understand why it gets such high priority, especially when they play things like Kalista. They're just so high mobility. I think it confuses me. It honestly does.
I thought this was an amazing draft by Origin, but they also forced TSM into a hole where the last pick after the Anivia pretty much had to be Veigar or Victor. And then you're in a scaling war against TSM, and they have no hard engage to get onto an Anivia. I thought that was a brilliant pick, and the fact that no mid laner really has hard engage, so when you pick the Anivia in your last spot, he has some engage, right? I thought that would have actually been the better pivot, is to go with the Veigar, because then you also scale up alongside them. Maybe you can point and click and blow up Niels in the late mid game, but we'll have to see. But that was something that they didn't go with. And that was an oversight by TSM. And this is a team that has a history of not adjusting to picks that come out of nowhere in the game. They didn't know what to do against the Anivia.
I've been saying that for years about TSM, that when you surprise them with something, they adjust incredibly poorly in the game. If you give them some chances for their management, their coaches to talk to them about it outside of the game, they can make adjustments. But, I mean, it's happened so many times. It's off Cassiopeia top, MSI, Twisted Fate, Jungle, IEM last year, Swain top lane against SK in groups last Worlds. You surprise them, they lose all of these games.
All right, I do want to jump into gameplay because we only have so much time. The dragon point that you mentioned, Origin able to secure the first dragon with a scaling mid laner on a tier when they did it.
Huge, right? Because all of a sudden, one of the ways that TSM, even with this draft, could have won this game, they got a couple turrets, but maybe you can get an early dragon. You can start to threaten that 5 dragon. But as soon as Origins with this kiting composition gets priority over dragon, takes the first one, takes the second one, then they're ready to fight. They just sit at dragon, you try and stop them, they kite you. That's it.
And they had so much more zone control within their composition. And Victor is good when he's coupled with something else, like Echo. We call it the Venn diagram comp where I am, when you can layer the circles over each other, which is, by himself, is just not enough because it isn't hard CC.
And Zyrene, we have to highlight, the fact that Dyrus, 1,900 damage on Darius. That's less than Lustboy on Alistar.
He did 600 less damage, but that's a compositional thing. He wasn't able to lane against the Lulu effectively, and at the same time, there's no way that Darius is getting in. If they were able to get their own Lulu, possibly pair that with the Darius, I think it was too early to pick that champion. They saw it coming. You ban the Fiora, you're throwing all your cards out in the middle of champion select and going, this is what I'm picking.
I'm sorry, that is a champ pool thing, and I love Dyrus. Yeah. Like, my first video on the internet is a lesson with Dyrus 4 years ago, but if you are going to telegraph your pick ban phase that heavily, that is a champion pool issue right there.
I agree.
Absolutely.
All in all, a very cleanly won game for Origin, starting in the draft. Very decisive win for them. TSM still struggling. Now, don't go anywhere because Game 5 is coming your way with Invictus Gaming taking on North America's Cloud9. The action in Paris continues in just 3.5.
Play smart, make good decisions, and listen to one another.
Control the pace.
Yeah, control the pace, I guess.
Nox amazing over, saving that pulverize. Bjergsen coming from the side as well. Santorin lands a cocoon onto Myth. He gets pulled out.
So it gets
Immediately
popped.
A kill comes in. It's kills on each side. So far, though, 2 for 1.
Beautiful wall.
The egg spring pack game. Great egg. Double kill for Soaz. Mythy gets a big ult. They take out Bjergsen right away. And Expeke just destroys Lustboy again. There's the wall. They're going to go after Santorin now. In Origin, they're going to take down Team Solo Mid.
Welcome back, everyone. We are just about ready to kick off our next brawl with Invictus Gaming going head-to-head against Cloud9. In the last week of the regular season, Cloud9 was fighting to avoid relegation. Since then, they've come on a run, and their team's trajectory has a lot of people surprised, not least of which is the members of Cloud9 themselves.
That's going to be the Nexus. That's going to be the game. That's going to be a trip to the World Championship for Cloud9.
It's not about how many times you get knocked down. It's about how many times you can get back up.
It was definitely a big roller coaster this entire season. It felt pretty terrible at the beginning. It kind of felt like inevitably we would just lose. Right when we got high, it kind of felt like we were immediately much better.
We are 6 weeks into the season, getting smack daddied, and this is where we turn it around. We shall bounce back from the grave.
Even though we didn't get it down all correctly, we still were losing games. It definitely felt like way better. Like, we knew what to do that game. We knew how to play together as a team.
Shifter's gonna get taken out by High. A quadra kill for Sneaky as the rest of the team is just on point.
It took a while for things to get rolling, I guess, like the gears to start going. But once they did, then it started working really well. For the gauntlet, we had a very lucky run.
They could go on a miracle run to secure their 3rd consecutive appearance at Worlds, but it has to start with today's matchup against Gravity.
We have potentially 3 best-of-5s to play. That's so many games, and they're all really good teams.
And they are able to come back from the 0-2 that Gravity put them in. Cloud9 are moving on to take on Impulse.
Huh, we beat Gravity.
Cloud9's backs against the wall. Their season ends today if they do not win this.
Cloud9 get the reverse sweep, and they're going to face Team Liquid.
Wow, we beat Tip. And then we go into the series against Liquid.
Cloud9 makes the run all the way through the regional qualifier from 7th place in the regular season to Worlds.
We pulled it through finally to make it through the gauntlet in a pretty amazing run, honestly.
I didn't even think it was possible. I had no dream of going to Worlds once we were, in 9th place. So actually making it is just like a dream come true.
As I said, it took a while to fall into place, but nobody can take away from them the achievement and the improvement that they have made as a team, especially given their solid win on day one of the World Championship. However, on the flip side of things, IG had a rough start on opening day against Fnatic. How do they turn that all around today?
Yeah, they need a big performance out of their jungler. There's kind of the two sides to Kakao, and I said this earlier today. He's a feast or famine. He likes to farm up or he likes to gank a lot. And I think on the world stage, the gank heavy, get your lanes ahead, especially when you have Zatai and Rookie there. Just get them ahead, please.
It affects more of the game on an overall state. If you're just farming, you're really just affecting yourself at that point. And I feel like having that carnivorous style is what people are usually going for to see success on the world stage.
Well, it's also when Kakao was in Korea, definitely he was known as a highly aggressive jungler, right? Always looking to make those plays. He's one of the greatest junglers of all time, and he needs to show up in this tournament.
And don't get me wrong, when he farms, he's still aggressive because he's taking the enemy jungler away. He just plays a very Kakao-focused style of League of Legends. When he plays the likes of Nocturne, Nidalee, these champions that can get huge late game, he needs to be on an early game powerhouse.
So let me ask you a question, Spawn. So what was it? We saw IG come up, and they were playing on 5-16 in the regionals. What was it about 5-16, if anything, that really propelled them forward to qualify for the World Championship? Because they were very inconsistent before that.
They were. I think you have to take with a grain of salt that they beat EDG in the 3rd, 4th place match. EDG just looked like they were off kilter, so I agree with you. But IG kind of came in and were able to pick up the champion pool in the top lane before any other team in China. Zatai's champ pool has always been massive, and he latched onto these carries and was able to do great things.
Now, I want to put a microscope on the bot lane, Kid and Kitties, in relation to Cloud9. If Cloud9 does play as well as they did on the first day, how are they going to stack up against them?
I mean, I think that is a big mismatch, but Kid and Kitties, they probably had the best games I've seen, at least out of Kid, since like season 2. In that gauntlet, or in the, not the gauntlet, but the regional qualifiers. And that was, I think, a big part of their success. But I think that was a massive overperformance.
Polarizing is a word I'm going to use there, one way or the other. And generally, you just don't get some good stuff.
Yeah, that's true. But on the other side of the rift, though, we have Sneaky, who he's up against, who's been a consistent performer for Cloud9, even when they're in their slumps. This has been the lane that they fall back on constantly, and he always seems to come up big, picking Draven and snowballing it in the regional qualifier themselves, and having these picks that he's been picking up. Ashe being able to be a huge tool for the team, and I feel like that helps them out in the pick and ban phase as well.
And I feel like Cloud9's bottom lane's always been innovative. Like Ashe Zyra, they play Zillion. They're just great in that regard.
Now, you mentioned
well, they also play Karma, all right.
And Karma, too, not much success.
We never said it was good.
You spoke about pick ban, and I want to hammer this home. The Veigar pick, day one, if we reference the C9 versus AHQ game, was a really big factor in the win there for Cloud9. Is this ban-worthy against Incarnation?
I definitely think it is. His TP, he's always going to bring it. He's been spamming it in solo queue. You have to see it coming. And if you don't have a solid counter pick for it, and when you counter pick a Veigar, it's usually an assassin. It's usually some pressure from your jungler as well. So Kakao would have to camp the lane. But I think it's ban-worthy unless you have a specific strategy for it.
I don't know what to think about Cloud9. I knew what to think about them coming into this tournament, and they, to their credit, played a very clean, very smart game against AHQ. But I also saw one of the worst Rengar games from Mountain that I've ever seen. So when the Rengar was necessary to snowball these solo lanes so they could get a split push, otherwise they were just going to be sieged to death. When HQ doesn't get that, the game tends to end quickly.
All right, well, it's about that time. Predictions, you know the drills. Irene, you're starting us off.
I'm going to go with Cloud9 on this one. I feel like they have the stronger bottom lane. Kid and Kitties are exploitable, and Sneaky is a huge powerhouse for Cloud9. Even though High has a mismatch against Kakao, if Kakao shows up like he did on the first day, which is not showing up at all, then they definitely take away the win here.
I'm going with IG here. I think they're going to step up. I have a lot of faith, especially in a jungler like Kakao against a new jungler like High. Kid and Kitties are exploitable, but I think they're exploitable by better teams than Cloud9.
Yeah. I have a theory about League of Legends that you need to bring 3 great players and then you just need 2 players to step up. I'm going with Invictus Gaming. They have 3 great players on the top side of the map and FLICKR Jr. in the mid lane. Rookie is an absolute monster.
Well, as he refused to be silenced, Crumbs, who is not scheduled to join us on the desk today, will not be silenced. So Crumbs, take it away.
To come out of my man cave to tell you guys my pick. And of course, it's got to be Cloud9. And let me tell you why. Cloud9, since the beginning of time, has been a team that innovates a lot. They always bring out new picks. The Ashe, the Zyra, the Karma, Draven, Zac, endless picks. And in this tournament that has had so much variety and so many drafts have been lost just in the Champ Select, Cloud9 is the team to go for. On top of the fact that Sneaky has been performing so well, I think they're going to really put up the fight to Kid and Kitties. And to be honest, if you're on the IG side and you tell me, oh, but what about CZ Tai and the Balls matchup? Isn't that a worrying trend? Isn't CZ Tai just going to stomp all over Balls? Well, to that I tell you, aren't Balls the weakest region in all of us? You know, Cloud9, usually from the first game, we learned that they know how to take that weakness from an underperforming Balls, put him in a champion that's super easy and has a huge impact like Gangplank, and just let him be, let him do his thing. So picks like Malphite, the Maokai, the Gangplank, really put him on something that you don't need much skill in, and he's gonna be super useful, is how Cloud9 is gonna take this. Back to you, Dash.
Nothing more needs to be said. Nothing more needs to be said. It's 2-2. We have a split desk between the analysts. Now, as we toss it over to our casters, Rookie has been following Cloud9's turbulent year and believes IG can handle the surging team from North America.
시고 팀이 예전에 되게 잘했잖아요. 하이 선수가 미드였고 그랬을 때 되게 많이 눈여겨봤고 그랬는데 아무래도 이번에는 사실 시고가 그렇게 눈에 띄지 않아서 잘 몰랐는데 하이 선수가 정글러로 가시고 롤드컵 다시 들어오셨더라고요. 그래서 경기를 몇 개 챙겨봤는데 그런 점에서 딱히 그러니까 경계가 된다거나 그러진 않지만 힘들 것 같지도 않은데 일단 어찌됐든 팀이니만큼 신경 쓰면서 방심하지 않고 준비할 생각입니다.
Hey guys, welcome back to the casting desk. Let's check out the starting lineups for our 2 teams, Cloud9 versus Invictus Gaming, and of course, for IG. Wow, the French crowd. I think we know who they're cheering for. Man, IG. It's ZTAI in the top lane, Kakao in the jungle, Rookie in the mid lane, Kid at ADC, and finally down at support, his lane mate Kitties. Their coach, of course, the old KT player Mafa.
Yeah, very impressive roster for these guys. They're going to want to be bouncing back today. On the red side, though, a team that won on the first day of the tournament, Cloud9. Balls in the top lane. High, now in the jungle. Ever since he came out of retirement. Incarnation in the mid lane, European talent there. Sneaky at AD carry. And Lemon Nation on support with Bubba, of course, standing behind the ball.
Power of the mustache.
That mustache is pretty epic, dude. It's true, yeah. And I feel like we're coming into another situation where these teams need to prove themselves. Cloud9 needing to prove their win wasn't a fluke. IG just looking for that win.
Yeah, Cloud9's composition actually, the first 3 picks when they drafted their composition had a lot of question marks. Like, they're not running many tanks. How are they going to solve this problem? What can they pick to solve it? But then the combination of FLICKR and Morgana together really worked together. That Cage into Bind, Black Shield to counter some of the Juggernauts. Let's see if they get any of these champions again, because it was a good adaptation, but they did reveal their hand.
That's right, it looks like it is time to move into Champ Select, guys, for Invictus Gaming versus Cloud9. The FLICKR ban right away banned out, as well as that Morgana.
Yeah, I also kind of feel like Incarnation gave away too much in the post-game interview. It's one of those strange things about players. You want them to be more telling of what happens, but they gave away strategy. They said they would blind pick FLICKR going into the match against AHQ.
Unless it was the ultimate mind game.
That's all
yeah,
it is, man.
Because clearly they don't want to pick that champion. Yeah.
Alistar, the other ban for IG. Meanwhile, Gangplank, Lulu, and Mordekaiser banned out by Cloud9, and that will lead to a Gragas first pick for IG.
Yeah, just hopefully a more aggressive champion here for Kakao. The Sightstone Rush Skarner doing less than 1,000 damage was not his best debut on the world stage after being so close so many times.
The weakest jungle performance we've seen in a very, very long time. All summer, in fact, if we go by champion damage.
Yeah, and again, it also thematically didn't fit the style of the match. That match required an aggressive early game jungler. Perhaps you can get away with it against Cloud9, because High doesn't seem to be, as punishable as jungle, but at the same time, Kakao should actually be able to invade, so that is the merit of an aggressive jungler here.
And I think what this also means, since it's been picked so early, is that Cloud9 better be matching with an aggressive jungler of their own. Hai did play Lee Sin. I actually wouldn't be too surprised if he ended up playing it again, because again, an early Darius pick. Will Cloud9 be able to play around this with enabling champions and jungle pressure?
I just don't know about this early Darius. It's been punished so hard now by so many teams. It's won very few games. It's lost a lot. What do you think, Crepo?
Yeah, the Gnar matchup is just growing on me. Initially, I thought...
Bard.
Whoa, there's the Bard.
Hang on, boys.
Crepo, Bard.
All right.
Crepo's been talking about Bard.
Non-stop. To the annoyance of many of my casters, I've actually been banned of the caster prep room. They're talking too much about
Hey,
Bard.
I don't mind.
That's actually
I could probably talk about Bard at this point. You've told me so much about him, but I'll give it to you.
Yeah, I'll get back to Bard once we see these compositions.
Are you
They
sure?
could
It's
really
right
lay
here.
out.
Why
Bard
not
is just a
this is
fantastic pick. I'll need to see what enemy mid laners play. I think Bard punishes enemy mid laners that are low mobility incredibly well. Let's see Cloud9 if they fall into that trap. But overall, just to finish and round out the point of the Gnar, I've just really been enjoying that matchup with the Frozen Mallet kiting here. The Darius, in addition to that, Bard kites incredibly well. CDR boots Bard in team fights. Don't drop to boots 1 mobility because you lose your mobility boots bonus. Walk backwards that Q. It can get denied by Braum Shield. That is one of the better matchups because Bard Q is obviously 2 parts. You need to connect to a minion or a player or a wall behind the target. Braum Shield denies that, but overall, can punish at least 2. Hit the spiraling, hit at least so many outplay potentials.
Ooh.
I'm loving
excited now. Elise and Tristana locked in. Sivir insta-locked by Kid. So what's the last pick going to be for IG? Looking for a mid laner here.
They have to pick it blind into whatever incarnation can counterpick with. Twisted Fate has been banned against a lot of different teams, and this would go for a big snowball comp here for
Rookie's
IG.
a great
Twisted
TF
Fate,
player.
Twisted Fate Bard is like one of the classic things that everyone expected to be played with Bard when Twisted Fate came in. The synergy of the TF ultimate as well as the Bard ultimate, just comboing with each other to cut off zones of escape is huge.
But it's almost too much into one direction almost because they're relatively weaker if the ultis really don't come together. Because no team fight value out of a TF ulti. Obviously, since it doesn't matter at all because he's already there, and Bard really wants to make picks too with his ultimate. So very pick-oriented, kind of from Invictus Gaming, wants to split up and then flank with the Gnar potentially later. But we're still looking at Cloud9 here. They want some wave clear on their mid laner, and wave clear mid laners generally do get punished by compositions like this. TF can port in if he gets picked, but he wasn't picked. Obviously, Echo can snipe with parallel convergence, but it's a little hard.
Well, Rookie's had some pretty epic games on Echo during the summer, and so this is a very serious pick for Cloud9 to consider as they figure out what incarnation is going to bring to the mid lane.
Maybe Victor. Just thinking about that.
Wouldn't be bad.
Yeah, for the most part, Incarnation has been playing fairly standard picks during the end of the regular season in the Gauntlet. His Orianna is exceptionally strong. Victor is also good.
What about
I was thinking the exact same thing, Jad. I think he will go for Orianna here. It seems like a good composition also to snowball Sneaky, one of the more consistent members of Cloud9. Just keep him in the game, an extra shield to keep him alive, and then get around that. Or balls.
Well, I mean, Command Protect, having the ability to use Shockwave if Darius gets in.
Azir.
There's the Azir locked in. I feel like it's a good matchup against the Echo. Looks like that's what Incarnation thinks too.
You have really high damage. It gives them more turret destruction abilities, but if we're playing the rotation game against Bard, it's actually a pretty dangerous game to be playing. Cloud9's definitely going to be wanting to take down a lot of early turrets, and IG is going to be playing a fairly early game focused strategy as well.
Tempered Fate just offers you so many different play patterns that are just not common to be seen at all just in regular play. The fact that you can make a tower invulnerable, you can make minions invulnerable, suddenly switching tower aggro, you can dive in completely different situations. 2v1 diving is incredibly risky. 2v1 diving with Bard up eliminates a tower. You're just 2v1ing somebody at that point. So it just unlocks a couple of really nice new play patterns, especially when you're running a very pick-oriented composition. IG will have to be careful though once they group up, because a lot of these compositions that do fairly well in split modes, 1-3-1, do have a lot of downsides when it comes to team fighting.
Either way, guys, we are in for a magical journey as we move into Invictus Gaming versus Cloud9. Oh, you know it is. You know it's going to be a magical journey. Don't you, Jad?
That is the
Crepo.
best named skill I think we have ever had in League of Legends.
It is.
Finalis, Vulcan.
No. Yeah, sorry. It's not even called that anymore, Crepo. You're vetoed. I apologize.
There are now
Guys,
300 really angry people that Crepo just reminded of a name change.
It's out there. It's out there. Hashtag IG win if you think Invictus Gaming is going to take it, guys, or hashtag C9 win if you think the NA squad has got what it takes to win this game as we move on to Summoner's Rift. Such an exciting matchup. Cloud9, the improbable team, against a Chinese team that people, again, I feel like we're saying this a lot about Chinese teams, we're expecting a lot more from. Let's get on to the Rift.
Listen, coming into this World Championship, China was seen by most as the best region as far as overall strength sent to Worlds here, and we're in day 3. Currently, the only teams that a Chinese team has beaten was 1 game against H2K and 1 game against Bangkok Titans. Everything else they have been defeated on. They need to be able to step up.
And that was 1 team with both of those wins, too.
Absolutely, EDG.
Yeah.
IG and LGD yet to pick up a win.
C9 getting a bit feisty in the enemy jungle early on.
And they do have Braum, incredibly good level 1 support here, just applying the passive. They're going in with some aggressive vision. Being matched at the other side, pretty standard here. Overall, the way this vision is going to pan out. And see where the lanes end up, though.
Yeah, pretty normal deep wards coming in from both teams. Looks like we're not going to see any big level 1 brawl like we saw so much of yesterday.
Yeah, even a mid lane ward placed by Incarnation. Slight tweaks in where you find your ward placement here. You can see there's 2 deep wards from IG in the blue jungle of Cloud9, but 3 wards if you look at the mirror of those wards. So slightly different moves and slightly different plays here at level 1.
Now something we have to keep track of is whether IG is going to actually end up hard leashing for Kakao, but it does seem that they go for the double jungle. In the regional qualifier, very often Kakao would get help from either Zitai from a leash or even his bot lane. That would propel him forwards, and then he could aggressively take out the enemy jungle. Because the map has been divided into 2, though, we do see complete double jungling starting up here.
I see a missed opportunity here by Cloud9. When you're invading the Gromp, you can actually freeze the wave before it gets to the turret to guarantee the freeze, but they're taking the Gromp instead. They didn't go for that. Maybe they thought they were doing this uncontested, but because they were seen by the ward in the river, it just ends up being...
Yeah. It's actually a really cool move to do that. It helps you just get a little more creeps in lane once you return. The downside is that obviously that you reveal that you're starting at that side of the jungle, makes it slightly more predictable, but in the lane swap, doesn't matter all that much. See if C9 keeps the traditional lane swap style where they fast push 3v0, 4v0 to get the tower and then get balls ahead. They really want to get that tower down first, bounce the wave, and keep funneling as much farm as possible into balls on Darius here to get him ahead.
Rookie getting aggressive onto Incarnation already, but Incarnation the one who comes out a little bit ahead in life. Rookie, though, he's got that flask, he's got some pots. He's in it for the long haul in the mid lane.
Yeah, Rookie is a tremendous laner, so he's probably going to be looking to play quite aggressive in this game if wards are permitted.
Look at what Cloud9 is doing, though. Single push here from their AD carry route, sneaking in the top lane. If IG realizes they can send their top laner top, who soaks so much farm.
The exact play right here would be Zatai teleporting top lane and then still trying to zone up, but they need all 4 people down here because they're trying to keep balls off the turret. Lemonation was also given solo experience on Gromp, so he is a level 2 Braum, slightly stronger when they're rotating him around the map, but now finally they're doing the teleport, and honestly, they still might be able to hold the zone with 3 people.
Look like where their jungler is. Their jungler is at Krugs right now, so High completely at the other side of the map. Balls trying to get to that tower, but he has to share experience with Lemonation. Whereas on the top lane, Zitai is ranged, can farm well against Tristana when the wave is under his tower. Tristana, I think, already skilled E2, so he'll be continuously pushing in.
Elimination trying to harass a little bit as IG tries to go for this blue buff steal. Looks like they'll be able to get it, though. C9 getting pushed around a bit on the map early on. Well, they do have a tiny gold lead.
This is exactly what happened. High traded some map pressure and top laner farm for his own selfish gains as a jungler. And honestly, it's not that different from how High played during the regular season. When he came in as a jungler, he was very farm heavy. A lot of that had to do with picking Sated Devour multiple times, but he transitions that playstyle to a few other things. High will do things that other junglers just simply do not do.
Like play a Mumu?
Or Kha'Zix.
That does happen.
Or win on Rengar.
All of these things other junglers don't really do right now.
Yeah. Because the lane swap played out the way it did, though, Incarnation had free reign to just constantly shove in mid, put some pressure on Rookie's Echo here. High even went to the flank there to get him down, but Zitai, he is comfortably farming in this lane, whereas Darius has a hard time farming, especially with a melee support helping him against double range like a Bard. Eat 1 double stun and you get punished incredibly hard, so Balls will have some trouble here.
What's most interesting to me about this is the Balls lane with Lemonation is probably the most common thing for Cloud9 to happen. All the way back, even in 2014, this was an incredibly common lane setup. Even the championship against TSM in 2014, almost every game Sneaky was solo laning top on Tristana or Corki.
The problem with that lane strategy is though that Tristana just almost automatically shoves the lane if she skills her E, so much farm gets funneled into Zitai, whereas wave management is paramount to making that top lane support synergy work. You want to deny as many creeps as you can. Rookie here though.
Yeah.
Look at this, Incarnation certainly winning the 1v1. Rookie takes a ton of damage. Hasn't had to use that flash yet, but you know it's coming close. That early Fiendish Codex, Incarnation really putting that extra damage to good use.
It took Incarnation a little while to get settled in the mid lane since he just started playing professionally this summer split.
Definitely.
But particularly since High came back in, he's really turned into a force. And all the hype that was coming into the season from Incarnation is actually being realized in a lot of games come later in the summer split and specifically early on here at Worlds.
It's actually fun to see him perform on control mages because mainly when he came into C9, he was an assassin player. Everybody expected him to play assassins at Worlds. Now he's picking Azir and doing well so far.
He's also in a super dangerous place right now because Kakao is in his own jungle. At least he has some help from High on his own side.
Yeah, it's true. Still has that flash, still has that barrier in case the worst case scenario happens.
Zitai is already a full level ahead of Balls, so we need to see C9 punish somewhere or use the advantage on Sneaky's experience to get an objective, do something.
And it's exactly what we were talking about before the game, and all the teams have been picking Darius. They're giving him pick priority, but they're not prioritizing him within the game. And all of these Dariuses are playing from behind, not due to their own choice, but due to team choices. It's not like he's losing the first levels 1 to 5. He is level 5 when the opponent is level 6. In this game, it's level 6 to level 4 by the time they actually meet in lane.
And
look where Kakao is.
Comes Kakao. Looks like they're going to try to dive Balls here. Balls underneath the turret. Zitai, Kakao coming in. He is in a lot of trouble. Gets the Q off onto Zitai, but there's a Meganar right away. Stuns come through and Balls has no chance. First blood goes to Zitai. Flashes to avoid some turret hits, but not a bad trade for first blood.
The only chance Balls had to survive that gank was if he flashed the Gnar ultimate. He tried to predict a drive, but he got caught by the very end of it and still ended up stunning on the turret. That really hurts him because he lost the wave. Cloud9 almost has to counter, but it's pretty hard to dive here 3v2 instead of a straight 2v1.
Balls does have teleport from base. He almost has to go for it.
He's only level 4. This is tricky.
Speaking of teleport, they're coming in onto the spot lane. Kitty's and Kid in a lot of trouble. Kitty's comes back in, gets very low, taken out. Immediately the revenge of Balls is real as Kid takes a lot of damage too. Looks like C9 though has to flee. They got the support, couldn't quite take down Kid though. Meanwhile, a brawl in the mid lane. Incarnation could be in trouble. Flashes out of the stun and Rookie has to back away now. Takes some poking on the way out, but Incarnation, no mana for him. This fight in the mid lane's over.
Yeah, needed to burn the flash, was able to maintain the barrier.
Oh.
The main play right there was just the bot lane dive. I mean, Cloud9 is trying to force, they got the double teleport, but none of this changes the fact that Balls is still 2 levels behind Zitai. And it's not necessarily to his own fault. It's the team not having priority. Similar thing happened in their first game against AHQ, where they put him in the lane far behind.
And that's also the nature of the game. Bot lanes can play from behind much more easily than top laners because
Especially Darius.
Especially Darius, indeed. Because 2v2, you can be behind some items as long as there's not a BF sword disparity at all. A couple extra potions, you know, you drop some CS, but top lane, that's 1v1, especially in a counter matchup like a Gnar. C9's early lane prioritization has been off, and Balls, yeah, he's getting punished for it. Zitai now just hit level 7. Balls is still level 5.
Well, it seems like, I mean, if you have a Darius on your team, you have to remember there's a Darius on your team. Give him a little bit of help. Let the guy get ahead a little bit. He's supposed to be the one that comes in and does a ton of damage. You can't do that in a situation like this. Still level 7 to level 5. Zitai going Meganar, throws Balls against the wall. Balls
the minion
in a bit of trouble. There's the stun. Little bit of minion tanking helping out there. Oh, the Q misses. Flash Cocoon misses Zitai. He's going to back away. Repel coming in. Can they catch him? Zitai, no flash. Still looks like he's going to get away. Meanwhile, another duel in the mid lane. Emperor's Divide does not hit Rookie somehow, some way. No kills result at the end.
Couple nice sidesteps there. Zitai hops out of the cocoon. Rookie sidesteps the ultimate. Otherwise, he would have found himself in the tower. Would have been forced to use that ultimate, obviously. No kills would have happened anyways.
So close, though.
The minion tanking that house for Balls.
Save.
Very nice. Honestly, though, IG, the mid lane Rookie has been getting beaten on CS. It's somewhat expected for an Echo Burst and Azir. He's itemizing defensively, and he's starting to make some really aggressive moves. The fact that there's been very little jungle priority on that mid lane, Rookie is trying to take advantage of. So many of these aggressive plays that he's doing just to stay close to Incarnation could actually be punished by High camping for a gank.
And Kiddies, they're fine playing this lane slightly from behind. Bard, obviously, with those health packs, gives you plenty of sustain if you don't get all in. Just over time, you can spam health packs in lane, then you back off, and when you have 4 or 5 chimes, you take them, and they go incredibly quick because each chime gives you additional movement speed out of combat. You come back to lane, sustain up again. Sivir with Spell Shield doesn't get punished, so Cloud9, where they're ahead in experience, can't punish. IG, where they are ahead in experience, they're punishing Balls. They're looking for another dive.
Oh, more action down the mid lane. The duel continues. Incarnation taking quite a bit. Still has that barrier. Rookie needs to be aware. He's got his under tilt back in with the ult. Gets a stun onto Incarnation. Could be in trouble. Again, he pops the barrier. Incarnation low, and Rookie takes the 1v1 duel.
Such aggression by Rookie, flashing offensively, ulting offensively, dashing offensively. There's no counter to that, and Incarnation finally falls to his aggression.
That Ball's in a bit of trouble too. Kakao comes in, nice ultimate, pushes Balls back, doesn't have the flash to get away. Can they catch him? Z-Tai hopping in off his lane friend. That was awkward, but Balls goes down anyway. Didn't get the heal off that Q, and he needs elimination. Throws the ult down. Kid blocks it with the spell shield. Has to flash away anyway. Teleport coming in. Can't save the AD carry. Rookie coming from the mid lane. Could get bad for C9. Elimination goes down, and Sneaky has to flee.
A series of unfortunate events for Cloud9 and great events for IG. If Rookie can start snowballing this game, it's going to be incredibly hard for Cloud9 to get turret sieges up.
We know how good Rookie is on this Echo, and Cloud9 has to be terrified.
But just look at the bravado from Rookie in that mid lane. He's not afraid of high at all. Even though he knows his jungler is setting up a gank in the top lane, he goes so aggressively high. His top laner died, his bot lane was fighting, his mid laner died, and he was nowhere to be found. So his pathing, used early to get himself ahead, he hasn't used that advantage at all to help his lanes that he actually put behind with the early map movement.
Wow, just like that. A little bit of a lead, almost 1,000 gold for IG.
Yeah, it's actually fairly surprising with all the things that just went for IG that it's only that much of a gold lead. But the ultimate to kind of start this thing off, not even to save time for the teleport, and it baits Sneaky into going aggressive, but they're against a double teleport team. They don't respect the teleport of Rookie coming in. It's countered, he picks up an easy kill, and Sneaky has to fall away. And that's specifically what Cloud9 has been playing their early game around, is getting Sneaky ahead in the lane. Luckily, he didn't die, but it still gets rid of some of their advantage.
Elimination really doing work to at least keep his AD carry alive by slowing down Rookie.
Yeah, but also in that top lane, we talked about experience, also CS, Rookie and Incarnation still duking it out here, but Balls trailing behind half the CS of his lane opponent. This is one of the largest gold disparity or CS disparities at 10 minutes that we've seen this entire tournament. Balls really getting the worst end of that champion trade.
Yep. Rookie comes in again, the cocoon gets thrown out, doesn't work. Emperor's Divide, pushes Rookie back, just ults to his former self and escapes. Oh, meanwhile, Turret goes down in bot lane. C9 taking their first.
Sneaky and Lemon, aside from that gank, have been winning that lane pretty happily. And this is the way Cloud9's team composition wants to work. Triss takes turrets, Azir takes turrets. They need pressure. The way IG stops it is if they force fights with Echo. That is the matchup, and that's the make or break point in this game.
I nearly got bounced back under Turret by that explosive cask from Kakao. Would have been a little bit iffy because High still doesn't have that flashback. Looks like they're going to be able to grab an early dragon, though.
C9 putting a lot of eggs in Sneaky's basket too. No Aver's Blade picked up by him. Raw damage, BF Sword, Pickaxe. He really wants to get that damage in to win that lane, get some turrets, more map pressure, because they need to do something to counteract the advantage that ZZ-Tai has now in that top lane.
Yeah, IG grouping a little bit in that mid lane now.
I think it's time to move Rookie to a side lane and keep Kiddies in the mid lane, or Kid and Kiddies rather. That also opens up many interesting roam opportunities for Bard. He can roam halfway to the bot and top lane, and then just magical journey behind whoever's defending that wave with Tempered Fate.
Very true.
Specifically, you also want the Echo to have better flank opportunities and a better use of his teleport when it does come up, because that is the way IG stops Cloud9's turret changing.
Rookie getting or having to run. Sneaky getting aggressive there. Looks like he'll make it out.
Yeah, and with Rookie being in the mid lane right there, he ends up getting caught. Right now with Kid in the bottom lane, that could very easily be an Echo and a Sivir sitting safely in a turret. So they've lost a little bit of pressure here, and now it's much harder for IG to engage a fight, which is what they need to do to stop the Triss and Azir at the turret. If they get 5 seconds on this turret, maybe even less, they can take it completely down.
Yeah, Tristana does a ton of damage. The minions pushing in, but it looks like they'll get cleared pretty easily by IG for now anyway.
IG is also way more comfortable in split matchups. 1v1, Gnar wants to just 1v1. Yes, he can flank, but he will beat his lane opponent. Echo can pretty much take on anybody on that Cloud9 lineup, so grouping is not what IG is necessarily looking for. Flanks, just like he pointed out earlier, that's what they want. Push up the side lanes, then converge on the mid lane. Make Cloud9 confused and just try and snipe Sneaky.
Ball's just hit level 8 now. He is so far behind both Rookie and Zitai. It's rough, man.
The lane discrepancy is gargantuan.
Yep.
It was 3 levels before he hit level 8. It's just under double CS. Black Cleaver has been completed and then some, whereas Balls is still working on his. Doesn't even have his Kindle gem yet.
Zitai could actually hit the Flame Horizon over Balls. That's being 100 CS ahead, something Flame did regularly when he was back on CJ in Korea.
Maybe we'll see Flame yet at Worlds. He's the sub for LGD.
I think it's time to bring him in, guys. LGD is struggling. Bring Flame in.
Balls is 1,600 gold behind right now. If I did that math correctly. Yeah, over 1,600 gold behind right now.
So that actually means it's incredibly critical that Cloud9 can play around Zatai's teleport timing. As long as Zatai has his teleport timing up, IG can win any fight. But if he ever burns that, the other 4 members of Cloud9 actually have a gold advantage over IG. And that's where they're going to want to force their plays. But right now, they can't force those plays because Zatai is freely pushing, no pressure to stop teleport, and always having that high teleport threat.
Yeah. Well, Sneaky doing what he can to put a little bit of pressure on that bot lane, just getting a little bit more farm. Back to the 1v1 in mid between Rookie and Incarnation.
CC9 doing that though, they're avoiding Zitai at all costs, so they're moving multiple members down in the bot lane, get some vision at least, try and make it so that IG has to rotate between the towers and maybe they can find an opening. They're also aggressively taking away a couple of jungle camps, trying to close out that gold advantage, but Zitai in top lane just farming up for free.
Wow. Sneaky managing to get a decent amount of damage under that turret for the short time he was there for.
This is something we didn't see TSM do, that deep vision in the enemy jungle to propel your lead forward. Please take some map control. C9 do show some mastery of that vision control.
It's good. They're being much more aggressive with the little map advantages that they have.
They're playing very distinctly around the advantages in the mid and bot lane. Those CS advantages are also growing. That's why this gold in the game is still very close. Nashor's Tooth on his ear is a big power spike. Trist with Infinity Edge is incredibly powerful as well. So frequently, Sneaky will go Avarice Blade and play a farm game, but he knows it is incredibly important that they can push this edge right now. He did not go Avarice Blade this match.
Cloud9, they can win fights even without boss, so they have 2 really good teamfight damage dealers, and they have a Braum to potentially deny some skill shots, deny some projectiles, soak up some damage, so by no means are they out of it, especially when it comes to teamfights. But isolated matchup, that's where IG wants to look at.
So at this point, if you're Balls, do you just go a little bit more tankier, just try to be the guy that soaks some cooldowns and frees some space up for Incarnation and Sneaky to do their thing?
Probably. Yep. You don't want to plan for these situations on Darius. Like, the fact that his bleed now does physical damage,
it's not ideal, yeah,
makes Black Cleaver like such a core item, it's not even funny on him. But at this point, you almost just have to eat your losses and just never catch your Black Cleaver because he really needs to be able to live in this game.
He's probably going to help Black Cleaver a little bit. Yeah. IG pushing down, dragging up in about 1:20. And the control around that dragon area starting to be contested a bit.
Tempered Fate will be big in these teamfights, so that can make or break these long range, suddenly whacking away at the Infinite Seer, puts up a couple of soldiers, he can poke you out, but if you Tempered Fate him...
Kid has to use that ult to get away from the damage of Incarnation, and that is not what IG wants right now.
Yeah, this opens up a window for Cloud9 to maybe take this mid lane turret, unless they wanted the Burns and Ties teleport down right now. He just hit Mega Gnar.
I think they can. They're gonna, nearly get the turret. Maybe it got it. Yep.
Well, Kid almost died because he walked next to the giant bomb on the turret.
You know, Kid and Kitties have been a problem for IG for a long time, and it's not changing in this game. There's still the liability in this team.
The fact that Kid has to back here just creates even more pressure. Cloud9 is pushing this. Maybe they can get the teleport out as a tie.
That could be. I mean, Kid is not anywhere around without that ADC. Looks like the teleport's going to come in for Zatai.
This is good for C9.
So good for C9. Yeah. Now they can actually play around even more strongly their strong 4 in this game, as long as Balls can just live against the Gnar.
Yeah, all you need to do is not give the Gnar a bunch of kills. C9, do you think they can rotate pretty comfortably over to Dragon now, or do you think you go for that top turret?
it'll be a very interesting choice. They have one Dragon. Cloud9 typically doesn't win off of Dragon snowballs, so maybe they get the turrets. I think the gold is more advantageous at this point in the game.
Yeah, their access to bottom lane jungle or bot jungle is denied too, so moving up top and getting a couple of deep wards, just protecting balls, even if it's just a little bit, making sure so you can get a tower and even a blue buff to boot, that's already enough for C9. They've acquired what they need to off that play. Anything else right now is just a bonus.
Makes sense. That is your turret too. Really doing a good job of keeping IG bottled up to spit. Balls finally takes that top turret, getting a bit of farm back. He's not behind Ztai by the entire amount like he was earlier, only down 2 levels. Well, still down 2 levels.
Yeah.
Sneaky. Ooh.
Where Ztai goes, Cloud9 goes somewhere else at this point in the game. It's the largest advantage. Just like where Incarnation and Sneaky go, they want to push their strength. They're actually going to get 2 turrets totally out of this Dragon, I think, if they can get a quick push going down here.
Well, they can
Rookie
get a lot of
could
damage down either way.
We'll see what they do. Look at the wards too that Cloud9 have backed themselves up for. They have really, they knew that IG was going to go for this Dragon. They didn't really go and look for so many sightseeing and stop it. Cloud9 will get this tower here, but IG's in the mid lane.
IG is making a strong power play right here with 5 in the mid lane, trading the turrets as well as the Dragon. It makes the overall Dragon more worth it, but if we see all the turrets that Cloud9 was just able to take down, as well as the additional farm, the gap between Balls and Ztai actually closed pretty substantially during that. It's an overall win for Cloud9.
Yeah, and overall, they do something really smart. They make sure to at least have one part of the IG's jungle deep watered. If you have one element deep watered, it's so much easier to get the wards in the other side because you actually have either vision or process of elimination to know roughly where your opponents are. Compare that to the TSM game last game. That vision was completely gone. Dark. It was so hard for them to get that vision. That's why amazing whenever he was defending, he could stop people from coming in. So C9's vision control is a lot better this game.
And so much of this, I think, comes down to Hai's ability to shot call in the mid and late game.
Very true.
It's something that was completely lacking from Cloud9 in the early season, and it's something that has always been amazing for Hai at Worlds. Yes, he doesn't do things junglers do in the early game, and Cloud9 pays the price for it. But when they can get into these situations, 21 minutes in, 1,000 gold lead on IG, and IG has 2 Korean speakers and 3 Chinese speakers, Hai shot calling should be superior, and it gives a big edge to Cloud9.
Now IG taking off a bit of that edge as they take the bot lane tier 1 turret. That's all 3 outer turrets down now in favor of them.
Gotta say though, disappointed in Kitties. Would like to see some plays with Tempered Fate. I really think
you really haven't been talking about Bard at all.
No, because there's nothing happening. But you can find so many openings, but you gotta be creative, moving around the map. From a 1 screen to a 1.5 screen distance, Tempered Fate is almost undodgeable if you cast it properly. You can always go and flash.
Cow.
The cow right now, forcing C9 out of the jungle. Here we go.
Oh, Tempered Fate locks up Lemonation High. They're going to keep coming in. There's a teleport for Cloud9. Balls entering the fray here as well. Cow has to flash away. Oh, big explosive cast. Lemonation pushed back into the ult. Slows down IG a little bit anyway. The fight avoided, but a lot of ultimates burned on both sides.
Good Braum shield there by Lemonation, denying the Cosmic Binding there from Bard.
Really key interaction right there. I also thought that maybe Balls would have canceled that teleport. He flashed immediately after landing. I think he was worried about also getting Cosmic Binding. But amongst all that, Cloud9 actually gets another turret. Sometimes they are so good of turning what starts as a bad play into an advantage. A very particular play happened in AHQ where Balls died in the bottom lane and Cloud9 turned it into a massive team fight in the mid lane. This was a microcosm of that type of play.
Yeah, that's called a creative shot calling, and that's something Hai is really good at. Compared to Lost Worlds, when he went on his little solid snake run on the side lanes with that Zed, just trying to hide. That's something you see Hai do, and very many other shot callers just can't get to that level. So, actually very impressed that Cloud9 managed to come back, because at this meta game, being behind in your top lane or half or double the CS is...
We have not seen any other teams be able to play around it. But 2 games now, Cloud9, maybe we have seen another team. You can add it in here. I don't think of it off the top of my head.
No, I was just
did
thinking...
game 1 against AHQ. Balls went into lane a level down and 20 CS down, and Cloud9 was able to avoid being punished.
I was just thinking Balls trained for this in Korea.
I can see why you didn't say it.
There you go. He's gone to the Korea time chamber. He's come out 10 times stronger.
Yeah.
Still slightly abandoned in the early game by his team, but hey.
A diamond in the rough.
He only died twice. It's pretty good.
Hey, I will say, as we have a small lull in the game, of all the NA and EU players that went over to Korea to scrim and play solo queue, Balls put in the most work of any player. He struggled mightily to climb in solo queue. He actually never reached Master, but he played over 300 games in the under 1 month boot camp on top of scrims. Over 10 games a day on top of, he was playing out of his mind, so much effort, and he has improved. Even if he's not at the level of the other top laners, the work has paid off.
I mean, this game overall, he didn't really make any mistakes. Any other top laner would have ended up under that tower about to get dove, so it's just unfortunate that C9 managed to keep him hanging there. High now getting caught.
Teleport coming in, and High in a lot of trouble. Repels over the blue buff. Can he get away? Doesn't look like it. Turns in for a bit of damage, but he goes down. And IG, a bit of a power play now as they've got the 5v4. What are they going to do with it?
Huge pick. I actually wasn't entirely sure how that one started, but maybe he was going for vision control. Now they're trying to make a play.
Doesn't catch anybody. Tempered Fate.
It is so hard.
Useful that time.
It's so hard to cast that from that distance. You really want to be 1.5 screens at max, because otherwise you can actually sidestep it if the player is experienced against Bard. Some players might panic flash, but your max is 1.5 screen distance, because otherwise you can just dodge it.
Yeah, and the play is dead at this point. In clearing the ward, Incarnation got half health bars off Kakao and
well, Incarnation has that Rylai's now. He's doing a lot of damage. He's getting that little slow as well. They've got to really watch out when they're going through chokes. It's not exactly the tankiest team ever. I mean, Gnar obviously is going to be a bit of a force to be reckoned with, but still, he hasn't gone for the tankiest build.
And the game might actually get very explosive in the next 5 minutes, because both these supports seem to be building towards the Zeeks.
I think you might be right.
He should be able to complete that probably on his next back. He has both components. Same for Kitties. I would say Tristana is the scarier AD carry with the Zeke's Harbinger completed because of the quick burst of damage you can do, but Sivir's also no slouch.
Oh, Kid taking a lot of damage, has to bring that Sivir out to get away, takes a big crit. Is the bomb enough? Ooh, not quite. Not quite, but again, Kid becoming the liability, getting caught, taken out of the equation, and C9, they can clean up the vision around that Baron pit. They may be able to bait it a bit. Whoa, damage over the wall from Balls. Looks like Rookie's gonna have to use his ult though to get away.
This could very well be a Baron fight. Yeah, they have vision control. They know Kid is low without summoner spells, and the ultimate is down on Rookie. Plus, they don't actually see them in here. I still expect IG to come in to fight them.
He needs to check with ulti. Bard ulti reveals the Baron, but Kakao is facing.
Z-Tai comes in, Tempered Fate use, catches a few people. IG has to back away.
Goes back on the Baron.
High tries to go back on the Baron, doing a little bit of damage. Rookie takes out Lemonation. Ball's getting very low. Baron goes over to red team. C9 managed to get it, but will they leave the fight alive? Z-Tai all over an Incarnation. Incarnation gets 2 kills before getting taken out finally by Kakao, and Sneaky takes down Rookie. It ends up being 3 for 4, but Sneaky still has that Baron.
I would call that a creative fight. Like, what was that? That was such a strange decision, but ultimately Cloud9 does win the trade. They have 1 person with Baron, which is enough to empower the minions for any siege they do, and they traded 4 kills for 3 kills.
So, are you a little bit surprised Sneaky isn't going for this dragon right now?
I think the better is for him to base and get the tempo, get the items to spawn together with his teammates. Let's watch that again. Tempered Fate actually... Z-Tai actually didn't really help. Yeah, it canceled
the Gnar ult.
Yeah, it's canceled Gnar ult, so not a good Tempered Fate there. Minus points there, and then Balls drops immediately. But look at Incarnation, what he does in this team fight.
Incarnation did so much work. As IG was funneling in, he basically did all of the damage for Cloud9 this fight, and Sneaky did a little bit of cleanup on the backside. If it was not for his Azir right there, Cloud9 would have been aced.
Yeah, this could have been a really good fight for IG, but Incarnation really leveled that playing
field. Need to teleport down, but they might have to forfeit this dragon. It's only dragon number 2, so it's very forfeitable.
It's shocking that overall it's only the 3rd dragon even in the game, but C9 looks like they really want to conclude on the Kitties. Kitties can't. Oh, he got to the magical journey in the end. Is he going to live through the bomb, though? Tempered Fate will save his life. Ult used, though. Oh, but Balls comes in for the dunk in the end. And now Sneaky, the backline, gets on the Kid. There's a kill there. Sneaky could start getting the kills. Kakao with 1, though. Balls does go down there in the middle of all that. IG trying to turn around, but it looks like C9 has enough. Triple kill for Sneaky.
Ace for Cloud9.
And
helps the ace, gets the ace.
They still have the Baron buff on Sneaky, so they can push with Baron and powered minions. If only they had a wave. What a ridiculous fight.
I can't believe they pulled that one off, but it was all about Balls getting into the back line. It was all about Sneaky being safe, coming from the side. Great fight by C9.
Balls is doing so much work, just soaking up damage and attention. Sneaky went untouched that fight. We talked about this before. 2 carries is enough to win these fights. Incarnation's Azir and Sneaky's Tristana are straight up carrying these fights.
Balls is what I like to call an offensive punching bag, right? Because you hit it a bunch of times, once in a while it swings back, takes you out.
Watch that again
my
here.
Goodness, he got the Noxian Might in this from executing with his ultimate because Kitties gets so low, and even though the Temper Fate had only delayed the inevitable, so let's actually watch the other side of the fight right here and see how Incarnation and Sneaky do work here.
Whoa.
Gets the static shiv crit as well as the dunk here. And Incarnation actually doesn't have the perfect ult, but it still zones Kakao and Rookie off to the side a little bit. And Rookie gets bounced back as he tries to dash in for some finishing blows, ultimately able to get finished by Sneaky, who remained untouched for the entire fight.
Yeah, Sneaky, really good aggressive jump there, but still safely. He knows he can always out-trade Kid there in the 1v1, and then he switches with the help from Balls after executing the Sivir to the rest of the targets, and nobody could challenge him at all.
And they get the Dragon on top of all of that. C9 in control of this game.
Lemonation actually not looking to finish that Zeke, so he's just trying to get more tanky. He looks to day one and Aegis before he gets that Zeke's.
Interesting choice. He's also really, may not even get it in this game if Cloud9 keeps up their aggression.
Yeah.
They have an open inhibitor here that they might be trying to go for.
It would put Sneaky on 95% crit chance in these fights, so...
That's why we were expecting it, because it's such a burst of damage.
Especially combined out with Tristana's Q's. My favorite AD carry to play Zeke with, but Elimination just values the peeling more, and I mean, in a sense, it makes sense if you can just stay alive and prevent people from even hitting Sneaky.
Yeah. And specifically with the amount of damage Incarnation is doing, Rookie's going to want to assassinate him with the flank on Echo, and they want a little bit of insurance for that. We're talking a lot about Cloud9. We do need to talk about IG because it's all about the flanks that they need to be able to get. The Baron call, as well as the Dragon call from Cloud9, were super risky. So the opportunities are still open for IG if they can keep up with the pace of this game.
A lot of teams at this point in the game, they get baited into straight up team fight after team fight, though. With this composition, IG can't forget that they have to flank or set up favorable team fights with Tempered Fate. Tempered Fate hasn't been used effectively at all, so we really need to see Zitai either split push or start collapsing from the flank.
Yeah, IG looks lost, man. I mean, they haven't been playing around that Bard ult very well, and the Bard ults themselves haven't been that great. And C9, man, these guys are looking so good now. That improbable run through the gauntlet, now they're looking to go 2-0 up in their group at Worlds.
Every game they play seems to make them stronger.
It does.
The longer High plays in the jungle, the more the more confident Incarnation becomes as well, because he has just been improving game over game over game.
This is a completely different player that joined Cloud9 initially over in NALCS.
Yeah. Well, I mean, High's almost a completely different jungler already. The shot calling is suddenly, you know, or finally, I would say, getting kind of equalized by his ability to just simply be a good jungler, too.
And for IG, they really need to buckle down and win right here. They're the favorites for some in this group, along with Fnatic. And if they start 0-2 as disastrous, they still have Rookie and Kakao, who have been waiting to get to Worlds for so long. If they start Worlds by losing to an EU and then an NA team,
it'd be pretty shocking.
Gonna be very, very shocking.
Elimination, getting some damage onto Kakao. Gonna wait to proc that stun. Gonna turn around now for
deep.
Kakao, taking a lot of damage. There's the Braum ult coming through. Elimination backing off. Rookies uses that Zonia's early.
Gonna be big.
Tempered
Great
Fate,
Bard ult.
traps to pull up. Yeah, IG doing quite a bit, but now they're bundled up. The damage from, whoa, the damage from Azir and from Sneaky is so big. Double kill for Azir already. High helps them finish it off. Rookie on the run, and this, you'd almost kind of assume it's gonna be an
Incarnation
ace.
with a play, 20%
Dude.
about to drop, and he just goes in like a man, gets a good ulti and wins that fight for C9.
Really reminding me a bit of Coco's Azir play on CJ Entis, man. Just playing that hyper-aggressive Azir, getting the damage done.
The team fighting from Incarnation and Sneaky has been so good this game. That was a fight that IG had the initiation on. Not only did they catch Lemonation early and burn his ultimate, they then Tempered Fate multiple Cloud9 members for the setup, but Cloud9 turned it around.
And they changed on Incarnation too against the wall. A little more damage, a little more focus from IG. He would have instantly dropped without casting a single ability that fight, but because he lived, mostly due to the barrier too, 20%. Watch that again. Look for how Lemonation overextends just a little bit. He tags Rookie, so that helps him in the fight.
You could tell Cloud9 was aggressively looking for a fight. That's why he was up like that. But then, Zonia's into 3.
And look for the Q from Bar here. Stuns Incarnation,
yeah.
but he survives long enough to make that play.
Yeah, and then he just flies right into a house, but it doesn't matter.
Kid should have flashed over and finished off Incarnation. He was too passive in that fight. He could have changed the entire scope of the fight and by proxy this game.
I can hardly blame him. Sneaky's been two-shotting him for the majority of the game. You don't want to flash near that if you're going to be executed right afterwards.
Sneaky's damage is just out of control right now, both him and Incarnation. And I mean, C9, the other thing about this too is they keep managing to find IG in these choke points, just like the one they're walking through right now. Tempered Fate hits a minion. That's about it. IG needs to back off.
Krepo continues to shake his head at the bar play.
Sad bar. I'm shaking
Another two-man Baron. This is a picture replay of the last one, but this time Cloud9 is ready to turn.
Bramalt used. Kakao trying to get in the back lines high. Very low. Pops at Zonia's early. Can Incarnation turn this one around again? Big split. C-Tai push back. C9 balls takes down the Bram. There's a big big gnarl. C9 could be in trouble. Survive. Turns it around though. The damage from Incarnation coming in. There's a double kill again. Already Z-Tai desperately trying to keep the fight under control, and he gets a Rookie with a triple kill, trying to make it away against Balls. He's gonna run for it, and that's a fight that went even up 4 for 4, but it looks like Balls might be able to catch Rookie in the end. Maybe.
Yeah, I think Rookie's a little too quick.
Not.
If he gets a little bit more mana, he can get out of here. Specifically, that is the dangerous shot calling of Cloud9, and this time, he's pretty fast with that dead man's play. But he has no summoner spells.
All right.
Yeah.
Barely doesn't get
Whoa,
it.
he needed to teleport back too because
No kidding.
2 inhibitors were down during that, so really Cloud9 would have just had to stall. They end up getting one anyways.
But so close.
That fight was crazy.
That massive Gnar into parallel convergence and then Rookie going back to it to proc it. Almost at Cloud9's demise, but they managed to hang on yet again. Incarnation, very low HP, gets a couple damage spells off, makes the fight even yet again.
Yeah, a couple things I noticed about this fight as well. Balls was able to get in the backline very easily because IG is so focused on flanking, nothing is actually killing him, so his slightly behind state doesn't matter. But also, Kid, this fight, flashed forward to kill Sneaky.
Yeah, Sneaky was zoned off 3v1. Even with a massive buster shot, it wasn't enough to survive that fight. But right now, we see another Baron setup here from Cloud9.
Yeah, the tempo is continually being pushed. This time, Cloud9 with the Azir can kill it so quickly. They got a Bard ult the pit right now.
They're doing it fast. Here we go. Baron taken out. Cloud9 already has a Braum ult, catches Kakao, and they're in that choke yet again. Here comes the damage. Tempered Fate locks them down, but it's only delaying the inevitable as C9 comes through. Victorious already in this team fight with a kill on Kakao. Kid trying to run away. They have to burn that Sivir ult to disengage, and C9, now they're coming in with Baron.
Only one Nexus turret remaining. Baron-empowered minions will be in 2 different waves. This could be the end of this game.
Certainly could be. IG needs to have a miracle fight to turn this one around. Z-Tai is going to need to come up big, but he's so far away from Meganar. That turret dying almost immediately. Rookie desperately goes in, and Z-Tai backs away as well. Double kill already for Incarnation. The damage is 2-0. Watch C9 completes the ace, and they complete the 2-0 already at Worlds. This Cloud9, you know, I think Faith Age is starting to apply to more than just CLG at this point. You just lump in C9 with that. These guys are looking so good.
They're almost looking better than Cloud9 from last year, which is crazy to say after this game. Almost. Incarnation's mid lane play in particular is mechanically amazing so far. The plays he was putting out in this game were very impressive.
I can't help but wonder though, that IG they took a wrong turn at one point because they could have punished Cloud9 so much harder. No team should be able to come back from that. Your top laner being dove level 4 against level 6 with his pickup composition. But then Cloud9, they find the opening, they chunk out Kid. That one moment in the mid lane where Rookie tried to defend 2 and then they lose their middle tower instead of going for the 1v1 split push.
Well, man, credit to Balls as C9 takes a bow, man. He was so far behind, stayed relevant. That's what you got to do as a top laner. You're going to have those games where you're so far behind in levels. And CS, as long as you can just not die, as long as you can just keep it up, keep the farm coming, you can come back and make a difference.
And you can see IG is pretty distraught after that loss because the situation that they face is rather daunting. They're 0-2. If Fnatic beats AHQ, there would be multiple 2-0 teams that they have to come back on, and only the top 2 teams make it out of groups. It was feeling like an inevitability for most IG fans as well as IG that they would make it out of this group, but they are now faced with a much different reality.
Well, IG too coming into this, I mean, a lot of the Chinese analysts saying this team is very inconsistent. They have the high highs and the low lows, but we expected more than this.
If Fnatic continue to dominate the group, which a lot of people expect, IG still control their own fate. In the rematch against Cloud9, beating HQ potentially twice, which is the weaker opponent from them left, so far, they can still tie it up in the group. We can see a very exciting Finnish closure next week in this group.
That's true. It's a double round robin. Everybody has to play everybody else twice. So these first games, while they are telling, while they are important, you can compensate for it. You can come back with a better plan next time. We'll have to see if IG can come back and do that next week.
Yeah, that was thinking about this game a little bit more. We're wondering, like, where did IG go astray? Because they had the top lane advantage, and so much that, and some of it is in Bard because they weren't able to force any team fights. But more particularly, it was literally just about Zatai not finding a way to become involved. And the creative shot calling of Cloud9. They are not following the same script that any other team is here at Worlds. So you have to be also creative on your own end in order to beat that. The moves and rotations they're making are things other teams just aren't doing.
There was such a big disparity between Balls and Zitai, but the even bigger disparity in this game was the way Cloud9 played around their weaknesses compared to how IG failed to play around their strengths. And that really allowed Cloud9 to come back into the game, and then they did it phenomenally, though. To come back from such a large deficit, I think it may have even been the largest CS deficit at 10 minutes, was something like 36-70 that we've seen in the top lane this entire tournament. They still managed to beat that, and Balls still stayed relevant.
There was a point where it was like 140-70.
That was disgusting.
It got that bad. Yep. Looks like we're setting up an interview with Shocks just a little bit later. And it looks like we've got High and Sneaky on the desk, if I can tell properly from behind here.
Yeah, that's going to be it. Speaking of Sneaky, that's another one of the strengths that Cloud9 had on the team. We talked so much about Zatai and Balls being a mismatch. Sneaky and Lemon over Kid and Kitties was very exposing for Kid and Kitties. They have been known as the weaker bottom lane of the Chinese teams that are coming here to Worlds.
They certainly
and they're getting beaten pretty heavily.
And if you're in a situation like that, you can't play the Bard because Bard needs pretty immaculate team cohesion, bot lane cohesion to make it work.
And a lot of roams, really, just to make those picks. But most importantly, for me, Sneaky, while any of the members of Cloud9 have been fluctuating in skill up and down during maybe the entire summer split, I think Sneaky is the most consistent, one of the most consistent players in the NALCS, rather, and the most consistent player on Cloud9. He has always been a threat to be reckoned with, especially on AD carries like Tristana, where he's not afraid to jump aggressively and make that play. So I'm a big Sneaky fan.
Yeah, and I'm going to bring it up again. We saw it the last time we saw the NA teams winning with Tristana. They were on this pick long before other teams were. So as far as playing with and against, the explosive charge and how quickly it can take down turrets in contested scenarios as well as uncontested scenarios, NA teams have much more practice with, and it's paying big dividends here in the first week.
You know, I got to say, too, they banned out the Morgana against Lemon Nation. He just picks up the Braum, does an amazing job with it, too. In the middle of team fights, we saw him individually attacking people, setting up those passives, setting up those stuns.
Especially against Sivir. If you watch later on those team fights, we didn't touch on it too much. Very often, his shield was blocking so many bouncing blades, ricochets, like boomerangs from Kid. That's why his damage was so low in these fights.
That's right, guys. It looks like it's time to send it down to Shocks for our post-game interview.
Thank you very much, guys. Indeed, with the victorious C9, it's Sneaky and High that have joined me here for this interview after, I'm gonna be honest, an incredible win over IG, in my opinion. A couple of things I want to ask you about. First off, coming into this game and Balls getting pretty far behind, on the other hand, having the advantage in the bottom lane, how did you try and even everything out?
I'd say that was kind of our fault that we got Balls in that position because I couldn't push into the top wave fast enough to get it to reset fully. So now I was able to get a pretty big advantage off that. And I only got like a small level lead, which is hard to push as an AD carry. So it was a bit rough. We had to take turret and then rotate to mid to really get any sort of advantage for ourselves.
Yeah, that did work out very well. And then there was this phase in the game where you guys went to some very risky shot calling, I would call it, around the Baron area a couple of times. Very close fights. What made you do that? What made you accelerate the game at that point, High?
Well, I'm pretty confident in my ability to understand how to play around Baron. I've done it so many times now. I know when we can do it, and I'm always asking my team how fast we can do it. So having the knowledge of how fast we can do Baron lets me know if we can do it or not. And during the game, you test them out to see if they check Baron right away or not, and then you get a feel for whoever their shot caller is. A lot of times they're either too scared to check or they check instantly every time. And you have to do it to gauge to see what they do, so that in the future you can make the right call on it.
You still have to play it out in the end, Sneaky, especially you had some very good moves in those endgame team fights together with Incarnation. Tell me about the synergy with him, because it seems ever since you rejoined the team and since the regionals, that synergy with Incarnation, just his level of play, has gone up tremendously.
Well, I'd say we've become pretty good friends with him over the course of the season. It's Started a little bit rough because we were losing all the time, but as we kept winning and once we brought high in, the morale was like super up there, and now it's even better. So it's been a pretty good road with us.
Losing together, winning together, and right now it's winning 2-0 so far. Tell me how kind of your idea, your mindset, your momentum has changed from coming in as the absolute underdog in this group to doing amazing things. Hi.
Well, I came into this not thinking I was the underdog because for me, I need to think that we are the best team for me to make the calls that a winning team would do. So if you go into a game not thinking you're going to win, I'll probably make like a bad call and not like, I don't know. I just assume I'm better than them, even if we're not, so I can make the correct calls. And it's very important that I think that way, and it's been working out pretty great.
Sneaky.
I kind of just play it as it goes. I don't really look at the names much. I have nameplates on, but I don't think about it. There's no fear factor there. I just kind of play my own game.
Definitely showed step 6, world domination. How's that going?
Oh, we're 2-0. So pretty damn good.
Well, congratulations. Pretty damn good indeed, Sneak and High. Congratulations, C9. 2-0 in this group. Who'd have thunk it? Back to you guys.
Thank you, Shocks. Zyreen's a happy man. He called
it.
So surprises coming out of Group B yet again. A win there for Cloud9. Not as easy as you may have expected through the early game. I want to hit on, though, what Hai mentioned there, Zyreen, the mindset of needing to play from a place where he can make the decisions that a winning team would make.
It's really funny because I've actually played alongside Hai in ranked games before and in ranked 5s, and he micromanages everybody. And when he's in the mindset of we're better than these guys, he's constantly telling you things like, go here, do this, test that. And he's making sure that you're pushing up, going back. You always know what you need to do. So he's basically the puppeteer of Cloud9. He is the chess master. And when he's in his mindset and he's in his groove, you definitely see it. And I think it's extraordinarily important that he's able to do that on the world stage. And he was up against Kakao, who's definitely a world-class jungler and has a history of being an incredible jungler, and he didn't let up the pressure. He didn't let that get to him. Just amazing psychological mindset there.
Monty?
That's what just amazes me about Hyde, that he can keep track of his own position, and on top of that, we know he's a very, very micromanaging style of shot caller, like Zyreen was saying. And to have both of these things simultaneously is really, I think, quite unique to him as a player, and has always, always, always given Cloud9 one of their biggest strengths.
But now I want to talk about the hole that they dug for themselves, that Sneaky did mention, because this can't be a trend that can continue throughout the entire tournament, because there is going to be a time when they can't come back from a deficit between their top laners. But it is a team effort to make sure that that top laner gets off on the right foot.
Yeah, you aren't always going to go up against Kid and Kitties in the bot lane and get this large advantage to kind of compensate for that. But definitely bouncing the wave appropriately. You heard Sneaky talking about how they didn't set balls up. It is a team effort. It is not just balls there from the get-go.
It's early picking top laners that are brutally melee and have very little good range matchups. Like, that's as easily as we can point it out. Like, Darius came into this, and sure, he was a power pick, but you play him on day one, you see that there are counter picks out there, and then you stop playing him in a blind fashion. Pick him into the Olafs, pick him into other champions that he can have success, or get him a 1v1 lane and gank it repetitively, because one thing Darius does bring is a fantastic 2v2.
Yeah.
Yes.
And one of the aspects I think that we're seeing with some of these North American teams is that it's a region of weak top laners. So these teams are not used to setting their tops up properly to succeed, because they're so unused to even getting carries out of that position, right? We can talk about Zion Spartan and his dominance, but even he had a pretty poor first game up against the Flash Wolves, right? There's been a lot of aspects where we take a look at KT, we take a look at SKT. These are teams that know how to play around carry tops, and they give them a wealth of resources.
Well, you know what we are good at, though, is taking an AD carry advantage and transitioning that into mid lane. Both CLG and Cloud9 do that, and they play to their strengths in this tournament, and it's working out for them. Despite it being a top lane bruiser-focused meta, we're still finding ways to open up games from the bot lane.
And that is one thing I will say, is I really like the addition of Tristana when you have Darius, because that champion has so much self-PL, and the ability to be able to reposition around team fights, chunk people out to set Darius up for success. Didn't happen in this game, but I have a feeling that when the likes of the SKTs start playing these champions together, that it is going to be fireworks across the Rift.
Yeah, and that's when we look at Cloud9's compositions from their last two games. what have they been doing? They take some fast-pushing AD carries, they take the Tristana, they take the Azir, they take the Veigar, these mid laners that have a huge zone presence and an ability to siege turrets. Now, what does this do? This hides balls. He doesn't really have to do anything at all. He can be behind. They will get him global gold and make him pseudo, I'm not going to say he was relevant because he really wasn't relevant in this game, but sort of relevant, a warm body for cooldowns to be used upon. But other than that, if some of these mid laners where they can effectively siege with get banned, that's my question. Where does Cloud9 go? Because somebody's going to crack this code about the sieging style, and C9 has to have another response.
Yeah, we did see evidence of that. He was at 1.2K down within a single push through the top, securing 2 turrets. From that global gold, brought him within only a 1K deficit, so they're able to make swings there. But as you said, we'll see if they can adapt if and when they are forced to. Right now, AHQ Esports and Fnatic are setting up on stage for our final game of the day. We'll be bringing you that matchup right after this. Stay with us.
Remember, you're in charge of your enemy person. Keep track of him like a hawk keeps track of a mouse. That's a nice meme, dude. We'll be the hawk, they'll be the mouse in this game. Nice meme, dude. We go hunting.
Speaking of teleport, they're coming in onto the spot lane. Kitty's and Kid in a lot of trouble. Kitty's come back in, gets very low, taken out immediately. The revenge of balls.
Okay, we got it. Echo. Echo. Get out, get out,
We
get
lose the
out.
fight. We lose the fight.
There's super chunk. Run. Yeah, he jumped over. Nice. Oh. You get him. He has no ulti. Take a jab.
Nice.
And they're chunked.
Balls does go down during the middle of all of it. IG trying to turn around, but it looks like C9 has enough. Triple kill for Sneaky. The damage from Azir and from Sneaky is so big. Double kill for Azir already, and they complete the 2-0 already at Worlds.
Welcome back to the 2015 Worlds Group Stage and our final match, AHQ Esports taking on the hometown favorites, Fnatic. Now, this is a rematch from MSI that AHQ won handily with one key difference today. Reckless is in the bot lane.
Yeah, when they played at MSI, they exploited Steelback in the bot lane. Mountain was able to get off a lot of ganks on the Urgot early. And now with this guy down there, he is not as exploitable of a bottom laner. He has been playing rather aggressive lately towards the end of the split, but he is nowhere on the level that Steelback was. Steelback averaged down in CS, and they had to come back from that deficit. This, not the same bot lane.
He's also rocking a sweet ponytail.
Yeah,
Mini
Warrior
ponytail.
Braid. There you go.
There it is. That was so well timed.
You can put your head back up, Reckless.
Anyway, back to business.
Yeah, and beyond that, you know, they've got a great bottom lane, but the rest of the team kept evolving, and I think that their mid laner for Bivin has turned into an absolute monster. This guy has potential out the wazoo. Like, he could go anywhere he wants, and, you know, we saw Rookie in that game performing very well, getting a solo queue with Teleport Echo. This guy went toe-to-toe with him and came out ahead.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to take anything away from Fabibin by saying this, but he was unarguably benefited by getting an overwhelming number of Victor and Azir picks over the course of the summer season because of a lot of the bans that were going against Tooney. So he benefited. But I agree, he's a much better mid laner now than he was at MSI. And even then he performed very well. This guy is developing wonderfully in his first year of professional competition.
Yeah, even in Challenger back in the day, Cloud9 Eclipse, H2K, he was a player who had all of this potential to live up to very young, large champion pool and able to pick things up so quickly. So Febibin, I think, was an amazing pickup for Fnatic in retrospect, and he's only just grown, and he hasn't shown us just even the tiniest bit of what he's capable of doing. This guy has years left in his career, in my opinion.
Well, now, of course, taking a look at their opponents, AHQ, what happened day one versus Cloud9?
They played a very all-or-nothing composition. They wanted to set up a split push. They put the Rengar there to start feeding their solo laners. It's risky to do that because they had no wave clear. Now, C9 set up a heavy siege composition, so once Mountain's Rengar totally failed to do pretty much anything, they were set up just to siege. There was nothing HQ could do, very short game. When you get those two kind of compositions going against each other, it's going to be feast or famine on either side. If Rengar had worked, we could have easily seen a very quick game with AHQ split pushing and solo killing people in the side lanes. So AHQ needs to mix it up. I just think Mountain needs to calm down, play a champion he's actually played in the last season and the last split, and we'll see what they offer from there.
Yeah, it was a very slow, painful process for them. It felt like AHQ was learning during the game, but every death was a lesson. It's 300 gold, 600 gold. We're learning 2 lessons here. What does Veigar E do? What does that do to us? How many stuns? What does my R do as Rengar? It took them so long to figure it out, and they didn't have it even close to down by the end of the game, and that's what cost AHQ. I want to see them go back to comfort.
I also feel like those teams were backwards. Like Cloud9 get their bottom lane advantage and transition into the mid lane, whereas on the side of AHQ, they try and give everything down to Arn, and Arn never got rolling. Nothing ever transitioned to that guy. He had a second item QSS and was doing no damage whatsoever. So looking for him to step up in this game, really get going.
All right, well, that's what we're looking for. Last time today, guys, got to put you in the hot seat. Who are we looking at to take this game?
I think that Fnatic are phenomenal at the moment. I think that they can go very deep in this tournament. I think they'll win the game.
Yeah, I don't think there's any argument. Even if it was the same AHQ that we saw at MSI, I would still pick Fnatic here. Especially when we've seen everybody in this group now, and we've seen Cloud9, we've seen IG. I'd be actually quite surprised at this stage if Fnatic didn't 6-0.
Yeah, I agree as well. I think Fnatic is a superior team right now, working as a team and individually across the board. I think Febivin, we've talked about him a lot. I think he holds up against the door very handily and has more control mages up his sleeve too. So he's flexible and champion select too.
All right, much more in line this time around. We'll see if the hometown favorites can bring it home. We're going to throw it over to our casters for the play-by-play on the way. Reckless's short time at Worlds last year has taught him to take it one game at a time.
I think last year we were actually quite confident. I'm not sure if it was because it was my first Worlds and that we were, even though we finished second in our region, we were kind of still somewhat dominant. Therefore, going into Worlds, I wasn't really sure actually what to expect because it was my first one. And I think I was maybe a bit even overconfident. I was expecting to get certain things which didn't happen. Therefore, I was just kind of heartbroken at times, even when the group wasn't over yet. So I would say this year I'm kind of more down to earth, perhaps. I take game by game, day by day, and then we'll see where we go from there.
And welcome back, guys. Once again, it's our final game of the day here on day 3 of the 2015 World Championships. AHQ versus Fnatic. It's time to check out the lineups, guys. I am so psyched about this one. For AHQ, these guys really need to step up. Got taken down earlier in the top lane. It's Ziv, of course. Down in the jungle, it is Mountain. In the mid lane, it's the door, West door. At ADC, it's On. And down at Coach, or at support, it's Albus. How could I skip the support? And it's Coach, it's backstairs.
Yeah, don't forget them. And obviously, they're going up against the favorite here in this group, Fnatic, and many crowd favorite here is overall. We hear them already. Huni will be starting in the top lane here. Definitely crowd favorite. Jungle, Rainover, obviously. Mid laner, a talent. Alice, let's touch on Fevin performing very well. Reckless, back to Fnatic right here, performing incredibly well. And then Yellowstar, the French guy here, but all under the mighty coaching of Daylor. Fantastic job that he's done with his, honestly, very rookie lineup.
Yeah, but such a good start for them against IG day 1. They need to be able to keep that up because of the stumbles of IG. It's the 6-0 just predicted. I wonder how much of that's going into their heads. Oh, maybe this is easy now. They have to keep focused.
Yeah, IG will be watching this, and they want Fnatic to win this.
Yeah, I mean, this is insane, right? Fnatic coming in #1 in Europe, looking so good here already in Worlds. And this crowd, I mean, they've got the hometown hype going for sure. This crowd has never been louder than it is right now for this Fnatic team. Listen to these guys. I think we know who they're cheering for.
Yeah, Yellowstar. Crowd favorite here.
Definitely.
If there's any player for me that deserves a deep run in the tournament, it has to be Yellowstar. The amount of things that he has given up personally just to reach this amount of success, because he has been at every World Finals, consistently high performer in multiple roles overall, and just what he brings to the table as a player, regardless of mechanics. We often call it like intangibles, whether you actually believe in that or not. I really think he deserves to be here, and I hope he gets a deep run.
Well, here we go, guys. Picks and bans for AHQ versus Fnatic. Azir banned out against Febivim right off the bat. There's a Gangplank ban from Fnatic.
Yeah, Fnatic had quite a unique draft in day one. Hecarim top lane and Shen support, so a bit of a throwback to champions that weren't necessarily seen on the playoff patches. But what's interesting about this is AHQ is a team that had the most time off of any team at Worlds before arriving here, and they have not appeared to adapt well to the new game. So I wonder if it was a stubbornness on their part or if they just need a little while to warm up.
They'll definitely need to look for a comfortable pick on Mount. That is the way a lot of teams think Fnatic can potentially crack. Get a stronger jungler on your jungler player, and then try and shut down Reignover, who is actually the support for all these lanes. Once you get him down, then you can start tackling that wealth of individual talent in all these lanes.
Well, and Elise can do exactly that. A very strong first pick for AHQ. Does leave a lot of power picks open for Fnatic, though.
Elise was banned by Cloud9 against AHQ, so this is a logical pick.
Look at Reignover. Look at Reignover.
It's a bit troll. A bit troll.
I'll show you how it's done, kid.
Get in the opponent's mind.
Oh, yes. Remind him.
Now, very often we see some juggernauts here locked in. You know, Darius being picked up early rotation. Is Fnatic going to do the same thing?
I mean, we saw Darius win in our last game, right? But the win wasn't because of Darius. I feel like we haven't seen really any wins where you could say the win was because of that Darius. Looks like they're going to take it anyway, though. Huni is a pretty strong top laner.
He can still be a cog in the machine, and this is one of the first times in the draft phase already we're seeing some already inherent built-in synergy with the Darius. As far as team fights, the assistance for him to get involved is aided by the Sivir.
Also, Sivir, generally a passive laner that can get through most matchup by just farming, which means you can redirect your attention from the game to the Darius, and you touched about that earlier, Jan, how Darius gets pick priority but doesn't get game priority. Fnatic already looking to do that with this draft.
Meanwhile, AHQ thinking about picking up that Gnar.
It really feels like Gnar is the default pick against Darius.
It is. I mean, he's got the range. You can kite it a little bit. You can harass Darius a lot in range despite that little heal off the Q. Not too surprising to see that picked up. No more Renekton, apparently. Gnar's the go-to pick for everybody here. Outside of SKT, anyway.
Not everyone can be Marin, unfortunately.
That is true. Jinx possibly picked up as well. Looks like the timer will count down, and yep, it will be Gnar and Jinx locked in.
I like it. With Cocoon and traps available, you already have a decent amount of peel to keep that Darius away from your team. Jinx hyper carry necessary. I do think teams, whenever they pick a Gnar into Darius matchup, they actually lock in too much split push, like we saw IG2. They went for like a 1-3-1, and it seems to be incredibly hard to play at the world stage. So more teamfight oriented picks could be big.
Febiven teasing a Riven pick here.
Before he became a professional player, Febiven was actually a very big Riven main. Obviously, his real name is Fabian, Riven, Febiven. That's potentially where it comes from. He was a Riven one-trick pony. He may actually end up playing a Veigar here. We'll see, but...
Will they actually even pick a mid laner right now?
I feel like the majority of these hovers are just taunting AHQ about their game yesterday.
True, that's actually true. The Veigar was played against him. No, I think we've deducted the champ select. This is why we don't talk about hovers.
No, we can, because it's all about the mind games, right? The hovers front. See, the hovers in Korea are pretty much there to just control the Korean cast of Cloud Templar. And he
Jungle Olaf as well. Give it a second.
Maybe. Yeah.
Reignover special.
All right.
Reignover special. It's what he was the pretty much only person to play Olaf jungle. Already the inbuilt synergy with the Sivir, so they're building very heavily around this.
Well, Jinx is going to have a lot of people running out of that. She's going to have a hard time stopping.
Actually wasn't too big of a fan traditionally of Annie as a support, but her value seems to be pretty high in this World Finals where she just provides instant hard CC.
Yeah.
That's what a lot of these teams have been looking for. A lot of these fights could go different ways. Could still see no Kalista actually this game.
Well, you're trying to get on the Jinx, right? And I mean, where you've already got the top lane picked, you can't go to like a Malphite or anything right now unless it's a rare Malphite support. So this makes sense. Put Olaf in the jungle.
Wouldn't mind to see a Morgana here, honestly, coming out of the Albus here. Black shielding that Jinx, keeping her alive. No axes, no Annie stun available. Kiting those Juggernauts.
Oh boy. Fizz, but the Tom Kench, it's the seafood duo.
Unbench the
Kench.
Kench.
By HQ. Unbench the Kench.
Yeah, Westar goes back to Fizz yet again. It's expected it was banned against him almost every game during the regular season. In the LMS, it was countered yesterday by a nice pushing comp, and Fnatic has been spectacular in rotations. If Febiven picks a somewhat safe, long-range, wave-clearing mage, it would fit right into what Fnatic wants to do.
Zilean would be an unlikely choice, but something that perhaps could handle that Fizz. You know, I mean, the Veigar, we saw it work really well into the Fizz last time. You know, is Febiven willing to play that kind of champion?
Does the composition really require a Veigar? He has so many more options that he could play. Veigar is tricky. Westor obviously has learned his lesson. Hope he knows that matchup a little better.
Feels like a Victor game.
I agree.
Any game feels like a Victor game.
What about a Yorick game, guys? No. No. Oh, okay. I was going to say. Orianna makes a bit more
move
sense.
speed.
There we go.
All right. Also more shielding for assassination.
Very well-rounded composition here from Fnatic.
Yeah.
The weaknesses of Olaf and Darius as champions, obviously, that they can't get to their targets. Double movement speed steroids here, a support that can lock the enemy in place. Obviously, Aln will rely on being eaten up by his support, save him out of that damage.
And I'm thinking about the way AHQ wants to play this game. They need Ziv and Westor actually to have pretty strong laning phases because they need split push pressure in order to get flanks for some team fights. I really do wonder, Fnatic is such a good team as a unit with all the move speeds synergizing with the two champions that want to just run straight at the enemy.
Also, just look at the innate amount of wave clear that Fnatic has ready. Even Olaf with a couple axes puts a wave lower. Orianna instant clear wave. Sivir instant clear wave. The hardest part for HQ will be their wave clear. AoE rockets from Jinx is their best wave clear tool. That is really rough if you get any amount of gold behind.
Now we saw the Bard from IG. Now we're seeing the Tom Kench from AHQ. Are one of these slightly more unorthodox support picks going to work? Obviously, the Bard didn't do it. We'll see if Tom Kench can pull some slack, pull the line, I would say. If you had Tom Kench on the line, you'd probably get away with it.
Crepo, have you saved any like Tom Kench jokes?
There's a bunch of bench to Kench memes, but we're going to let Twitch chat fill that one up, hopefully.
All right, well, guys, if you are on your phone, you want to use that Twitter hashtag AHQWin if you think they can take it, or hashtag FNCWin over to @LOL Esports. Let us know what you think as we move into our final game of the day here on day 3 of the League of Legends 2015 World Championships. AHQ versus Fnatic. It's time to get onto the rift.
If you're unfamiliar with Tom Kench overall, his job is really to be a pesky nuisance and peel. To stop people from getting to your AD carry. If they do, then disengage, eat up the AD carry. We may see another aggressive 5v5 here though. Yellowstar instantly charging up that stun.
He is when played well, he is one of the most annoying supports to play against. It's almost like the way it feels when trying to kill a support when they have a Kalista on their team is like trying to kill an AD carry when they have a Tom Kench on their team. You go for him, Kench eats it, has all this great health, you feel like you're wasting your time trying to hit him, then the AD carry gets spit out in the other direction.
So is it dinner time for AHQ?
30 seconds until minions.
I wonder, a little bit of wards going down, some very, very safe fanning going on from both of these teams here at level 1.
Mountain and Ziv, those guys really need to snowball their matchup, really. Get that top lane ahead. Mountain needs to get some aggressive ganks off. Olaf, no flash. If you catch him in the jungle early when he's low, you definitely can kill him.
Yeah, a little bit of a slightly late invade, but again, you know, no real deep wards for either of these teams. As it looks like we will have a bit of a jungle follow early on. Do you think they're going to send Huni down to the bot lane right away, or is he going to stick with Reignover for a bit?
Pretty much every team starts with at least a 2-camp double jungle as far as top laner and jungler go. Even if there's no lane swap, it's more efficient because the junglers save damage and the top laner is able to go to lane with extra potions.
Look what Reckless and Yellowstar are doing though. They're not going for Krugs. They may secure a 3rd quadrant here for Fnatic overall, the way this lane swap could play out, because HQ 4-man starting in their safest quadrant overall.
It's true, HQ is getting mind gamed a little bit here. Depends which. No, Fnatic's not going for a camp at all. They were expecting a start in that quadrant and were looking to harass instead of just starting on a grump. That could have been really huge.
And then obviously Reignover and Huni are just going to continue double jungling. No reason for Huni to go to that bot lane when there's so many camps available. Yellowstar is just on scouting duty. That's all he needs to do. Find and locate the enemy jungler. Now he's potentially counter-ganking some level 2 cheese here in the mid lane.
Good try for this early gank here. He's got that stun loaded up. Could go for a flash W or something. Or just walk in and try to get the flash out of Westor. Reignover coming over too. Westor already getting very low. He hits level 2.
Yeah, Westor smartly playing towards his strong side of the map where all his allies are, so would have been really hard for the Yellowstar to actually get something on that. But I love what Fnatic did right here, shortcutting the double jungle. And it's going to be a dragon, but the tempo loss for AHQ is huge here. As far as gold and experience goes, Fnatic is going to have a really big edge on this, as well as they're going to get control of 3 of the major buffs.
They can even, they can send Huni top right now, push in the tower relatively delayed. Reignover can return to his jungle with all 3 camps and the Scuttle Cap still available. Whereas at the opposite side of the map, there's only a Grump left for HQ to take, so very big tempo swing.
Yeah, early Dragon taken by AHQ, but Fnatic responding with a lot of pressure here in this top lane. We'll see if AHQ can get any sort of semblance of equalization down in bot. It's going to take a long time.
Yeah, I've seen these trades go a lot of different ways. If a team is snowballing really heavily, it almost adds insult to injury to the team that didn't take the Dragon, but that's after they make a mistake. If Fnatic plays this properly, they will hold an advantage, and by the time the next Dragon comes around, they would be able to capitalize on that advantage, just due to the extra golden experience they gained while the 3-minute Dragon was being taken by HQ.
Last game, Huni forgot to take that tower down. If you remember, he left it on a couple of hits. This time, they're guaranteeing, they're sharing the gold too. Rekkles needed a little more gold for his item. Huni, that wave is being bound, so he can safely farm. He's not going to be punished in this Gnar Darius matchup, as many top laners have so far.
Yeah, and all of this with the bottom turret for Fnatic really not taking any damage. Oh, the Q stops Rekkles, or Reckless, from going back. Rekkles.
Technically, it is written Rekkles.
Yeah.
It is. You spell it phonetically.
All the way back in his first major tournament, IPL 5, the Rekkles and Reckless debate was in full swing. I still want to call him Rekkles, but I've just gotten so used to calling him Reckless because he says so.
That's one of the things about esports, is that you don't really always know how these guys are going to pronounce their names. Like, try casting in Korea sometimes, man. We had Gorilla go from Gorilla to Galira, back to Gorilla again. Expression, we're like, all right, it's misspelled expression. We're just calling, no, he wants to be called expression. It's not easy sometimes.
Actually, due to
do you call him AN or AN? You just gotta go with it.
If there was an H, I'd call him on more.
Interesting though, the way HQ interrupted them completely changed their reckless state. Huni went around.
Rain over right there. Actually, Ziv comes back in. Where's that flash? He's gone. First blood goes to Rain over. Whoops.
That was huge, and specifically credit to Huni for getting the apprehend during the Gnar jump. We've seen so many Darius Gnar ganks be attempted where that apprehend does not catch the Gnar, but Huni was able to do it.
HQ felt comfortable because Albus canceled 2 backs, and they thought Huni was actually being swapped down to the bot lane, but they actually just pathed it around together with Rainover. Lulled Ziv into a fake sense of security and then punished that. That was actually a very creative play there by Fnatic. Meanwhile, on the bot lane, on and call him whatever you want. He's just freezing, not putting any pressure. A 4-man roam.
West door takes the south door out of the mid lane to try to escape with his life. Won't need to burn any summoners, it looks like.
It's an effective door to take.
It is.
Yeah, here. I do have to mention that the 80 carry priority for AHQ is really huge, and the fact that they forfeited so much and still not gained a major advantage for and over Reckless is disastrous for AHQ. As far as 80 carry CS differential at 10 minutes goes, AHQ had the highest of any team at Worlds with over 10 coming into this. And Reckless is actually a pretty conservative laner, so if AHQ was going to win something, it would have been that 80 carry matchup. But with the way these lane swaps are being engineered, Fnatic is just winning across all fronts.
Huni hasn't gotten that much CS though. He's still even CS here with Ziv overall because of the way
he's got a lot more gold though, globally.
Yeah, obviously he was part of that first spot, so he's definitely in a comfortable position. Overall, just due to the level 1 start, HQ, they did something you really can't afford to do on the world stage, which is a single quadrant start jungle with no backup plan.
Jeez, it's like a 2K gold lead already for Fnatic at just under 7 minutes. Can't really go too much worse for AHQ. They're going to need to really play it out perfectly for like the next 10 minutes at least if they want to come back in this game.
Yeah, and at the very least, push down the turret. They're leaving it up. They're not getting any gold influx to them right now, and they're stuck in these defensive lanes. Maybe their hope is that the next time Fnatic tries to push a turret, they can win a fight because they're still technically CSing pretty well as a team. They're just losing out hugely on objective gold.
I mean, CSing well as a team, but I mean, that means they're keeping up. You know, they're not ahead. They need turrets. They need that gold.
I agree.
Febvin getting a little bit more for himself. And gonna grab that blue buff too.
This is the part of the matchup where you actually can start pushing out pretty aggressively. You can sustain push from the Orianna. Forcing Fist to wave clear under his turret obviously keeps him down. He does just bring the Ignite to the table. Febvin will need a clutch cleanse there to get out of that.
A Rainover getting a ward down in the enemy jungle too. I mean, Febvin is so extremely safe in this lane right now.
The crowd is cheering for every successful Febvin CS.
Yeah, he got one. It's more gold. Is he gonna do it? 2 at once here. It's a possibility.
Whoa!
So good.
Right. Mesmerizing.
That Febvin. Faker who?
Watch him CS.
I love this crowd. This is, I think this is actually the best crowd I've ever seen live. These guys are so excited about everything. I love it.
Mostly instigated by the in-house casters here, Chips and Y,
Dude.
the band of merriment that they brought to the table too. So fantastic audience here.
Every time I've come to France for an event, it has been amazing. I've done it, I think this is my 4th time here, and the crowds are just always mind-blowing.
Need some more Pantheon, but we'll get to that potentially. All right, Huni now CSing on the tower. Actually doing a phenomenal job, as the crowd indicates. Let's go up to single one.
They're actually getting most of the CS.
Huni, you're fired.
Can I hire this crowd when I'm playing solo queue? I need those kinds of cheers. Well, Reckless might be in a little bit of trouble. No, just Spell Shields is right through the Flame Chompers, takes some damage. Oh, the rocket misses!
This is very deceptive for the players, because every time they hear a cheer, they're like, what are they cheering for?
Whoa, Ziv pulled in. He doesn't have his flash. He needs to be careful here, trying to get away. Activates that Hyper Rainover, being chased back by Westor, who comes up. Huni back under turret now, so a little bit too much pressure to go after that kill.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the West Door roams. Unless that pays off, it's going to be heavily punished. Febiven already with pressure in the mid lane. Going to take a chunk out of that mid turret. HQ has to answer with at least a turret at the top.
Yeah, roaming always brings a very large opportunity cost, especially if the enemy laner isn't even chunked out. Febiven, full resources, can just continuously keep shoving here. Reckless getting poked by these zaps.
Huni taking some damage. Mountain doing it, trying to get that execute. Ziv trying to get there. Huni in big trouble, and Mountain gets the kill.
This is something we've seen Huni do before. When his team is slightly ahead, he just doesn't quite respect his opponents just enough and ends up dying on another very predictable manner. So Huni needs to shore that up in his play. Fantastic 1v1 clutch player, but then these slow, very predictable reganks, he sometimes still falls to.
One of the only ways that AHQ comes back in that is if Huni gives up a kill. And that's what that was. It was a giving of a kill.
Very true.
Because it was very easy to concede that turret and the team would still come out ahead. Now,
he's going to be able to catch up in a lot of CS because of the wave that he's getting at the moment, but still, I mean, he needs to be careful that he doesn't fall too far behind again.
We're just looking at mid lane, 30 CS, that was the cost of that roam, so you really want to get that value somehow. Also, that mid lane tower, that is some hidden cost. Once that one falls, that swings the game open, especially wave clear mids. Against non-wave clear mids with the tower down, gives you so much pressure advantage. Deep vision becomes even easier to place.
Huni is pushed up really far.
Oh, over the wall! Goes for the execute, gets dodged by the repel. He's coming back down. Oh, doesn't hit him with the E, and Huni in a little bit of trouble. Teleport coming in, Tom Kench trying to join the fray. Huni gets taken down by Mountain yet again, but it's a kill on both sides as Rainover comes in. He's in danger of getting eaten here, though. He's got the 2 blue buffs knocked against the wall. And Albus comes in to help it out, getting bloodthirsty, picks him up, spit him out. Albus getting the kill.
Steals a kill.
Why would
Albus if you have the stacks, you have to press W. You even saw him hesitate.
Dude,
Do I go for it?
Did you know Tom Kench can eat people? Why would you not ever do that?
Why would you ever not do that? Because Ziv doesn't eat kills on a top lane, clearly.
Yeah, Tom Kench does. You got that right.
Yeah.
You're at. I will agree
Tom
with that
Kench is
analysis.
technically a top laner too. Maybe he can just role swap, you know. Our support, Tom Kench top lane comes out.
I think people are mistaking his name. It's Tom Kench. It's not Top Kench. He's not meant to go in the top lane. I don't care what you say. Support. We claim him. We supports claim Tom Kench.
Either way, that's a couple of kills that Huni's given up.
Yeah.
And it's sneaking AHQ back into this game. The mid lane is down, so the pressure should actually be near its higher point for Fnatic. And the grouping is closing in around this Dragon number 2 as well as bot lane turret. But Huni is still in the top lane without a teleport, and it actually gives Dragon control to AHQ.
In all seriousness, that was as we see Raynor being challenged here now in his own jungle. Like, I could almost call it a tilty play from Huni. He dies and he wants to teleport deep to just get a counterplay 2v1 with no backup. Yes, Raynor comes in, but then the Abyssal Voyage brings in Tom Kench, and it wasn't necessary, not at all. And this is not really the style we've seen Fnatic develop. Slow, calculated, meticulous. That's the way they've played in Summer Split. This scene more Fnatic of Spring. Rash, you know, all in. Huni trying to mechanically outplay people instead.
Yeah, they need to calm down. They need to calm down, and it seems like that's kind of what they're doing now. Nice spell shield by Reckless to absorb that torch from Jinx, which doesn't seem like it hurt much anyway, but might as well get the mana. Ziv.
Man, he's now pulling ahead.
Yeah.
It is a very straightforward matchup to play. Stay out of his apprehend range.
Yep.
That is TLDR in our Darius matchup.
Oh, Mountain trying to make a play with Albus onto Rainover here. Rainover, I mean, what a career he's had since he moved to Europe. I mean, in Korea, he wasn't known for being a great player. They called him Game Over because he really, you know, that was it. You got him on your team, it was game over. Big change for this guy, coming to Europe, making a name for himself.
Still game over, just in the other direction. 18-0 with Fnatic in the regular season.
That was game over in a good reason. Well, maybe not this game, but we'll see. It's still very close. Fnatic still with the gold lead, but that might change as this turret looks like it could go down fairly soon.
And this was the initial lane of tower HQ decided not to take down at all. So they really want to keep that lane, even be able to bounce back the waves on. Didn't feel comfortable playing in a long lane, but so far they're hanging out. The gold hasn't really changed all too much.
He's got the safety of Tom Kench behind him. He also has a pickaxe advantage onto Reckless as far as straight AD is concerned. The only danger would be a yellow star all-in with some gank potential, but they're very happily taking small chunks out of that turret.
And those plays on the top lane, that lack of pressure has kind of locked up Yellow Star too, because he's now stuck dealing in that bot lane, keeping Reckless in the lane, but traditionally we've seen a lot of roams come out of Yellow Star. Him together with Rainover at this point in the game, you would very often see them roaming, but HQ, they have some really good vision control. Look at those 2 pink wards and 1 extra up top. Like the base position of pink wards have been filled, so HQ, a lot better position in this game compared to last.
I'd agree. You know, one interesting thing about this game, too, is that the kills haven't exactly gone to where the teams would prefer them on. A couple to the junglers, 1 to the support.
All right, smoke those pink wards.
Yay, ward.
They're gone.
I guess so.
Well, there's that. And
There's
immediately HQ actually has to retreat.
You feel the pressure.
Because they have no vision within their own jungle, which makes an incredible feeling of pressure right there. Because if they stay under the turret, for all they know, they could be getting 4-mendo.
Hello, Darkness, my old friend. Get back to base, pick up some items. This does finish it very early.
But even to go back and get the wards, it's still dangerous. Unless they can actually see Fnatic recalling. But if Fnatic plays this right, they will recall and fall.
That looks like it's going to be a turret for Fnatic.
That's actually something.
3-0.
That is something EDG does incredibly well when you watch them play. They abuse Fog of War to their advantage so much, and I hate it when I see people base in full vision because you just give your opponent so much free information.
Yeah.
Top level teams, that is often the difference.
You basically say, hey, you know what? If you want to come to this part of the map, you can. It's fine. You're safe for a little while. That's not something you want to do. HQ looking to respond with a turret of their own. They'll be able to take the top one, but that is their first turret of the game. They do have the 2 dragons, though.
And that bot tower could fall down soon, too.
Yeah, really good. There's a chance that HQ has held out pretty well from the early game pressure disadvantage they opted into with that dragon. The mistakes that Huni granted can almost slingshot AHQ ahead if they are able to win a team fight of some kind.
And remember, Westor is a very good assassin split push player on that Fizz.
Whoa,
on the Hunt gets popped.
They're going after him here. Westor gets stunned by that Timbers. Could be in trouble. Turning around as the teleport comes in for AHQ. Ziv is there as well, too. That's a kill for Westor. Fnatic getting Reckless as Reckless tries to escape. They come in, they get a kill, but it looks like they'll pay for it. Jinx Rocket, non-consequential. Huni flashes. Can he actually catch Ziv? No, he can't. He's about to go Meganar. Here comes Tom Kench. Not going to be able to catch Huni.
Here comes.
You know, he could just pick up Ziv and run after him. He's got that move speed, but it doesn't look like they're going to go for it.
The way Westor turned around there was actually incredibly smart. Like, he saw the teleports and he turned around to finish Annie, and then somehow Ziv stayed alive. 3v2 long enough. Impressive play here from AHQ.
That's a turret, 2 for AHQ, and Fnatic in a lot of trouble now.
And this could be the slingshot. HQ fell back in the early game, and now they're flying ahead of Fnatic because of the mistakes Huni made and that nice play by Westor, as well as the globals there enacting the teleport from Ziv and the Tom Kench just to make some safety at the end of this fight.
Let's watch that again. Just keep your eyes on here how Westor decides. His teleport is coming behind him. Huni teleports ahead of him, so he has to turn around. They finish off Yellow Star, and then they turn to Reckless. 2 for 2 would be actually a decent trade here, considering that they fight 2v3, but actually ends up just being a 1v2 here. Kill trades, and then Ziv still survives.
Yeah. Really nice jump.
And forces the flash.
Barely outrange.
Or gets the flash, you know.
Yeah.
Tomato.
Technically, he forced flash because it was used.
We talked about Huni.
Have no cooldowns, it's flash.
I mean, we talked about Huni waiting, of course, to use that apprehend until the hop started. He didn't that time. He used it really early, right after he got in, and that made it easy for Ziv to escape.
Especially if you look at the weaknesses of this HQ composition, we touched on it in the draft already. No wave clear at all. But because they're actually still even in the lane, they can put...
Whoa, big shockwave brings in on and Albus. Albus eats his buddy, keeps him safe.
I say they can put on mid without anything to worry about. Still have to worry about that shockwave.
Well, he's a bit slimier, but he's alive. That's the important thing.
And these are the trade-offs that Westor makes in almost all of his games. He almost always loses CS in order to try and create kills and pressure on the other side of the map. But mid laners in the LMS are not nearly as good at punishing this as there are at Worlds. Febiven with a 70 CS advantage, only 18 minutes in. And despite the kill, 1,300 gold up.
Uh-oh. Mountain gets slowed down by that undertow, trying to get away. Westor coming from the side, Mountain with the repel. Albus trying to get in there. He's going to flash over the wall, pick up his friend here. Yellowstar in a lot of trouble. Going to go down. Westor gets the kill. Gets taken out, though, as Hooney comes in. It's a brawl. There's the zone. He's used by Febivim. It's another kill for Rainover. Ziv still a touch from the side. A lot of members low for Fnatic. That's kills all over for AHQ. Meanwhile, Hooney still going at it with On. He gets the kill. 4 on both sides. It's a top laner battle. Hooney trying to catch Ziv, and Ziv just going to run away. Are they still going to go in? No. So 4 for 4.
Couple team fight mistakes in this fight still. Febivim flashed into a wall, and then AHQ committing so hard to kill the support Yellowstar after he's already used Tibbers. Questionable move there by Westor, spending his ultimate for that, but overall a 4 for 4 trade. So,
and this is not the controlled game many were expecting after Fnatic strangled out IG 2 days ago in the first game here at Worlds. This fight in particular, total chaos, really. The annoyance of Tahm Kench showing true here, flashing over the wall just to eat, and that prolongs the fight. So yes, Westor went on a bad target, but it was the target his fish landed on, and he's really just trying to get kills to start his goal beat off. The big thing here was the way the front lines were playing. On was really close to resetting this fight, but Hooney was at least in the right position to zone him out. Chaos in the backside.
And that failed flash. If everyone went over the wall, he could have killed Mountain, but Mountain had time to get out of spider form. In that case, turn around and actually finish him off. So Ziv has been shown really good distance management.
HQ's going to want to fight over this dragon right away.
Yep, they do. They don't want them to get it. Fnatic gets it anyway. There's going to be a fight. Fish onto Yellowstar yet again. On coming in from the side, unopposed. Rainover trying to get to him with that Ragnarok. A kill comes in already for Fnatic. Ziv getting low. Finally, Albus so healthy with that Greyhound. Not anymore. That's a double kill for Reckless. Yellowstar finally gets taken out. It's a triple kill, though, for Reckless. And finally, Hooney takes him. There's a double kill for Ziv, though, on the other side. It's nearly an ace. Once again, a big brawl, but this time 2 for 3 in favor of Fnatic.
LMS teams, in particular AHQ, are never willing to give up a dragon for nothing. So they go in really hard despite the dragon being down. And also, we just talked about Westor's target selection. He again all-ins Yellowstar and actually does not have the burst yet to even one-shot. So he is a complete non-factor in this fight, and it negates the advantage the other members of AHQ may have had.
Yeah, watch that again. If he had a Zonias, this is an okay move, but because he doesn't stun into Boomerang and one-shot, Westor completely useless in this fight. And On, he really needs some healing. Good shockwave from Febivim.
Yeah, and then you can see the Super Mega Death Rocket almost take them out for On, but Febivim sits at full health for pretty much the whole fight, and Ziv is unable to dodge the outside of the Darius Q on that occasion, which ends up trading the shutdown gold to Hooney.
Speaking of Darius, he's getting some items, he's getting some kills. Hooney much more relevant now than he was a couple minutes ago.
Only 1,000 gold, roughly behind 900 right now, and more importantly, he finished his core build. Black Lever and Deadman's Blade, that's all he needs in these team fights for Darius, so he doesn't really care that he's behind Ziv in particular, because Fnatic as a whole, as a team, they team fight way better. So HQ need to go back to this 1-3-1 split push again and find individual skirmishes, because Fizz is one of the strongest 1v1 assassins that they have here in this game.
You know, I gotta say too, Albus is not making a huge difference at the moment on this Tahm Kench. I mean, when it comes to a big 5v5 team fight, he's just kind of walking around a little bit.
Particularly that last one when Fnatic had the setup.
Yeah.
Really evident. Tahm Kench has some nice capabilities of coming in on the backside of chaotic fights and creating a difference because of the duration in which he can make someone untargetable. But really, if Fnatic sets up that well and HQ jumps in, it's not good.
Yeah, good point there, because compare the utility of a Tibbers versus an Abyssal Voyage. Abyssal Voyage is good if you can relocate between lanes. Again, 1-3-1 split push. Get your more members to a different lane quicker than Fnatic can expect it. Whereas in team fights, Annie takes the cake right there. An AoE 4-man Tibbers can decide to fight. Abyssal Voyage, not so much.
We're only 22 minutes in, and Febivim has nearly 100 CS over Westor.
That's insane.
The kills are even. Westor has been trying to roam and make plays, but the goal difference is 2,100 in that mid lane, and if an Orianna gets ahead, it shuts down Assassin.
We're also averaging 1 kill per minute, something we did not expect from Fnatic coming into this match. HQ we did, Fnatic not so much.
It was such a tactical game for Fnatic in their match against IG. Here they are playing really crazy, honestly, being so aggressive, being overly aggressive at times, wanting to get in there for the skirmishing, and AHQ is answering. They're saying, all right, you want to fight? We'll fight too.
Yeah, Fnatic is defaulting back on a lot of really old habits in this game. So much of the spring split team was undisciplined risky plays, and they completely cleaned it up for 3 to 4 months. But for whatever reason in this game, AHQ's has brought the old Fnatic back.
Well, I mean, they're lucky. Fnatic they're barely making it work at this point, but this game is so close. AHQ could still turn this around anytime.
That's the way, honestly, if you look at a team that is this crisp at Fnatic, you can take two approaches. Either you play the same crisp game style that you're not used to, or you bring them down to your level and you try and beat them with experience. And that is the approach. Controlled chaos here from AHQ, but they'll need some fancy moves right now because Fnatic, their fundamentals are still better. Their vision control, especially on this Baron buff, is just a lot more advanced than what HQ is used to.
Well, they're finally, Fnatic that is, getting a little bit of side wave control back in that top lane. We'll see what they can do in the bot lane with Huni here. This Ziv, this Gnar is still pretty fed.
Yeah, and Frozen Mallet, if he gets in split push scenarios, he can completely dominate Huni and then have some teleport advantage. You can see he's consistently pushed up on that side of the map.
Yep. Split push is almost set up for HQ. They just need to get this wave in neutral or pushed in and then have a perfect 1-3-1. Unless Westar bases.
Now, Dragon is coming up in a minute 30.
Just everyone base.
Yeah, because Dragon's coming up in a minute 30, man. You gotta get ready to fight again.
Yeah, let's team fight that Dragon because our composition is totally built around that.
Oh, yeah.
It's exactly the way AHQ plays, whether or not their composition is built around it or not. The Dragon is where you team fight. And if you're not ready for that team fight, you are not winning those games.
It's like in that way they're 300, man. It's like, this is where we fight. This is where, well, we might die too, actually, but well, they'll die a little bit. That's how it's been going for AHQ.
11 to 11, something's got to give.
Like, what is your profession? And Tom Kench is like, cooking. Like, no, you're supposed to say war. Sorry.
Does like eating.
Eating.
He does have a certain amount of swagger to his walk.
He does.
Kench.
He does. He has a jolly swagger, I would say.
Ando.
I agree.
Outside of all the swagger, yeah, I'm glad you agree there, Jeff. Has had some really good positioning overall. And kiting, even though not many people have been peeling for him, he's done a decent amount of damage with those AoE rockets in fight, and has really dodged quite a few, shockwaves and just sidestepped a lot of the abilities. So keep your eyes on him for the team fights.
Westor is the big name, but Ziv and On are the carries of this team, through and through. They also became a much more powerful team when Mountain started jungling for the team and Albus moved down for support. So really, Westor is a cog in the AHQ machine, and he's trying to fulfill his role right here as a team fight flanker, but he needs to make the right decision. This time, if he pulls a backline move, at least he has the Zoni's Hourglass, so this fight should be more interesting. Meganar is in the top lane as the Dragon spawns, so they have a very finite window here.
Deep wards, though. Their jungle's on Krugs coming back right now, so very delayed on tempo here. Maybe they panic again.
Fnatic going for this Dragon. Can the steal happen? Oh, he gets it. Mountain steals the Dragon. That's not bad.
Don't have to fight for it. You can just steal it.
That works. Why not?
Genius.
All right.
They're one step ahead of us, Jack.
He had flash, he had the repel, it wasn't respected by Fnatic. They didn't use any spells to zone out. Honestly, I think they were too ready for AHQ to just pile in and fight them again.
Yeah.
They kind of forgot about the obvious play. That's the Elise steal, who has an execute and therefore can outsmite your jungler.
I think you're absolutely right. Well, stun on the Zip. This may have not been wise to come down. You're going to take a lot of damage. Goes Meganar at the last second. Oh, here comes Westor looking for some kills. Misses his ultimate, though. Fade away from Reckless. Can he survive the playful trickster? He can with the flash. Mountain still harassing that AD carry. Oh, there's the damage. And there's the kill for Reckless. Meanwhile, a ton of kills for Fnatic as they chase away HQ. Zip force the flash. Huni didn't even hit the E. They can turn onto this Baron whenever they want.
Such good juking from Reckless, and he has faith in his own mechanical ability. You can see upgraded hits alacrity boost because he knows he has the mechanics to sidestep, and this just gives him that little extra edge. While everyone was trying to kill Reckless, the rest of Fnatic was cleaning up on the backside, and that's the game-changing moment in this game.
Yeah, such a fantastic play there. Ziv coming into harass, but Fevin should have the zone control. Huni should get back to the Baron. That goes down. If we see that again, I want to see if he actually shielded that fish from Westor.
I wonder.
I think he did, and that means the fish will drop down. If you have the spell shield on, the fish will not latch onto it.
It was right on him. I mean, he must have, right?
Yeah, it looks like Westor did the dash to him and then fish right away to kind of cancel the cast animation, which normally locks it on. But Reckless, I think, saw it coming. We'll see in the replay.
And then somehow, the back end of that fight got completely slaughtered.
We didn't even
Reynov
see that.
You can just imagine that Olaf and Darius had just had a fun time whacking away. Everybody was looking at Reckless, including AHQ.
Boy. Okay, here we go.
Brothers.
Let's see what happens here.
Yeah, it was a nice start by Ziv, considering how caught he was, to get the Gnar stun into the wall And let's see Westor. It was point blank right on Reckless, but doesn't stick because of the spell shield.
Yellow Star does get taken out here, but
And again, on the bottom end of your screen, you don't see it, but On is just getting wrecked there in the fight. Good shockwave from Febiven. And again, nobody is peeling for On. The composition is built actually around a hypercarry Jinx, but nobody's helping him in these teamfights.
Yeah, saying good luck to Jinx and like running off is not generally the best way to keep your ADC alive.
Yeah, and now Reckless has a QSS, so even if he doesn't spell shield the fish, he can QSS to drop it and still walk away. Not to mention Febiven is kind of sneakily carrying this game. The amount of pressure he's put and CS he's picked up while Westor is attempting shenanigans is really giving Fnatic a huge edge.
He's had some great shockwaves in team fights, and Fnatic uses that Baron already to take out the tier 2 turret in mid.
Febiven has just overall become a very consistent force on Fnatic, and they can just lean on him even when one of these side lanes perhaps doesn't get the win they require. You can always rely on Febiven to have at least even or ahead CS, and then he can even just shine in teamfights. So Fnatic overall using that to their advantage.
Pretty sure this is the largest mid lane CS discrepancy yet.
Yeah, it's huge. It's massive. Just like the massive damage going down on that mid lane turret. AHQ, the desperation is real, man. Are they going to fight it? Not just yet. The turret goes down. Fnatic moves in with that Baron buff to try to go for the inhibitor. Huni tried to flash play there. Didn't work out, but they get the inhibitor.
There is some synergy on that basketball Darius with Orianna.
There can be.
Well, Sivert is down and the Darius flash, so HQ wouldn't mind a fight here. I wonder if they go.
Oh, Yellowstar has to flash away. Huni, or Zip rather, gets a Gnarl. They pull him in anyway. There's the fish on the rain over. Still, the carries for Fnatic are okay, and that is going to mean the damage turns around. Double kill, though, for On.
That's the beginning of the resets!
That's right. Westor getting the kill, triple kill, and that is nearly going to be an ace. It will be the ace, as Febiven finally gets taken out. Kill for Tom Kench, and AHQ gets a near clean ace.
I love the way On plays this fight. After his first kills, many Jinx players would just storm forward to get resets. He actually sidestepped one of the ball movements from Febiven, then went in for the play. At the end, we see how much damage that ball can do, because this could be an entirely different fight. But overall, Fnatic, they stayed a little too long.
What a massive turn in this game.
Yeah.
That was such a huge gold swing. Not only are they getting 2 turrets off of this and an ace, those were shutdown kills on a lot of people, so that's an extra ignition of gold into that team. It's now a 1,000 gold game despite all of the punishment they've taken early.
All right, let's check this one out. How did this all end up happening?
We have to remember that the flash on Darius was down as well as the Sivert, so they can't actually disengage. Then Shockwave doesn't have much impact because of the pull by Westor, and On is untouched since Darius can flash to get on him, and because the Shockwave was used elsewhere.
Yeah, that 4-man stun from Ziv, even though he just hit one guy with the ulti, the follow-up there hits 4 people, stuns 4 people, and then On with some good respect there for the Orianna ball from Febiven.
Yeah.
They just clean up that fight, and we see just how important the cooldowns are for Fnatic's lineup in these fights.
You know, I feel like we've been seeing Huni all game long taking these excessively risky plays, like trying to get the flash engage. It's flashy, but you're already killing the inhibitor. Just be happy with that.
You always have to see what does that play generate in terms of objectives.
Yeah.
If the inhibitor's already down, why would you flash it? And then you look at the opportunity cost of that play. What can we lose if this goes wrong? Apparently a lot.
They lose the Baron buff, they lose the fight, they lose some turrets, but they come right back and take this bot lane tier 2. So Fnatic, despite the game getting a little bit closer, seems to have bounced back quite nicely. They've got the waves where they want them to.
Yeah, that was actually the first negative Baron power play of the tournament when Fnatic had Baron. They lost gold in the eventual exchange, but this Dragon is now huge. AHQ, if they get this, start the timer for 5th Dragon. Can Westor flank? Will be a huge question in this fight.
He's going to try.
Oh!
That's a ton of damage. That might be it right there. Okay, well, there's the answer to the question. Can they steal this Dragon, though? Mountain, I don't think he's even going to try it. It's only 2nd Dragon for Fnatic. It's a big one, but AHQ can let this go.
Yeah, they needed to. Febiven took Westor to half health before the fight
600
began.
ability power right now on Febiven already.
Slammed that door.
No more 5 dragons, at least for another 12 minutes. If AHQ wanted to wait that long.
That's a long time, man. I mean, that would make this one of the longest games we've seen yet, if it goes that far. Fnatic, meanwhile, they've still got that pressure in the mid lane for the moment anyway. That inhibitor isn't going to come up for a little while yet. Probably not until after Baron comes up. Do you think that sounds right?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Gonna be a while here.
It's true. Baron will be up. It's gonna be a little bit hard for AHQ to defend because they have to keep the mid lane pressured, which has been so easily pressured by Febiven up until now.
Yeah.
Also, Feverin just in these team fights, his shields, he's about to rank it up again. They're averaging around 450 to 460 HP that he can give off. Decent amount of cooldown reduction here, so that means a lot in these repetitive, in these slow, extended fights, where if Fnatic can just avoid getting caught and just kite, they're just in such a prime position to take this game, regardless of what the gold actually means here.
Well, HQ just taking care of their side of the map right now. They've cleared out most of the wards. They've gotten a little bit of vision around the Baron. What do you do if you're Fnatic? How do you make sure you secure this Baron?
You ward your flanks. That is the most important part right here. You can't get into any situation where either Ziv or Westor comes from behind, because both of them are either tanky enough or have the ability to stall you long enough, whether it's a Ziv ultimate or general tankiness, or a Zonius Hourglass from Westor, for the rest of the HQ lineup to collapse.
Yeah, and
waiting to teleport in.
More importantly, Fnatic needs to calm down.
Yeah.
They have continually gotten an edge from smart play and then lost it with some foolish, almost nervous looking play.
Yeah, Huni waiting for Doe there almost in the bot lane, and it's getting him upset. Seen a couple of aggressive flashes from him where it just wasn't necessary at all.
Yeah, I mean, they've looked needlessly desperate in some of their plays today, needlessly frantic in some of their decisions, and I feel like this would be a much bigger lead for Fnatic if they had just played things a little bit more calmly. And Albus finds a pink ward.
As well as warding their flanks. I actually think it's good for Fnatic if they commit to running at someone.
Yep.
Every time there's a Sivir composition with Olaf and Darius, I literally just call it a run at the team composition.
Makes sense.
AHQ actually doesn't have that great disengage.
When he has to teleport.
Oh man, has to teleport, but he takes it back up by the Baron. If they can use this to clear some wards, get some vision, they might be able to turn to their advantage.
Get some vision control, find someone, Sivir ult, Orianna distortion, and just go.
Yep. Oh, they are going, not even bothering to clear all those wards. Baron getting lower and HQ a little bit out of position here. Albus thinking of coming in, takes a big chunk from Febiven. They need to turn here. Baron's not dying soon enough. Here they go. Silver ult popped already. Febiven on the outside of the fight doing the damage. Ziv trying to get back there. A kill for him already. Huni not really doing a lot. And now HQ, they've got Fnatic on the run. Reckless has to pop that spell shield. Big shockwave though. They could maybe turn it around. No, it's a double kill for Ziv even though he is out of the fight. Fnatic, though, they fought it to a bit of a standstill, but I think AHQ still came out ahead.
Yeah, AHQ may very well win this game in tremendous comeback fashion. Febiven is doing all that he can to make sure Fnatic doesn't lose this game, specifically in that play. If you're going to just run at them, why get yourself low at Baron in the first place? By starting it, they only weakened themselves for the eventual fight, and they ran headlong into Mega Gnar. You have to be able to time it so he's not Mega.
Fnatic, they start a fight right now with imperfect vision right now. They can collapse them by Mega Gnar. Look at that ulti from Ziv here.
Yeah.
Even a 5-man shockwave is not going to make it because Albus did a really good job there eating his AD carry on max range damaging, and at this point, HQ have win the fight. They actually overstand a little bit into the shockwave, make it a little easy. Mountain jumps for no reason at all. They could have disengaged it, but overall, this is the very few times we see Fnatic play into their opponent's hands the way they have been doing this game.
Yeah, there was perfect rage bar management by Ziv right there. And Fnatic, if they're going to be making that play, they need to be able to track the rage bar of Ziv as well as just have better overall vision control. But they are playing a little bit frantic, and now they actually don't get to make controlled, reliable plays because the game is even. They're actually needing to take some risks now if they want to actually win this game.
Yeah, look at how heavy they invested in vision. Sivir ulti, Talisman of Ascension, and Righteous Glory. If you have that much itemization and picks invested in movement speed, then you really have to make it work.
And by the time you start losing the fights, the movement speed becomes irrelevant because you do not want to run into your own demise.
Yeah. Trying to hide in the Baron pit for the moment. They're going to start Baron, actually. No vision right there for HQ. Going for it. They need to be ready to turn again, but taking more Baron damage.
I feel like we've seen this
we
before.
Talked about. That's right. Oh, the ultimate's up. Huni tries to pull an Albus, doesn't get it. On doing some damage from the side. They back off a little bit earlier this time.
Potential rotation here mid, though. Fnatic do have an incredibly quick Baron, but this is what it seems like a panic Baron to me, and panic Barons are very symptomatic to poor shot calling, something we haven't seen from Fnatic at all.
Oh,
look
boy.
at the mid lane.
The standoff.
Westor is pushing without teleport, so we'd have to make it down really quickly. And Fnatic, their Baron's actually not that quick, so he might make it back for this fight. Ziv does not have Mega Gnar.
He's there already.
Fnatic is low on 2 tanks.
He's back there going in there trying to rush down Ziv and Mountain, but here comes On and Albus as well. Westor, Playful Tricksters doesn't get the damage. Fnatic still posturing around this Baron. The dance continues.
On very confident in his support there. He gets grabbed there by the Apprehend, but Albus says, well, I'll just eat my AD carry and it'll be K.
Yeah.
Spits him out again. And hesitation there on Fnatic's side too. They could have engaged on, but they're so afraid of that time Kench Devour. They really don't want to commit to it.
This game is so close, but Westor putting the pressure on the mid lane. When he comes back to clear, he doesn't have that teleport yet though, and now HQ going for that crucial 4th dragon.
It's looking better and better for AHQ, but this is really anyone's game. It's become so tense here at 38 minutes.
Yeah.
But in terms of styles, AHQ is forcing Fnatic to dance to their tune. This is AHQ's preferred playstyle overall. This is not what we've been used to seeing from Fnatic.
Well, AHQ, they've got 4 dragons now. They've got pressure on. Now you do have to get a bit frantic if you're Fnatic, you know, right? Now you do have to try to take some of those risky fights. You cannot let AHQ get that 5th dragon.
6 minutes remain.
Ziv has also been showing what a good top laner he can really be.
Yeah, he is having a phenomenal game on Gnar, 8, 2, and 11.
This spacing just in general. Rage bar management and spacing on Gnar is the 2 most important things you can do, and he does it beautifully. Every fight so far he's come in with at least a good solid Gnar ulti if he wasn't follow-up stun. And his rage has always been ready.
There's fairly limited disengage for AHQ to prevent Fnatic from running at them. But pretty much every time Fnatic has tried to group in a team fight, he's landed a massive Mega Gnar against the assaulting members of Fnatic.
Yeah, Ziv has gotten so big here. They're going to go in again, trying to jump onto Ziv. Rainover really fast. They're going to turn onto Albus. They've got him a bit separated, but he's still tanky with that gray health. Going to go down, though, and Rainover barely lives. This could open up a Baron, though, for AHQ. Ult popped out by Westor. Then pops that Zhonya's. Can he live through it right in the Flame Choppers? Big shockwave, though. AHQ still with the edge as Rainover and the rest of Fnatic make a run for it. There's a double kill for Westor. This one looks like it could be over. Yellowsword turns for the stun. It's not enough. It's going to be another near ace. Huni wasn't even there.
Fnatic, they went for a fully unload on the Toad, but it wasn't enough. Look at how tanky Albus was. He stayed long enough to trade his life almost for Rainover on that jungle Olaf. And where was Huni for that entire fight?
Yeah, not
That's
there.
really it.
So many mistakes from Huni this game, but honestly, AHQ has capitalized so after such a large deficit. They're going to look to take a surprise win over Fnatic.
The death timers are very long, and Huni has to pull a miracle here if he's going to keep Fnatic in this game.
Flash is available for Huni. This may be the time he actually wants to use it.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see. Tries to go in. There goes the first Nexus turret. Ziv has done such a great job carrying this game back to Mega Gnar. One last time, throws Huni against the Nexus that AHQ is about to take out. AHQ takes down Fnatic.
AHQ bounce back from their day 1 upset against Cloud9 and make this group really interesting.
Yeah, they do. Wow. And Fnatic, phenomenal first game of Worlds. Second game, like we talked about, going back onto some of those bad habits. It's definitely, I don't want to say a worrying trend, but it's something to be a bit concerned about, isn't it, guys?
Isn't it one and the same?
It is. All right, we can just use that.
Yeah, the fact that Fnatic defaulted to some of their older habits.
Especially Huni.
Huni had a very poor performance. That was the beginning of the loss of their lead.
I mean, that Gnar matchup, again, it proves that it may not be worth thinking that Darius so early on first rotation on red side, because every team just has a comfortable answer for it that doesn't really give too much away. And
I mean, I still just can't get over how needlessly frantic Fnatic looked, especially Huni, making these plays he didn't need to. I think the best example of that, to me anyway, they were killing the inhibitor. He flashes to try to get some big flash engage. Why? Why do you need to even try that?
That's where the whole game turned around. Maybe that was a team call of some kind, because almost at the second Huni flashed in, Reckless also burned his Sivir ultimate, and then they finished off the inhibitor. But because of that play, that's when AHQ turned it on.
But not to discredit only Fnatic here, but gotta give props where props is due, especially to On in these team fights. He had some really immaculate positioning, because in the earlier stages of the game, Westor was flanking, Ziv was going in, his support wasn't really watching him. Who was peeling for On? Really nobody.
Yeah, Tom Kench,
Tom
Albus.
Kench. That was it, but even he was sometimes
successful.
Dude, we got a win for Tom Kench at Worlds. How about that?
No Bard, though.
Oh, no Bard.
We'll
Maybe
have to
tomorrow.
wait until next year. No, but really, AHQ, we got to see a lot of the ways in which they won the LMS and why they were considered to be pretty good coming into Worlds right here. Ziv, fantastic top laner. We saw through his rage bar management, positioning, and spacing that it was spectacular. On great team fight positioning. And Westor, he performed mostly like he did within the LMS. Roaming, falls behind in gold, still able to win team fights with the rest of his team because they do play cohesively.
He just needs to stop focusing those supports, though.
You know, what mid laner doesn't love to insta-give supports, though?
Well, if you insta-give them, I'm okay with it. But very
True.
often, he just left Yellow Star in that sliver of health, and that's where Fnatic actually took control back of the game. But he was adamant, at least. You know, if at first you don't succeed, try again.
Yeah, but at some point, you got to admit that DFG is not in the game anymore. You got to play it a little bit slower. You got to prioritize those targets a little bit better. But for him, it's got to feel good to get a win on the Fizz. It's his primary champion.
Yeah, it's necessary that he's able to win on Fizz because if teams are letting it through in the ban phase, he's almost knocked himself into a corner that he has to play that. Westor is a player that does not play many champions. So he's not executing on his core top champions. He's not doing anything.
It's put so much pressure on IG, though, in this group. Overall, nobody, like everybody expected Fnatic to take the 6-0 and then the remaining members to fight for second place after the first few days of the tournament. This throws this group entirely wide open.
I mean, we've got Cloud9 on top of this group right now with the 2-0. It's insane. This Worlds is already getting better. Looks like we're getting ready for another interview, this time with some members of AHQ. Got Ziv there, and again, Ziv ended that game 8-2-15 on that Gnar. Was a big difference in what ended up giving AHQ the game, because again, we talked about Fnatic. Nothing was really stopping them from running in onto the squishy carries of AHQ, but Ziv was. He was there, perfect Gnar ults nearly every time. Big difference maker in that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Ziv played great.
That's right. And so AHQ are on the board. So let's send it over to Shox for more on their first win here at Worlds.
Thank you very much, as I'm joined here by Ziv and Max, who's assisting for the translation. First up, a humongous congratulations on that victory for you guys. Fantastic game. First up, what does it mean after coming into Worlds as an underdog in this group to take this win off one of the favorites?
首先恭喜你们获得胜利，然后你们在小组里面目前是看起来是黑马的姿势，然后击败了 Fnatic。那你们现在对这种感觉有什么感受如何？
就是觉得很开心，因为毕竟我们第一场打得并不是很好，所以这算我们的开壶这样子。
We're really happy to get this win because we didn't play that well during our first match, and this is our first win, so we're happy to have that.
Well, you guys played very well in this match. Ziv, we know you're the Summer Split MVP over in the LMS, and we were looking forward to what you could do here. Tell me about this matchup versus Huni, one of the best top laners in EU.
我们知道你夏季赛是 MVP， 然后打得也很好，这场比赛表现得也很好。那你跟 Huni 对线这点有什么想法？跟他对他的表现如何？你的表现如何？
我觉得 Huni 在对线上就是表现得非常凶，所以我觉得他很容易在一些失误之后马上想要把它打回来，所以我觉得这是我们很容易找到他失误的地方。
I think Huni plays really aggressive, and when he makes a mistake, he always tries to get it back. So whenever he makes a mistake and tries to be even more aggressive, we capitalize on that.
Can you explain a little more? Was that the key to beating Fnatic, that they get overconfident in the mid game?
想请教，可以解释一下说，是因为你觉得 Huni 是不是太自信了，所以这是你们打败他们的其中一个原因？
其实也不太算是，算是我们团队上配合比较好。
Not entirely. We think we had a better team fights and better chemistry.
You had incredible team fights and incredible shot calling at the end of that game, so congratulations. With this, what does this mean for you guys? How far do you think you can go in this group knowing that you just took down Fnatic?
你们的确是团队打得很好，那你们已经拿下这个胜利了。那接下来这些比赛，你觉得你们在小组的出现机会大不大？然后对小组的看法？
那我觉得我们只要在保持这个状态，我们的出现几率就很高。然后小组上 IG 好像状态也不太好，所以 C9 有点就是超乎预料的强，所以我们觉得下一场对上 C9 我们要认真讨论那个选角之类的。
I think if we capitalize on this and if we keep our condition up, there's a good chance that we'll get out of the group. It seems like IG isn't conditioned that well either, but Cloud9 has surprised everybody's expectations, and now we're paying more attention to him. We'll be very careful preparing our next match against them.
Well, it's certainly possible. The group is wide open. Congratulations, and thank you so much for the interview. Guys, it's bonkers over here in Paris. Wrap it up.
I feel like bonkers is a good word for it. when Cloud9 is sitting 2-0 atop the group.
That's not even our best team from NA. That's our 7th best team.
Damn.
Come at us, Canada. Come on.
NA strongest region.
Okay, well then, I humbly suggest something I've been suggesting for a long time, which is that we move to, you know, we had Battle of the Atlantic in the offseason, Pacific Scrim.
There it is.
Korea and North America. Yeah, 1 versus 1, 2 versus 2. Let's do it.
I like this idea. I'll pitch it to the execs.
Cool.
I'll pitch it to the execs.
It's catchy.
China wants nothing to do with this.
Keep us out of it. All right, but in all seriousness, this game, you know, early on, we were looking at it saying, oh, okay, Fnatic, typical Fnatic. They're building an early lead, 2K very early on. And then AHQ clawed their way back into it. Ziv, that man on the screen there, was a huge role in that as well.
Why you got to do this to me? I just said Fnatic would go 6-0 and then AHQ actually shows up. No, I was really glad to see that AHQ got it together. This is much more what we were expecting from this team, not the pitiful first game that they showed us.
And you know, Ziv had a great role, and I will talk about it, but Arn, they put so much into it. They refused to knock the turret down because they want to get levels and farm onto this guy. And when it gets to late game, and Arn, whatever you want to call him, he is amazing AD carry.
But what I love about the draft here is they pick Tom Kench.
Yeah.
They pick Tom Kench for On. Every time On is in trouble because there's an Olaf and an Annie, they're going to run straight at him. He's like, oh my God, he's going to be there. Oh my God. And he clenches for the Kench and he gets inside the belly and then he just runs away. It was so good. I loved Albus in these fights. Yeah. The way he was picking him up and running, the direction he was running was always really good. He was never putting him in a bad position. And he even used it to bait a couple times. So the way that this Tom Kench was played out, I think was a great debut and showcase of what the champion can do. And I don't think this is the last that we've seen of him, especially in teams that love protecting their AD carry.
Yeah, with these low mobility hyper carries, Tom Kench becomes incredibly relevant. And you could see that this is something they had really practiced coming into this match, that they knew exactly. Albus was so aware of cooldowns and when he could eat the Jinx and when he could spit the Jinx back out safely.
And let's talk about what that does to the rest of the team fight, because all of a sudden, mid laner, top laner, no need to peel. You can just dive the heck out of the enemy backline, and that's what we saw time and time again. Westall flying in on his Fizz. You have this Mega Gnar nailing people with a wallop. It wasn't even the Mega Gnar half the time, and across the board, AHQ thrive in chaos, and that is exactly what those fights were.
Exactly. It's so hard to go for proper target selection when there's a Gnar in the middle of your team, a 40% CDR Fizz, and that's when the breakpoint started happening, where he's able to Playful Trickster, Zhonya's Q, Playful Trickster again, and then if you go for the Jinx, Tom Kench has that person's back, and then hitting the Tom Kench doesn't seem that useful either. So really, going after this composition was extraordinarily difficult, not to mention, just to add icing on top of the cake, Elise can repel. You didn't have a really solid target to go after, except for Ziv, but he got ahead and he got to a tanky point.
So AHQ has showed us some of what we're looking for here. They finally showed up, as you said, Monty, in this game. Now let's flip to the other side, because Fnatic, we were expecting them to do well. This is a team that everyone's expecting to do well, if not finish first in this group. What have we learned about them after this game?
Their mid laner is really good. Like, really, really good. He was 130 CS up. He dictated the pace of the lane. He nailed some shockwaves. Sure, late game team fighting got difficult, but I think it's because of the reasons we listed. He is a very good player.
He is. Now, he also had a blind pick Fizz into him, so he did have some more opportunities. I'd love to see AHQ get some more Ahri in there, which is one of Westor's champions, a little safer in that blind pick. But man, Fnatic, I think we're seeing over the course of this tournament, no one really knew what this patch was, 5.18. And I think we're learning that there are a lot of options against Darius. Yes. And I think we're going to see, starting in the next few days, much lower priority on that pick.
All right, well, let's pull up the standings to see how things have changed after today's games. Group A had the day off, so CLG remains at the top 2-0, followed by the Flash Wolves and Coup Tigers tied for second. Then in Group B, it's clear skies for Cloud9, who are flying high above AHQ, Fnatic, and IG. SK Telecom controls Group C with a perfect 3-0, while EDG settles in second. Finally, in Group D, KT Rolster and Origin are undefeated, while LGD and TSM are still looking for their first win. A big part of C9's second win was one fight that got Viciter on Twitter, who writes, "Sneaky and Incarnation, that was a beautiful dragon fight by Cloud9. Let's check out your world's big play of the day."
There's a kill there, Sneaky. Could start getting the kills. Kakao with
last one, though. Balls does go down during the middle of all that. IG trying to turn it around, but it looks like C9 has enough. Triple kill for Sneaky.
See how Incarnation and Sneaky do work here.
Whoa.
Gets the static shiv crit as well as the dunk here. And Incarnation actually doesn't have the perfect ult, but it still zones Kakao and Rookie off to the side a little bit.
I mean, this fight to me just showcased the strength of those two players, given all the things we talked about with Balls having been behind and fighting to even stay relevant in the game. They have to rely and fall back onto these two carries so much to carry them through these games.
It was a great core. They had a great laning phase as well. Both of them were about 40-50 CS up between Incarnation and Sneaky, and they were able to fall back on their shoulders and allow them to win the game. I did think that team fight was a great showcase of the position that Sneaky can have on that team and how he's been a consistent threat throughout the split. Even when his team isn't doing too well, he still holds positions like that and holds his ground.
Well, if you want to see more plays like that, make sure to meet us back here tomorrow for the final day of Week 1. We'll be starting the day off in Group D as TSM challenges China's LGD Gaming. Then it's on to KT Rolster versus Europe's Origin. After that, Invictus will face off against AHQ Esports. The action gets underway at 2 p.m. Central European Time, 5 a.m. Pacific, so mark your calendars. Looking at the lineup, though, gentlemen, which of these games are you keeping your eye on to close out our week?
CLG Flash Wolves. That's the one I'm looking at personally, because I think that CLG might have what it takes to close it out against the Flash Wolves sorry, Coup Tigers. Man, the Tigers, Wolves, Tigers, Wolves, they already beat Flash Wolves.
Too many
I want to relive that. I'm going to go watch the replay later. But yeah, Coup Tigers versus CLG, because I think that in Coup's current state and what I've been hearing about their scrims very recently, I think that CLG is going to be the team to actually come out on top of Group A.
Definitely possible. I'm looking forward to the KT Origin matchup just because we have these two 2-0 teams. Both of them have been drafting very intelligently. I'm really just looking forward to the pick and ban phase of that game in particular.
See, I'm confused right now because I don't know whether I want to watch IG play or LGD. I don't really want to watch either of them play if they continue to play like they're
Spawn,
playing.
it's okay to want to watch a team from a different region. It is, I promise you.
But it's because I'm perplexed right now. I just don't know if there's a complete misread on where power lies within the world of League of Legends, and I was fooled the whole time, or whether they just haven't showed up. So I want to keep an eye on the Chinese team, see if they can get it together.
I'm with you. The KT Origin game is going to be very interesting, to say the least. Well, now for myself and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and stay right there for another episode of Worlds Tonight in just 15 minutes.
First match, it's going to be an amazing one. It's China's Edward Gaming versus South Korea's SK Telecom T1. That's a trade kill back in Pond. Now stuck on top of the Dragon. Faker gets his first kill of the game, and it still trades back and forth, but EDG are routed. Faker picks up the kill. Mako's next easily, and there's really not much that Amazing Jade's going to do on this one. Pond pops yielding for a bit of damage. Sonya's to buy some time. SKT, undaunted, take down Edward Gaming. Fight. H2K pick up their first win at Worlds. Custom is useful for KT. They get his ulti. Now he's going to fight Arrow. It's going to be close. Arrow! Gina Corruption comes across, but already 2 kills. Now 3 kills picked up. Acorn jumps in. Tries to pick up a little bit of something. Score will go down. KT 2-0 to start out their World Championship.
It's kills on each side. So far, though, 2 for 1. Expert that game, great. Double kill for Soaz. Balls does go down during the middle of all that. IG trying to turn around, but it looks like C9 has enough. Triple kill for Sneaky. The damage from Azir and from Sneaky is so big. Double kill for Azir already. And they complete the 2-0 already at Worlds. A lot of trouble. Gonna go down. Westdoor gets the kill. Gets taken out though as Huni comes in. It's a brawl. Fnatic are okay, and that is gonna mean the damage. Turns around. Double kill though for On.
The beginning of the resets.
That's right. Westdoor getting the kill. Triple kill. AHQ still with the edge as reign over the rest of Fnatic. Make a run for it. There's a double kill for Westdoor. AHQ takes down Fnatic.
Upward Gaming versus SK Telecom T1.
This is my finals for this tournament. These are the two teams I think are most likely to make it to fight for the Summoners Cup, and I am so excited.
That's a trade kill back in Pond. Now stuck on top of the Dragon. FLICKR gets his first kill of the game, and it still trades back and forth, but EDG are routed. SKT undaunted.
It has been a day of grudge matches here at the League of Legends World Championship. We did see a rematch of the MSI Finals, round 2 bout between Febiven and Westdoor. We just saw that recently, as well as some more games on the day. A little bit of the battle between NA versus EU. Hurts a little bit, but it's all right. We're still alive. We're still here, and right now the players creating and the fans creating an awesome atmosphere for us here as we go over a few of the games. We'll start in C. EDG versus SKT, a nail biter to start the day, but really EDG kind of spitting out their teeth through the entire game. Not anything we expected.
Yeah, SKT, they came out swinging here. They had the red side for counter picks. EDG actually even opted into early picks on their solo lanes and got counter picked in both of them. SKT with a really good early game plan. They made EDG pay so heavily for the early Dragon focus.
I mean, full skirmish, no wave clear, early Darius pick, and overall, there was just beauty in simplicity. The way SKT handled that game and how they got Marin especially ahead, and then
super stepping up.
Once he got that red buff, he completely dominated the top lane. They made it look easy. They took out a title candidate and they made it look easy. That was actually phenomenal to see overall.
Yeah, Marin going back to his roots on that Renekton. Yeah. Beautiful thing to watch. It's like the new juggernauts. We have bring in all the new models, and Marin's like, I'll stick with the old instead.
And Marin actually stated in an interview after the game, he said he thinks if EDG played Koro, he thinks EDG actually would have done better in that situation, which is interesting since this tournament kind of favors the individual top laner, the Fiora, the Darius, what's going to go hard in lane.
Yeah, it's also interesting to think about. So EDG, they did gain some information in this matchup because they got counterpicked in 2 lanes, and they saw what SKT would use to attack them. They also saw SKT's early game, you know, how they deprioritized the Dragon and went for the early gold so that they could win the team fight afterwards.
Same token, though, FLICKR came out and said, well, last time my champion pool wasn't deep enough for FLICKR standards, that is. I've been working on a lot of counter picks. He busted out the Rise mid, something we completely didn't expect.
Also said he has more.
He had a counter pick ready for mid lane Aurelia. Yeah. he literally, I believe that FLICKR does have a counter pick ready for literally any champion.
And he knows how to play every single matchup. To like perfection almost, when he hasn't barely played those champions in competitive. Like the way he also just uses ulti, he wasn't afraid to zone.
He just stands toe to toe.
Yeah, he used his ulti to zone for a cannon creep. He's like, well, you're not getting that cannon creep, I'm gonna use my ulti and I'm just gonna send a message right here. And he did that against one of the better mid laners in the world. It was actually pretty impressive.
Yeah, and while FLICKR played well, like the whole game wasn't even about FLICKR, right? Marin, the captain of the team, was magnificent during that game.
Coming out huge on Renekton. Moving on, H2K versus Bangkok Titans. A little bit of life breathed in for H2K, which scared me in the first day because they themselves banned GP, Darius, and Fiora. And I'm like, wait a minute, you're coming into this meta, banning all those on the blue side. You need to do something. You pick them, and they picked the Mord this.
A little bit of added to their lives, and they had a good time with it. You could tell they were playing pretty fast and loose there for a lot of the game. They left a lot of openings, though, you know, made quite a few mistakes. If it wasn't for Kasing being a ridiculously good Alistar that game, they might have even dropped.
Well, I have to correct myself. It was BKT that banned those. It was H2K that banned the Mord and then picked it today, which what I thought was weird because they also gave away the Thresh that game.
The first thing I did after that game was go to Kasing and ask him, you know, how are you landing those Alistar combos? Because everybody coming into this tournament was like,
it's so hard.
It's like these guys, you know, they got practice, they're all going to land it, but we've seen multiple top-tier support players simply fail Alistar combinations. I don't think Kasing failed a single one that entire match, while the rest of his team was playing full-on solo queue style, just like see him, kill him. Kasing was playing control.
We've seen other supports as well really messing up that combo, putting themselves in a bad position. Lustboy doing that quite a few times today as well.
Ooh, a little early to bring up TSM. I don't want to touch on that one quite yet.
Delay the pin.
Yes.
So looking at H2K doing well, Bangkok Titans, however, really not faring well coming into this one. And they had to have a bad taste coming in their mouth with knowing they had to ban everything on the B side.
They came out swinging, though. I mean, G4 on the Twisted Fate, they went with a different look. They didn't have him split pushing. He was trying to make cross-map plays. He went for ganks. They were doing their best to punish the openings that H2K gave them. it was just too little, too late. So
they're getting individual outplayed by H2K, who are playing pretty loosey-goosey. I don't think it really mattered for them whether they won or lost that match as much as they let on in the interviews, like there's a chance and maybe we can take a game of them.
Yeah.
They play pretty casual there, but you could definitely see the mismatch between BKT, then H2K, and then the rest of the group right there.
All right, so with SKT in their win and H2K's win, let's check out how Group C standings now stand throughout the tournament. It is going to be 3-0 for SKT, 2-0 for EDG in that group, 1-2 for H2K, and BKT 0-3. It's going to be really tough for them to really make an impact. Hopefully can start just putting in some kicks on other teams there. Be a little spoiler. Moving on now to, we have Group D next. LGD versus KT Rolster. Everybody as well thought LGD going to the finals. This team's going to be the one to do it. And then the pick ban phase, very odd. But I gotta say, a lot of China's pick ban phases have been a little odd this tournament.
Just so hard to predict. I love what Zyrene said on the analyst desk when Monty predicted LGD to win. It's like, you're either going to be right or happy when KT ends up taking the game anyway. So that kind of worked out. Nobody really expected it to be this big
LGD
of a
fans
difference.
not very happy. LGD players not very happy.
LGD tied with TSM right now on day 3 at Worlds. People coming into the tournament were like, yeah, tied with LGD, but just not in the way they were hoping for.
Yeah, they've honestly been crashing and burning here ever since the first upset by Origin, who came out really strong. LGD, I don't know what happened in that pick ban phase, because they have had, some questionable ones before, but this one was just kind of blew your mind.
Yeah. OG TSM, boys. Looking at this game, everybody was kind of thinking, is TSM taking a hit? Cloud9 and CLG both did well, so that's obviously playing on their mentality. And I think that's something that TSM takes a lot in their wheelhouse, is their mentality, and it can affect them poorly.
I mean, the Anivia pick, and everybody's like, OG completely mind game TSM, but TSM
They were hovering over the Veigar, which I felt like would have been a really
We were cheering in the yes, pick it now!
They were just in prime position also, even with the current picks, to close out that game, but it seems that TSM wasn't used to playing with a lead at all. And then obviously they got outscaled. Really good stylistic mismatch to play such a slow composition into such an incredibly slow team like TSM. But where was the vision in the mid game?
And yeah, exactly. Picks aside, the play from TSM, they've shown the same problems that they've had for a long time. Coordination and communication. Lustboy, Santorin, Dyrus, they're kind of all over the place here for TSM.
It almost boggles my mind in that sense, because coming over to North America, Lustboy was almost one of the best transitions that North America's seen, being a Korean player, being a foreign player. The communication seemed to be there. Was it not, and it just worked in NA, or did it actually fizzle out?
Whatever that spark was is gone.
And that actually made it so that NA's second seed took a convincing loss here against EU's third seed coming.
They talk about,
So I just want to point out to the viewers, EU is in fact greater than NA.
We'll wait on that, because if I count the groups right now, we've got 2 undefeated teams.
I think we're staying in this group for this segment.
2 of the groups, North America tops 2 of the groups here. Let's
look at those standings right now. KT 2-0, OG 2-0 as well, LGD and TSM sitting at 0-2. A big shocker there, LGD.
Honestly though, Origin, I think in this group, huge surprise, like really, really, really strong for them. Fnatic Black or whatever everyone wants to call them. These guys have shown up so big on the world stage. And I like the interview afterwards with Niels, where he was like, yeah, we have only been looking a couple games ahead of us. Since we got out of Challenger, we're like, oh, we'll maybe play 6 in the LCS.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, maybe we'll try and beat Fnatic in the LCS. Now we're at Worlds. Now we're trying to just get out of our group. Now they're at the top of the group, tied.
And there's always the expected Worlds buff. I mean, I was one of the heavy critics myself coming into the group. Rating him the weaker member.
Shockwave and everybody's a fan again.
Yeah, rating. I don't think the Shockwave mattered as much, but just the consistently solid higher play, because that Shockwave was still set up by his teammates. But his Anivia performance was actually pretty impressive. The way he just synergized with the team, busting out that pick, slow scaling build. Definitely impressed with expected Worlds. But even though still the rest of his team still playing better too. He could still be the weakest member in his group, in his team, but it doesn't matter because his team's playing so damn well.
Let's hit the final groups of the day. We just saw the last 2 games. First, IG versus Cloud9. This is where we get a little bit of love back and smile on the NA faces here. What a game this was. And in the beginning, Incarnation looking so much better in the mid lane to help control everything.
There is so much faith coursing through my veins. Can you see it here? We have enough for 2 teams. Cloud9 are able to go 2-0. And I have to say, that Incarnation that you point out, he's been so big for them. We talked about it at the end of the normal season, but man, Incarnation has been huge for the team ever since Hai came back to work with him in the jungle.
Go ahead.
There's the easy narrative here. you know, Cloud9 doing well, but I think we're missing the crucial point.
Yeah, EU mid laner.
I don't know.
Okay. Good. All right, dodge the bullet.
Dodge the bullet. That's actually a good bullet. I'm gonna save that one. Disappointing Bard performance by Kitties. That could have changed the entire.
Kid and Kitties.
Very, very disappointing overall. And then EU mid laner.
You have to look at top lane as well. If Cloud9 is going to keep going like this, they even said themselves, we let balls fall into a situation where it wasn't working for him. Yep. That also happened as well in their first game when he was trying to play Gangplank. So it almost is a trend that they're able to get out of every time with shot calling.
It's a good thing that they were able to see that and still get a win. So it actually didn't cost them to learn this lesson. Hopefully, moving on in the group, then they'll be able to retain what they learned from that game, and not let balls get into that same situation again. Because we've seen so many times the dunk master drop the ball. So many Darius have been picked really early and been countered, or bad comp against them, or not supported by the team.
I do like what Hai did in that sense, because he was facing off against Kakao, rumored to be the best jungler in the tournament. He said, guys, you guys keep laning this. I'm just going to take all the jungle farm I can get, stay ahead of this guy. And then, well, balls, too bad for you, but I'm not going to look bad against Kakao here. And it ended up working out somewhat overall.
And the one thing I loved is the trial and error Hai talked about is, we go to Baron, we see how fast they check it, we kind of get that answer and how fast we can do it again, and we just go for it. Trial and error in game, testing things on the spot.
The snap decisions
so nice.
Have always been there. They're still here. It's ridiculous to even believe this story that he brought the team coming from 7th place.
Lucky number 7, baby!
All the way to the top of Group B.
I mean, if you're IG right now and you're scouting the match, who are we playing again? Yeah, 7th place team out of NALCS. How did they get here?
It's true.
By some pretty ridiculous,
slide under the
reverse sweep. Nah, we got this.
In the interview, though, they said, I remember Cloud9. I remember Hai in the mid lane. Oh, he left the team. Okay, we stopped paying attention. Oh, he's back. Why? He's jungling now.
So, moving on, AHQ Fnatic, definitely looking at Huni in the top lane, a little bit of lackluster play. I say carefree play, not lackluster. They knew what they were doing. Huni flashing in. Febvin was playing his ass off in the mid lane to thwart everything his team was bringing down.
Honestly, they fell apart.
Did you see that teleport?
I did. I'm waiting. I haven't used the classic line quite yet, and we've seen some bad ones. But yeah, that was just... All around,
rough to watch.
All around, really, yeah, exactly. They had
It was a rematch. Fizz got Westor got his Fizz again. You thought, it's just kind of the same thing.
But we also have to give props for the rest of AHQ because, yes, Westor got punished really heavily in the mid lane. But Ziv and Ann, these are the two guys that we hyped up coming into the Worlds for AHQ, and they showed up huge for them. Both of them carrying, and in the end, on that Jinx, able to take it home for the team.
Going pretty crazy.
Ziv's Gnar was immaculate. His spacing, just keeping out of range of Apprehend. The only time he got into Apprehend range is when he wanted to. When he then got a Gnar into the wall or a 4-man stun, throwing some houses down on the opponents, and that set up on for that positioning and cleanup. But just fantastic play overall.
And looking at how Group B played out so far. 2-0 Cloud9 on top. 1-1 for both AHQ and Fnatic, and IG, China not having the greatest start to the event, sitting at 0-2 there on the final group of the day.
These rematches will be really cool to see after the final day.
Absolutely.
Very excited. And you talk about loosey-goosey play or whatever.
The careful.
Call it what you want, Kobe.
People have been, first picking this Darius and just throwing him all over the map. This is not a safe pick. He's a low mobility champion himself. Yes, he's a juggernaut. They take a while to get him moving, right? You have to pay attention.
That's inertia. Once he's going fast.
Exactly.
You have to be going. It's got to get the train going. All right, so let's take a look at the few of the matches tomorrow. Go over these guys. Figure out what could actually pan out. TSM versus LGD is going to be one we're first looking at. LGD and TSM both looking to pick themselves up.
As Krebo said, these teams are tied, technically, right now. Yep. With that being said, LGD are extremely angry right now.
Yeah.
And I don't know, TSM have been showing problems that they've had in the past, and it doesn't look very good.
I think Imp might be so angry, and if he takes it out on Wild Turtle, we may see some big issues here, especially since TSM, even if they get slightly ahead, I'm just so worried. The vision, it's not there. I mean, play some of these boards. Just get them into the jungle. Come on, TSM, you can do it.
KT Rolster versus Origin, one of these teams looking to give each other a loss as they go into the groups tomorrow, and looking at the rest of the games. It's going to be pretty crazy.
Yeah, those first games, all the Group D games are going to be really exciting. We get to break some of these ties.
Yep, it's going to be great. So that is going to be all from us here at Day 3. Get some rest. We'll be back here tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining us for Worlds tonight. Good night and GG.
Au revoir.
First match, it's gonna be an amazing one. It's China's Edward Gaming versus South Korea's SK Telecom T1. That's a trade kill back in Pond. Now stuck on top of the Dragon. Faker gets his first kill of the game, and it still trades back and forth, but EDG are routed. Faker picks up the kill. Mako's next easily, and there's really not much an amazing J's gonna do on this one. Pond pops yielding for a bit of damage. Zonya's to buy some time. SKT, undaunted, take down Edward Gaming.
Fight.
H2K pick up their first win at Worlds. Custom is useful for KT. They get his ulti. Now he's going to fight Arrow. It's going to be close. Arrow! Chain of Corruption comes across, but already 2 kills. Now 3 kills picked up. Acorn jumps in. Tries to pick up a little bit of something. Score will go down. KT 2-0 to start out their World Championship.
It's kills on each side. So far, though, 2 for 1. The expert got a great egg. Double kill for Soaz. Balls does go down during the middle of all that. IG trying to turn around, but it looks like C9 has enough. Triple kill for Sneaky. The damage from Azir and from Sneaky is so big. Double kill for Azir already. And they complete the 2-0 already at Worlds. A lot of trouble. Gonna go down. Westdoor gets the kill. Gets taken out though as Uni comes in. It's a brawl. Fnatic are okay, and that is gonna mean the damage. Turns around. Double kill though for On.
The beginning of the resets.
That's right. Westdoor getting killed. Triple kill. AHQ still with the edge as Rain over the rest of Fnatic. Make a run for it. There's a double kill for Westdoor. AHQ takes down Fnatic.